Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, 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 God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, 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 God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Hey everyone, I am Heather Garozzo, also known as Sapphire. Welcome to our Women in Esports panel. I'm super excited to be here today with some incredible women. As many of you know, March is Women's History Month, and today the VALORANT Game Changers are kicking off. This is an incredible event for women in VALORANT. we're super excited to see these game changers really defining what it means to be a pro gamer, celebrating all of their amazing successes. We have a great panel joining me today, focusing on all the different parts that make up esports, from game publishers, community organizers, pro gamers, and tournament organizers. So it's really the perfect mix today. For a little background, I am a former professional gamer, world champion, observer, doing a lot of VALORANT events, and I work for an esports team called Dignitas, which also competes in VALORANT, both with a women's and a men's team, and we have a League of Legends team. Joining me today, we've got an incredible group of women. First, we have Shelby Ulysses, event producer at Riot Games, Nicolette Barker, owner of VALORANT, Melanie Mel Capone, pro gamer for Cloud9 White on their women's VALORANT team, and Allie Berkey, competitive operations coordinator for Nerd Street Gamers. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Of
Hello.
course.
Thank you for having me.
Great. Well, let's kick it off. Start with some questions. So, again, we've got a really diverse background here. Let's start with Shelby. So, how did you get started in esports? Talk to us about your journey from getting where you started to where you are today at Riot Games.
Yeah, I'd been working in events for about 6 years, mostly producing Hollywood events and events for nonprofits. I ended up getting the chance to go to 2018 Worlds for League of Legends in Korea, and it was an incredible experience. It was super inspiring. KDA debuted, so it was just such a special and fun event. And when I was there, I really felt like I needed to be part of this community, and I really wanted to work on these types of events. So about a year later, I joined Riot, and I've been working for the past year and a half, mostly on LCS, but I'm really excited to now lead the Game Changers initiative.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate all you've done for VALORANT esports. Moving down the line, Nikki, the founder of VALORANT. How'd you get started in all this? How did you build the biggest women's VALORANT community?
So, it was just on a whim, really. A friend of ours posted something in the VALORANT subreddit, and I was like, hey, that looks really cool. Why don't I just help her out with that? Because I've built this, or I've made Discord servers before. So I was like, why not? And it just kind of blew up from there. Females in gaming were looking for kind of like a safe haven to just play games with other girls, and I was like, why don't we just start running tournaments and in-houses and all of that to kind of get everybody involved with a little bit more, because everybody's interested in competitive. There's just no outlets to get there, or no right way to get there. So that's really just how it started, and it completely blew up from there, and here we are today.
Awesome. Well, and a lot of you know Mel. She's just like all over Reddit, all over like every competitive match tournament. Mel, tell us about your journey from, I know there's some observing in there too, which I love, and now you're one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, it's funny actually, because I often reference you when I kind of like tell this story, but I just started playing CS when I was like in my teens. I played ESA when I was 16, went to LAN when I was 16. And I think it's kind of like the opposite of kind of what Sapphire has gone through, where she was like a pro, now she's an observer because all the info that she had when she was a pro informed her observing. But for me, I started observing when I was like 17. I thought it was really interesting and cool. And I got my first gig when I was 18, and I was doing that for like full time for about 2 years. And when VALORANT came out, that was kind of my debut to pro, so that's kind of just how it went down.
Awesome. And next up, Allie from Nerd Street Gamers.
I originally kind of started my journey in this by going to localhost in Philadelphia to request to use the venue for a Twitch Philadelphia meetup, since I was just streaming casually for fun at that time. And then I walked out of that meeting with an internship, and I've just kind of said yes to every single opportunity that I've gotten at Nerd Street to learn more about just running events and on LAN. And after managing one of the LAN centers for a few months, when the pandemic hit, I made the switch to the events department and started going from there.
Awesome. Well, yeah, again, great to have all of you. I think Each one of you brings a very unique perspective, and I know we all collectively feel like it's very important to have this panel today, because we want to inspire the next generation of women to get involved in esports, whether observing or running a community or playing as a professional or creating events or creating games. There's so many opportunities here for women, and we're super excited to help define that path for other women that want to get in the space. So moving along here, I know a lot of us have been in this space for a while, and we used to really kind of be the only women in the room at different events on teams, and creating that community, creating that safe space is something that has been important, because we know there can be some potentially toxicity involved, and we want to encourage other women to compete, to work in the industry. And that's where Nikki, for example, with VALORANT is doing something truly special. So Nikki, how did you, or what motivated you to build VALORANT? What started that? And what really defines that as a safe space for women in gaming and VALORANT?
So I guess in comparison to everybody on this panel today, I'm a baby in the world of gaming. I started out in League maybe like 7 years ago, give or take. And everybody knows League is pretty bad. It can be pretty bad. It can be pretty toxic. So yeah, and once I saw that opportunity to build this safe space for women, it was like, why not? Why not take it to the next step? Why not provide these opportunities, and not just competitive, but also the back-end spaces in production, serving, casting, all of that fun stuff. And really that was just kind of the motivator here. Why can't I provide something for women in gaming? I'm never going to become pro, so why can't I make a difference elsewhere?
That's great. And then Ali, on the Nerd Street side, how are you and Nerd Street building a safe and inclusive space for women and gender diverse folks through VALORANT?
I think the most important thing is first to always listen to those who are marginalized in the space and to provide them with opportunity. So hiring women, working with women, working with anyone that also has an open mind to the space and doesn't provide a toxic element. Because at the end of the day, that's another thing that's lacking, not just on the competitor side, but who participates on the industry side. So for me and for Nerd Street, it's to provide that opportunity to the women to compete and to work.
That's great. And then from my perspective on the team side with Dignitas, I just think it's so important that these esports organizations have the representation of women across our competitive teams, across content creators, across the business. I know we as an organization make sure we do everything we can to ensure that our women's teams are getting the same access to competitive resources, to boot camps, to travel, to equipment that our men's teams, so that they feel like, and they should be, treated with the same level of respect, the same opportunities as our men's players. And I know that's something that I always encourage other organizations to ensure that you're having women across your industry, because they exist. I think it's something like 45% or so of gamers are women. So we should be seeing that across the organizations. And I know it's getting better. We've seen a lot of teams in advance of Game Changers actually announce women's rosters, along with Cloud9 and Dignitas. TSM has joined the mix. CLG has joined the mix. I know Gen G has a bit of a pug roster as well. So really great to see more organizations supporting women. So Shelby, we've got obviously Game Changers starting, and this is a really exciting opportunity for women. We just had 32 teams of 5 women compete in the qualifiers. So, with the Game Changers program, what are the objectives for this initiative, and what can fans expect for the future?
Yeah, when we were building this initiative, we really wanted to go beyond kind of the base level of supporting female pros. We wanted to grow the entire scene, and that was something we had in mind. We talked a lot with VALORANT, we talked a lot with Nerd Street, we talked a lot with pros and different organizations to try and figure out kind of the best initiatives that Riot wanted to support. So we sort of broke out Game Changers into 3 main programs. The first is obviously the series, and that's what's happening this weekend. We're really looking to highlight the top female talent, and we really want to help teams increase their fandom and grow their brand. I think it's really important over the long term. But we have 2 other really great initiatives that we're kicking off later this year. The first being in partnership with VALORANT. We're supporting their monthly tournaments, and we're calling this Game Changers Academy. The goal of this program really is to grow the community of women that are playing Valorant and encourage healthy but low stakes competition where, we're hoping that these folks that maybe have been prevented from playing too much Valorant because they don't have a community, or they feel, like when they play a game, there's potentially toxic individuals that they're playing with, that kind of thing. We want to just encourage them to keep playing and potentially become the future of our female pro talent. So really, really excited about those tournaments. And lastly, we're working on a training program with our casters and analysts. We've seen a real lack of female casters and analysts applying for our tournaments, and we think that it's a huge part of the Valorant ecosystem, and we really want to create something that has curriculum that provides women with all the tools they need to become the best Valorant casters and analysts. And I know that there's talent out there that maybe is undiscovered, so we're really hoping to, harness that and propel them into future careers. That's only 2021, so we have a lot set for this year, but it's a long-term goal. We really want to promote women, over multi years, so definitely looking forward to it.
That's exciting. I know, as again, someone that has been in the esports industry for, I guess it's 20 years now, so that really dates me. There's just, I've never seen so much excitement around a game, around a community for women than Valorant. Like, it's just, I think I'm just so deep into this, and I'm so invested because there's so many women coming from all walks of life, from all other esports communities to congregate around this game, and just seeing women, studying game demos, and they know all the top strats that teams are doing, and they're working on their aim with various tools. It's super exciting and very inspiring. So obviously there's a lot of amazing things coming up, but historically esports has been a bit of a challenging space for women, hence why we've got all these amazing programs and initiatives and communities to help combat that. But I truly believe, the only way to really solve some of these challenges is to face them and talk about them. So Mel, we're going to go over to you first. What are some of the challenges that either you faced or you've identified that women's only teams and events have historically faced, and how do we address them and fix them?
At the casual level, it goes without saying there's like a lot of gender placed toxicity, obviously just trying to climb in ranks, just trying to get better at the game by playing the game. Obviously, there's just so many barriers when it comes to just getting harassed. I mean, just the other day I was playing ranked on stream, obviously in Immortal, top 1% of 1% of the world, that I'm getting called slurs. So, I mean, obviously I have a tough skin after however many years I've been playing games, but there's so many more girls out there that are little girls, young women, young teenagers that don't have a thick skin because who would expect that to, be in their hobby, right? I mean, even Jazzy was there and she's 16, and it's a bit sad that we have to expect 16-year-old girls to have a tough skin just to compete in the game that they want to play. So yeah, it goes without saying that toxicity is a big obstacle. The things that affects more pro play, I think, girls getting opportunities in pro teams, it's more how do I say? I would say it's kind of a boys' club. Obviously, in MDL, even if you look at CS:GO, there's obviously cliques, certain people stick together, so on and so forth. But I think that's definitely expounded when you're a woman. It's just obviously like people say you're a woman, like they kind of just were like, okay, if I had to pick two people of the same caliber and a guy is making a team, he'd probably just go with his friend, right? Like he's a guy, like they're friends, they can keep like, the same atmosphere, like guys joke around about the same things, they probably have something to relate to, so it would make sense on that level. I think that's something that kind of goes under the radar. They just don't get the same opportunities when it comes to being picked up and scouted for these tier 1 teams. I think it's really cool what EG is doing actually, so I hope that becomes kind of breaks down those barriers. And I think they definitely have, not to say that's definitely like super widespread, and not to say I don't have any personal experience with that, but I can definitely see like change has occurred, because Valorant is just, I don't know, it's something special. I mean, to add to what Shelby was talking about and to what you were talking about, Sapphire, I've never seen anything like it. Like in CS, there was maybe dozens of girls on ESEA that were competing that I can name off the top of my head, but now there's like dozens of teams signing up for Game Changers. Like it's awesome. But yeah, I would say that is kind of one of the more underlooked aspects of kind of like stopping opportunities for women.
And you know, you're probably gonna be a bit modest here, but I'm gonna add to this. And like, if you go into the Valorant community, like there's so many women in there that's saying like Cloud9 White is the reason that I'm playing. Like they gave me a reason to play. I feel motivated by them, and you know, I think the women's teams like, you know, Cloud9 and Dignitas and CLG as organizations that have been in women's esports for a long time have really inspired these other women to jump in and compete. So I know there's a lot of women today probably watching that are very grateful for that.
I mean, and you were mine, right?
Oh my
Not
gosh,
even to
yeah.
exaggerate. I think it is definitely a trend that women inspire women, right? The more representation, the better. And like women like you were like my direct like idol and inspiration. So like when I was an observer and for now. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Let's move over to Nikki. From your perspective in running community, what are some of the challenges that women's only events have historically faced, and how are you as a community organizer helping to address those challenges?
So just touching base on what Mel said, yeah, the base level of casual esports is very toxic. It's, you know, you'll see girls get harassed daily. They'll come into the server, they'll be like, this is what happened, this is what I'm going through, and it's a tough process for girls and even adults to take that kind of harassment in game. It's hard. It hurts a lot, and if you're not used to it, it definitely takes a toll on you. Like, you know, you want to play this game constantly every day, and then here you are just getting berated over things that you can't even control. It's, you know, it's not your fault. But for an actual like creating events and whatnot, we get a lot of it's been mostly positive for the most part. But you do get those guys that are like, why do they have to be separate? Why do we have to segregate it? Well, you see now, there's an issue that we face within gaming that you guys just don't understand yet. And you know, you haven't quite faced it, and you can say you have, but it's a different ball game for us here. And we're doing our best to foster and grow this community so that they can be prepared for the next level of gaming. And not everybody's there yet, and not everybody has had that chance to get there. So that's the point. That's the point of Valorant. So we're trying to grow and foster this community, prepare the girls for the next level of gaming, and hopefully one day soon, it's not going to be segregated communities. We're going to be able to all compete and partake in everything without having to face too much level of toxicity.
That's great.
And I think to Nikki's point, you know, one of the first things we get asked is, why are we hosting women's only events? Why are we separating women in this way? You know, could it potentially stunt women's growth in Valorant and esports in general? And I can definitely see where the criticism can come from. And I think when you're creating a women's only event, you have to think about the long-term implications. If you're just doing a one-off event, you know, I think there's some amount of potentially it feeling like a PR move, right? And I think when I'm talking about Game Changers specifically, that's something we really wanted to think about. Is we didn't want to be the WNBA. We didn't want to separate women, and men, and have a whole other women's league. All we want to do is provide additional opportunities and visibility to women who are interested in growing, learning, and playing in this space. And so I think when you're thinking about challenges, you want to think about what it means to bring everyone back together again. And how do we get there? You know, how do we go from just women's only events to having mixed gender teams, having women's and male teams competing on the same playing field? And the reality is we're just not on the same playing field right now. And it's not because of skill. And so that's the real problem. And that's why, you know, my response to those questions is always, we need these additional events. They're not separate in the sense that we're saying you can't enter other VCT events if you're a woman, you know? It's more just, here's more opportunity. Here's another opportunity for Cloud9 to inspire future pros. You know, here's another opportunity for you to learn more about the game, to grow in not just professional space, but beyond that. And so I think companies really need to think when they're doing diversity and inclusion events, you know, especially women's events, why are you separating it out? And how do you get to the point where you can bring it back together?
That's really great. You know, I've always been a long supporter of the women's events because, again, there's historically just been such a small pool of female women competitors, and it's really, really hard to be a pro. So when you have a much smaller pool of players, yeah, it's just going to be hard to obviously find those tier 1 players. But these women's events clearly are inspiring other women to start competing, and then we're going to grow that pool of players. Actually, one of my new favorite examples, I just learned this and I'm super excited to share it. I don't exactly remember the name, but I believe it's like the CSI effect or NCIS effect, you know, the forensic science TV show. Forensic sciences used to be at least 75 to 80% dominated by men. And then they put that show on TV and they put women in those lead roles. And a couple of years after that, forensic sciences is actually now dominated by women. And they attribute to that back to those female role models in those leading actress positions on television, bringing more spotlight to women in that position, and it inspired other women. And I just see like this direct translations to women's teams and women's esports. So I know that's a bit of a tangent, but I think it's a really exciting real life example.
That is awesome. Oh my God. I've never heard of that. I'm sorry. That's so cool.
Yes,
wow.
It is super cool. Like it's totally exactly what we're trying to do here, which is great.
I was gonna say to Shelby, what you said earlier, like some people arguing that it would stunt like women's growth. I mean, the results don't lie. I don't know what to say. We've beaten 2 pro teams that are all men, so go with that, which you will, really. Ever since FTW Showdown, we got signed. We have the resources we need to become better players and a better team, and we've taken down 2 teams dominated by men that are professional, signed, salaried. So I don't know what else they can do. I don't know how they can argue against the results.
Like that. Results don't lie. They definitely don't. Like, you see all of these girls starting to compete, and it's amazing.
Mm-hmm. I had another question that's later, but like Mel just triggered it, so I want to bring it up right now because this is something I face too in the observing world. It's like, okay, you know, I've proven time again that, you know, on Reddit you guys say I'm the best observer, yet why are you criticizing that I'm on the talent list again? Like, oh no, it's a female. So Mel, I'm going to go to you with this question. You know, what are challenges you've encountered as a competitor within esports that your male counterparts probably didn't? And, you know, it certainly seems like one is just like, I've proven myself many times, and how many times do I need to validate it? But any other things?
Like, to add to what I mentioned earlier, like one thing is like, if you want to even be considered good as like a woman, the standard is so much higher than as a guy. You have to do so much more. You have to be perfect. You have to be an exceptional player. You have to be amazing in every way to even be considered as like good. You know what I mean? So the fact that you have to go above and beyond your male counterparts is definitely something that's like, I've experienced that. It's kind of opened my eyes. I'm like, wow, this is pretty annoying. And I think there's definitely there's a lot of added pressure because obviously there's a lot of like eyes on you, and there's like a huge spotlight on like, oh, the girl team, how are they going to perform? And so I'll be going into a match, like if it was any other guy team, they're going to be like, okay, it's like a match, whatever. Obviously there's some pressure, there's always nerves involved no matter what, that's just part of the competition. But obviously it's like, oh, here I am in the server, like the Reddit comments, here we go, like here we go on Twitter, everyone's watching just to see. There's just so many people that watch out of hate, like they watch and they want to see you fail. And that's something that it's like, obviously that comes with any team, like Sentinels, I'm sure every team gets that, but it's like, I want to see you fail because you're a woman, right? It's like, I want this initiative to be proven wrong. It's like, what? Just thinking about things like that, and that people are doing that is, I don't know, it's a bit I don't know, not demotivating, but it just takes some getting used to.
Yeah, it's hard, you know. Yeah, we how many times do we have to prove ourselves sometimes, and that can be frustrating.
Yeah, exactly.
So Allie, let's move over to you. You know, obviously you're creating something really amazing here in collaboration with Game Changers. So you talk to us about the design process from Nerd Street's perspective when designing and operating an event like Game Changers. I'm sure there's probably some complications too when it comes to running an all-women's event.
The complications are really just logistical barriers to overcome, which in any event, that's always the situation. So the process kind of starts, you know, a pitch would come in, whether it's from a third party or if it's something that Nerd Street wants to start doing themselves. It gets handed off to the competitive operations department, which is the department I'm from. And then we would design the tournament itself. Think about number of teams in it, the prize pool, what the structure is it a one day? And so on and so forth. And then once we have the structure, the logistics, and all of the rule set and schedule designed, we would pass that off to the marketing team and the broadcast team. We would basically we use Monday to do everything. So we would go in, communicate, have a meeting, talk about what's happening, what the plan is, and then we would start assigning assets, run of show. That would be the broadcast would take care of that. Marketing and design would work on broadcast graphics and social graphics. And then once everything is kind of ready to launch, the operations department puts up a registration page, and then we go live with it. And then once it's live, a lot of support questions come in, whether it's Discord or intercom or email. So it's kind of like a 24/7 job. You're always keeping an eye on socials for questions, on Discord for questions. It's kind of hard to separate, especially in the pandemic, work from life, especially when I work in my bedroom. But the process goes to there to when we go live. And on the days that we go live, we have everyone who's working the event have a time in which they show up. We go over a meeting, assign tasks for the day, and just go from there. A lot of the actual live event operations online is if there's a broadcast, we have a couple admins on Twitch moderation and clip collection for content. And then we have those who aren't on that overseeing what we use as Battlefy for operations, overseeing chat, see if teams have problems or whatnot. And then in certain situations, we can't have an admin in every single game, so we're on live support. So people come in and out of the voice call to talk to us, to ask questions. On the women's side of things, I would say that I've seen the most just like not in a bad way, but like the most direct questions ever, where people are pulling snippets from the rules and asking me like, how does this work and whatnot. And I would say that it comes from a lot of the new faces that are in it. They're inexperienced, they're learning about it. So I love getting pinged at 1 a.m. It's actually really nice to see people going over the rules like, so I don't understand this rule, can you break it down to me? Because in all honesty, I'll go into a tournament that's not all women's, and people will say they read the rules and then they didn't. And I'll have situations where players and coaches are screaming at me and they're like, we didn't see this rule set. And it's like, this is the rules. In this situation, I've had almost no issues in regards to people not understanding the rules. And it's because people analyze what they're looking at and they come and approach the source directly.
Yeah, it's amazing how much work has to go into these events and how many folks are involved. I don't think everyone who watches a broadcast realize that we don't just press play and go. There's so many people working in the background. with Game Changers, NSG, and Riot teams working on these shows. So it's really cool to hear more about how it all works, and even, producing the events. I feel like I'm still learning new things all the time.
Yeah, it's an incredibly complex process. I'm always amazed by Riot Games and Nerd Street are handling all of it. And I guess I'll give a shout out here to Valorant. Like if you want to learn some of the parts of this, I know Valorant has different training programs around casting and production and observing. So it's a great way to get started and learn about these for potential future careers. Ali, back to you. What is your aspiration for future events, and how does this fit into Nerd Street's greater mission?
I mean, my personal dream would be to run the biggest and baddest tournament of all time. But when we relate to running all women's tournaments, at the end of the day, Nerd Street's mission is about accessibility. The mission is to increase access to equipment and technology that is required to be a successful competitor. So when we look at accessibility on a tournament side, that's why we're involved in all women's tournaments, to provide women with the opportunity to compete. However, at the end of the day, all of Nerd Street's events are co-ed. So I want to see more women coming into regular events, not just all women's tournaments, because that's where you're going to get more experience. I feel all women's tournaments are amazing and they provide the first step into competing. But if you want to continue that grind, you got to go into everything else. You got to sign up on random $500 cups you'll see around. Just throw yourself into the ring, and I would say just take a yes, say yes to every tournament opportunity you get.
That's great advice. Mel, back to you. So, you've had some experience in CSGO before transitioning to Valorant. You played on some multi-gender teams, and now you're on a full women's teams. What are some of the differences between those two teams, or are there any?
I'm not sure.
The first thing I would say is that on the better co-ed teams, there's definitely more experience, right? There's these guys who've been playing the game for ever. My first LAN teammates, they were veterans of the game. They played the game for 10 years, and they were always winning the local LANs. It was always a batch of 15 different guys, and they would just swap between who won each LAN and be I gotcha, I won this time. So definitely experience. They've been taught by others, or they've just played the game so much that they know the structure, what the structure of the team looks like, and everything down to the last minute detail. For girl teams, it's there's a different sense of camaraderie. I guess in sisterhood is the closest thing I can say. Some people assume it's you people only play on girl teams because they can't make it to co-ed teams, but I think one thing a lot of people look over is that the camaraderie you have on a full women's team, where you have women that you can relate to in your struggles. Everyone's relating to the same struggles you're going through right now. Everything we're talking about, imagine if it was 4 other people in a team environment. Everyone knows what each other's going through. They know exactly how to support them because they've been through that. And it just makes for a really awesome support system. And we obviously talk about things that only girls would talk about, right? So it's that aspect is really cool too. Like I said, relating back to sisterhood, it's just we get to talk about things and relate about things that we can't with guys. I'm not saying that's a deal breaker or anything. I just would say that's definitely a huge benefit that people overlook.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There's just, my answer back to people is why all women's team? Why won't you play with men? My answer's who cares? Just play with the 4 other people that you want to play with. This is a video game after all. You're meant to have fun. You're meant to bond with your teammates, and if it's 4 other women that you want to grind with and find success with, then great. If it's a co-ed team, that's great too. I think, to a lot of us here, it doesn't matter who's on your team, as long as you're happy, you're fun, you're surrounded by the best possible teammates, regardless of, whether it's skill or sisterhood. It's all good. It's all good. So that was a great answer, Mel. All right, so obviously, we've got Game Changers starting here, and this is something that's very important to all of us here. So, Shelby, let's start with you. How would you define success for events like Game Changers?
I think the obvious answer that a lot of people would, discuss when it comes to measuring against goals is viewership. And I think there's a lot more beyond viewership that is a little bit harder to measure, but I think is, equally, if not more important when it comes to these kinds of events. I think a big one's going to be increased fandom. I mentioned this before, but I think growing the fandom for teams and players specifically, how many fans tune into their auxiliary team or personal streams, following on social media, all that kind of stuff. It seems like it might be silly, but it honestly makes a difference over the long term, and we really want to grow with fandom. We want people to look at, multiple of our women's and men's teams and have fandom for them equally. And I think another thing that is a little more difficult to measure is fan sentiment around these specific female teams and players. Do they see them as equal to male pros? Do they believe they have a similar skill level, even if the numbers show that they do? What do they think personally? Do they reference them when they talk about the best Valorant players in the world? Those are really more difficult to measure, but I think that they speak to, women being part of the normal esports scene, and it's something we definitely want to try and measure more. I think overall it's not a numbers game, and that's really what I want to emphasize, is that while numbers can be definitely important, that's really not the whole story. We want to look at the long-term ramifications of these kinds of events, and that's going to be hard to measure immediately, but definitely trying to figure out the best way to do that.
That's great. I'm so glad you said sentiment. I'm just going to add on top of that. It's like, okay, I'm a hardcore Reddit user. I probably read every thread on the Valorant competitive subreddit, but like one of the things that I've noticed over the last 6 to 9 months, there's more threads about the women's teams and players. That's awesome. That doesn't happen in a lot of esports. And on the off chance that someone does say something negative, and about Cloud9 White, for example, like those get downvoted and the positive comments get upvoted. And like, it's hard to measure, but like, the community is kind of bonding together around these teams and saying like, no, like, oh, you're not going to trash Cloud9 White. Like, they're awesome. They're amazing. Mel is killing it. And that toxicity is being like pushed out. And that hasn't always happened, and the women are being celebrated for their successes, and the women's teams are being talked about on social and Reddit and on stream. So it's a very difficult thing to measure, but one that like if you just kind of eyeball it, you can see more conversations are happening, and that's great.
Oh, many so.
Go ahead,
Sophie.
No, go on, Mel.
I was gonna say, like, Sapphire, I'm right with you. I am such a serial Reddit user, probably bad for my mental at this point. But over like the past 4 or 5 years, I've always been like a little Reddit user. But like I can definitely see the shifts, because I used to go on Global Offensive, and obviously there would occasionally be like a thread on women, which, like you said, like way more threads about like the women's teams in the Valorant competitive subreddit than there are ever before. And a lot of the times it would be so negative. It would be like, oh my god, like you guys are like infesting me with your negativity. I need to go. Like this is like so bad. Like it would usually be the negative comments getting upvoted, and people just throwing around random studies about, oh, women are genetically X and Y, and I'm like, oh my god, here we go again. It would always be in every single one of those threads. I think you've seen the same ones, and I'd be like, wow, this is, and the positive comments would be the ones like at the very bottom, and they'd be in the controversial, and I'm like, wow, this is yikes. But in Valorant competitive, it has been like the complete opposite. It has been so awesome to see.
That's awesome. That's great.
And to add to that, I think there's some kind of establishment of like normalcy when it comes to having these conversations and these posts. Like the narrative shouldn't necessarily be, in my opinion, oh, they're women and oh, they're good. It's like, oh, they're good, and then that's the end of that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's almost like the fact that they're male, female, whatever, I feel like moving away from that part of the narrative. Like that's exciting because they're women. It almost makes it harder for us to push through those barriers. Whereas like I feel like if it's just referencing some good play or something like that, it's just because they're a good player, and that's really the end of that conversation.
Yep, I'd say a lot. I get the question a lot from people like, what can I do to support the women's scene? And like it's kind of just that, like celebrate them because they're awesome, not because they're women. And I know a lot of us probably have when we're playing, like we'll get comments that they're trying to give a compliment and they're like, wow, that was a really good play for a woman. It's like, huh? That's the worst thing that's the worst thing you can say. And so, you know, just celebrate all these amazing women because they truly are. Like this weekend in Game Changers, there's a lot of Radiants, there's a lot of Immortal players playing. They're in the top percentages of the game, and that's something fantastic. Nikki, from the Gallant's perspective, how would you define success for events like Game Changers?
I would define it more as like, yes, of course, fan base is huge, and getting support in total is a huge thing just for any kind of professional aspiring gamer, for sure. But I think the largest success from this is just girls looking up to those who are competing, and they're seeing that this is possible and we can do it. You know, these events are so influential to the girls within the server, especially. You could see they're asking, are there streams? Can we watch this? We want to cheer on. They have watch parties. It's amazing to see this, and it's amazing to see, you know, there's a teen on Bind Crouch who's, you know, yeah, see, Mel, you're laughing. You know, there's just so many girls that this is so influential to them, and they want to be able to aspire to something greater. They just, you know, slowly they're getting there. Maybe they're iron, or maybe they're bronze, you know, whatever. But they're so excited to see things on the screen finally and be represented in the gaming community, that they're just so excited, and they're so ready to begin this journey. And of course, not everybody's going to be a pro player, but at least we can all experience the competitive sense in one way or another. And that's what's going to continue to grow this community of not just female gamers, but gamers in general.
Can I just say that I cannot wait for LANs. I will be at the Gallants meetup. I'm going to just say that now on the record. I'm so excited.
Yeah,
I don't think it's clicked for me yet. Like, there's going to be so many awesome girls at these LANs. I just can't wait.
Yeah, I know. We were talking about this, me and my administration. We're like, we're so excited for this. Just to be there and be part of like this movement. We're just like, this is gonna be so cool. We're gonna finally meet people who are like really know what we're going through. We're all gonna hang out and just have a party, and it's just great.
We gotta get like Guinness World Records out to the first LAN, because I guarantee it's gonna be the most females at a tournament ever.
Yeah.
I guarantee it.
So down.
Mel, from the team perspective, like what does success look like for you regarding Game Changers?
Got you backside.
I mean, we're definitely going to win it. I'm not really too concerned. Just kidding. Well, not really. Anyway.
I really love the confidence behind that. Yeah, we need more of that.
I'm dead. Obviously, the narrative is that we're obviously the defending title of the last like FTW showdown, like the last Riot Major for women. Are you asking like what Game Changers would look like for us specifically? What success would look like?
Yeah, do specifically own it, Mel.
Oh yeah, we just want to destroy all the teams. I'm gonna be real. We just want to make it very obvious, like we're still the best team. Like we're the one that has been here from the beginning. So I mean, we're still on the grind. Primarily, our interest is like Ali said earlier, is competing in like the open tournaments. That has always been our main goal. And obviously, it's just a chance for us to hold our title, just to make sure everybody knows. You know, just to make sure everybody still knows.
That's great. And then Ali from Nerd Street, what does success look like for you?
I would say that it kind of is two different parts. One, I want to see more women in tournaments in general. I was going to say that the first time I ever interacted with another woman on LAN was Thea, when she was at GexCon 2018, and she was on a co-ed team. She was the only girl, I believe, competing at the time. And I was like looking over the registration like, oh, this is, and I looked up and I was like, oh, like I saw someone just like me standing in front of me for the first time working in Nerd Street for a couple months, in tournaments at least, on LAN. So seeing more women online and on LAN, and most importantly, seeing more orgs get involved in supporting the women's community and providing them with the resources and opportunity to compete. Right now, there's only 4 official orgs that have a signed roster. And I am leaving out Genji on this just because they are their content creators, but they're not like an official team. So I have a whole list of orgs that have not signed a women's team yet, and I want to see those orgs pick up teams that are competing in this tournament.
That's great. That's great. I'm gonna just add to the Thea story. Like, that's one of my favorite stories in esports. Is Thea's actually a member of Dignitas's women's Valorant team, and we had met her, I believe it's like 2016, and she was 13, 14 years old, playing on a co-ed team, and she met the Dignitas women, and she just came up and she's like, I didn't know other women play. I didn't know there's a women's team, and like she was just in shock. She started like crying when she met us, and we were just like, we didn't know how to handle this. Oh, please don't cry. And she's like, I'm gonna be on your team someday. Like, it was just that definitive. She's like, that's it. Like, I'm focusing every effort, and here we are many years later, and she's she's on a top 4 women's Valorant team. So goes to show like that a lot of we don't even know we're role models. We don't even know we're inspiring, and that's something like we need to embrace that. It's something that's actually taken me many years to really embrace and realize that we all here today are help shaping the futures for other women, which actually is a perfect segue into my next question. What are the steps can established pro players and leaders within the industry do to help elevate women within the industry? Mel, let's start with you as a pro player. What can you do to help elevate other women?
I guess the first thing that comes to mind is I'm going to kill it. I just need to be excellent and everything I do. I just need to be an amazing player. I need to be a good entertainer. I need to be a good content creator. I need to be a good leader. I need to lead the way so others can take inspiration from my actions. And if I do well enough, then they can look to me as a good role model. That'd be the first thing I would think. Second thing is not remaining quiet on certain issues. You can't just stand idly by when you have a platform. You need to speak up on things. That's also a really big part of it. I wouldn't also say not to ignore certain issues because they don't affect you, and also avoid some of that. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of this, but the Queen Bee effect, where it's oh, now a woman has gotten success in a male-dominated community. Now it's all hers. No one else can do it, and she's gonna badmouth all the other girls or the women that try to get involved. And so that's actually, it has a Wikipedia page and everything. And just making sure you're actively avoiding that mindset, because it comes more often than you think, and you need to be aware that just because you got here doesn't mean you're not the only one, sis. Other ones gotta come in. You have to welcome the whole community, right?
That's great. I'm gonna add to that. As you said, we can't be quiet. We need to speak up, and that actually goes not just to other women. It goes to men too. Yes, there's going to be toxic people, and it's hard to change their ways. But if you're in a game with someone being toxic, don't laugh. Don't egg them on. If you're laughing and supporting that toxic person, you're only elevating the problem. Don't be scared of being called a white knight. It's okay to speak up. And beyond just speaking up, just tuning in, supporting players' streams, their social, supporting the Game Changers event. It all makes a difference. All right, Nikki, what can you do and other leaders in the industry do to support and help elevate women within the community?
Honestly, just provide them with the same amount of opportunities as their male counterparts. It's so important to introduce, females to every aspect, production, competitive, all the back end things that you don't think are very large, but they play such a large part in making events and making the future successful. It starts at the bottom and you have to build your way up, and that's with anything that you do. So just provide the same opportunities and allow people to grow. We're not all going to be perfect. It's hard to be perfect. So we're going to fail and we're going to trip sometimes, but just allow us to grow and allow us those same opportunities. I think that's really just the basic gist of it.
Great. And then Shelby, obviously, being at Riot, you interact with Valorant pros and League of Legends pros. What can you do and what can they do to help elevate women within the industry?
Honestly, I think to add what Nikki said, there's a real gap in knowledge about what jobs exist in esports outside of just being a pro player or even being a caster or analyst. Most of my colleagues, women and men, stumbled into their jobs by accident. Genuinely, if I hadn't gone to Worlds in 2018, I don't know if I'd be here. And so I think more training programs, more curriculum, more, working with local colleges, universities to showcase all the opportunities that exist in esports. It's such a new industry. I think that we're just getting there to where things are more established and people are starting to understand everything that goes into this. But, I think there's jobs out there for people that are passionate about games, but maybe aren't the best in the world. I wouldn't say I'm an incredible League of Legends player, but I work on LCS events because I love the LCS. And so I think if we can bridge that gap, we're going to see more representation in all aspects of esports. And the more you see those faces, something we've been saying so much in this panel, the more you see this representation in every aspect. You see them playing, you see them casting, you see them working at an event when you go live in person. You feel that community around you. You feel lifted up and supported to grow, in whatever that may be, whether it's casual or you want to make a career out of it. So I just want it to be a less unique situation to see women in these positions. And I think if leadership focus more on not just the typical, things that they can point to for opportunities for women, we'd see a lot more growth there.
That's great. Allie, over to you. What can you do as a leader in the space to help elevate women within the industry?
It's I sound like I'm repeating what everyone else said, but establish a providing opportunity at the end of the day is what needs to be done. And sometimes that opportunity won't be provided because those who are providing it have a toxic mindset behind them. So the mindset that specifically that this is a popular thing on TikTok at the moment where women use a certain audio to showcase their hobbies is that men believe that women are in esports for the wrong reasons, that we're here to get attention, that we don't actually enjoy the game, we don't play the game, we don't have hobbies. That's the kind of narrative that needs to be crushed for people in the space to kind of get over this barrier of providing women with opportunities, is just believe women and trust them because we're here for the right reasons. We want to play this game. We're just as competitive and sweaty as all of you.
Yes. This is true. I get really sweaty when I play. All right. Last question. This is a tough one, but an important one for the future. I'm going to leave it open, whoever wants to start, because it's a tough one. How do you hope esports will change in the next 5 years to be more inclusive for both women and minorities? Like, what is your ideal world in the next 5 years? Anyone want to jump in?
I could jump in here.
Go for it.
I kind of spoke about this in a previous question, but I think there's this predicament right now, and I'm going to use kind of Hollywood films as a reference here. I'm going to call it like the Ocean's predicament, where I'm talking about like the Ocean's 8 all-female cast and the Ocean's 11 all-male cast. And there was a lot of sentiment and reviews that spoke about typecasting empowerment. You're kind of this overemphasis on something like race, gender, sexual orientation, where it almost feels like pandering rather than just including them in the narrative. And that's something I see bubbling over into a lot of diversity and inclusion initiatives, and a lot of women's events specifically. I don't want women to just be the narrative because they're women. And I want the industry to support women and minorities in a way where they are part of the narrative because they're just part of the story. They're not, the story isn't, oh, these are minorities and women, and I feel like I'm repeating myself, but I think that's a very, important aspect of this. I want to see growth in esports with women minorities, but that not to be the only thing we reference when we talk about these kinds of players, these types of, people that are in the industry. I think in an ideal world, I'd love to see mixed gender, female and male teams competing at that level playing field. And it's not because, they are female or mixed gender that they're getting those opportunities. It's because they're, just as good. Mm-hmm. And so if we see more diversity in players in our broadcast and the production side of things, I think ultimately we're growing towards that, and I'm hoping that it continues. But I want to just continue to inspire and grow that type of thinking.
Yeah,
untouched.
definitely.
Yeah.
Branching
Yes.
off on that, Valorant right now is an all-female community and female identifying community. But that's just the baseline. Our entire goal is to literally just foster and help people grow to the point where they can start competing in whatever they want to compete in. I personally don't always want to do female events in the future. I want to be able to provide those opportunities to the C9 whites in the future and all of that, because at a certain point, we're going to be doing an injustice to those female players if we just cap them at a certain, right there. It's not fair to those who want to develop further. They need to be able to continue. So for myself, our goal is to just see everything combined, Let everybody who wants to play the game, be competitive, be sweaty, as we all like to say, you know what I mean? Play the game that you want to play and just have fun with it, enjoy it, continue on wherever you want to go. Yes, that's my 2 cents.
Amen. Mel, what does the ideal next 5 years look like for you?
Pretty much exactly what Shelby and Nicolette said. Just more integration and not just like, oh, these girls get picked up or integrated to these teams just because they're girls, but more like, yo, these girls are good. Like they are good as a player goes, like standardized, right? Like get them onto more equal teams, like get them onto male teams. Maybe in the next 5 years we see like a lot of more women on like tier 1 teams. I think one thing too, I don't know if this actually falls within 5 years. I don't know what you guys think, let me know, but I would love to see like this kind of like esports thing start in like high school, maybe even middle school, where it's like, what if we got computers into like these high schools and like now anyone can play them, and now we can get more women started and interested in gaming earlier, in competitive gaming, right? Like you're gonna tell me if you didn't have like 5 nice computers in the library and it's like you could take a esports class or like an esports extracurricular and you just show up and you get to like play the game and you get like to compete under your high school. You tell me that wouldn't be nuts? I feel like that would introduce so many more women to esports and it would be just insane. Because just speaking from my experience, I never talked about gaming in high school. That was a secret that I kept to myself. That was just between me and my online friends. There was no clubs for gaming, and if there were, there was like all guys, and I don't want to be in there and be like, oh, I don't want to be the girl in here. I don't want to be the only girl in here. Come on. So I think that would be really cool to see, but I'm not even sure if that even applies within 5 years. I feel like that could take a while.
I will say
agree.
that's actually already happening a little bit. I know right under Riot's umbrella specifically, there definitely some more emphasis on starting in high school and high school programs, and even now college scholarships where, folks who are good at the game join a college team, kind of like you would if you were a great volleyball player, football player, etc. So I don't know that it's specifically targeted towards women, but I definitely think that it's starting, and I agree. I hope that continues over the next 5+ years.
I agree with.
Go ahead.
Ooh, I'm so sorry.
Go
I
ahead,
agree
yeah.
with Mel's sentiment about starting in high school, because I was the opposite of Mel. I didn't understand why it was frowned upon for me to play video games. I played it all through middle school, and getting into high school my freshman year, I quit because I was getting bullied because of the fact that I was vocal about playing video games. So starting at a very early age, getting into middle schools and high schools, and reminding even little boys like, hey, girls aren't playing video games because they want to impress you. Girls are playing video games because they want to play, they want to compete. So getting rid of the toxic mindset is the first step, and giving accessibility to younger kids is the second step. And I think that that's what would cause real change, is because it starts at a younger level.
Nikki, you had something?
Yeah, stop making it weird that girls play video games, please. It's totally fine. It's even just a weird norm to talk about it now, and I'm 25. Like it's just not normal for people to be like, why do you play that? Because I like it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm actually really passionate about like educating parents too, that like it's actually fine for women to play games. This is normal. And showing parents that path that yes, like your son or daughter, like they might not be a pro gamer. That's really hard. But like there's so many careers opportunities that if they have a passion for gaming, this can pave the way for a very successful career. And I do think it starts at that high school, middle school level.
Yeah, if you told my parents that I would be working in esports, they would be like, "What? What are you doing? What are you talking about? That's not a thing." I think they're still a little confused sometimes.
Yeah. My parents didn't come around until I started traveling, and they're like, "Wait, can I come with you now? That's pretty cool."
Yep.
Yeah, my mom was the same way. I also want to say to you, I feel like having it in a high school environment means like their playtime is kind of supervised, and like their interactions with other people might be a bit supervised. Because I think one thing too is over the next 5 years, I really want to see the internet and esports just be a safer place for girls. Like, I mean, I think this is something that's really not talked about at all. Is like, I feel like it can genuinely be dangerous being a girl, like a little girl online. Like, how many stories have we heard of, like these young women talking to men that are like super way older than them, like, and they reach out to them because they're vulnerable, and they're the only girl in the room, they're the only girl in their community, and they reach out to them. And I think that's one thing that a lot of women kind of, not even women, girls, sorry, literally girls, they can't even consent to this awkward relationship. And I think a lot of talent actually becomes distracted by these people that reach out to them that are like way older than them and having a very inappropriate relationship. And I think that's something that's really not talked about, really. And I hope that the internet becomes a safer place for these young girls.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we all know this can and should be a wonderful space, but it is on all of us. It's all of our responsibility to make sure that we're creating a safe space, an inclusive space where we're educating both women and men and young boys and young girls about being smart, but also just finding your place, finding your safe space, finding your group of friends, your network to support you. And it truly can be something special. And I know we all feel that. I know that's why we put in all the hours that we do really to create this as a beautiful space for not just men, but or not just women, but men, minorities, everyone. We want this to be a super inclusive space, and we're getting there. Like every day, every single day, it truly gets better. So I think with that, that's it for us. I want to thank all of you. This was incredibly insightful. I know all the other people in chat are going to feel the same. Thank you so much for bringing your insight and helping to inspire other women to jump into Valorant and esports and all that makes this place a very exciting space. So let us know, please, if you guys are listening. Let us know if you want to see more panels like this. We hope you do, but shout us on chat or social. Let us know. We want to build this as a space for everyone. So thank you so much for tuning in today. And please, please, please take some time to support all the incredible women that have made this event possible, VCT Game Changers. The best thing that you can do is just continue to support women in esports. Like I said, downvote those negative comments on Reddit, upvote the great ones. Continue to support the women, tune into the matches, tune into their streams, cheer them on social, and let's continue to make Valorant esports and esports in general an incredible place for everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks.
One enemy remains.
Hello everybody and welcome to the VCT Game Changers North America. Over the next few days, 8 teams will be battling out for that Series 1 title. I'm your host, Yingsu, and as you guys can see, I'm joined by the ever so dashing Mansili and the Aussie Queen, Jess. Welcome guys. Jess, this has got to be the record for the most time zones represented on a single desk, I reckon.
You know, that's all they had to do was bring on an Australian. They said, checkmate, we've got Jess in, and we've got the other time zones, and we've got the diversity of the other regions. So we're checking every box here today.
I'm super excited about this one. I'm actually glad that I'm on the side of this panel because we got some beautiful ladies with some beautiful dresses. We got some Versace out here. I'm just with my H&M. I don't even know what's going on anymore.
No, you look great, Vansili, as always. Now, of course, we wouldn't be here without the Game Changers initiative. Game Changers is designed to provide experience and a spotlight to elevate the women in the Valorant competitive community. Competing in games as a woman can be a daunting task, oftentimes resulting in very real competitive disadvantage. But starting this month, the Game Changer series and the Game Changers Academy will create a whole new set of competitions with the goal of building the Valorant Champions Tour that better represent the diversity of our community. Amen. The VCT Game Changer series will be a set of top tier tournaments for those of you guys at home who aren't so familiar, with large prizes on the line for the best performing teams. These competitions will take place all around the world, with the first one, of course, starting this weekend right here in North America.
Boom.
Jess, what a great initiative. I'm honestly, I cannot say better things about this than I already have.
You know, probably the biggest thing I can sort of draw in personally is I started my esports career as a player. I know how difficult it was. I mean, I was playing competitive back in 2015. I've been through it all. I know what it's like. So for these women right now to have this that we didn't technically have back in the day, this is so, so important.
Yeah, I come from a different game, another tactical FPS, and they actually did have their tournaments for like full women, and I just love the competition that we saw in that game, and we saw some errors happen as well. I'm thinking about SK Ladies or even the G3X back then of like 2003, 2005. So it's nice that now Valorant, they kick things off so fast for Riot, and we already have one circuit going out for the women. And I'm just honored and blessed actually, because this is your show, this is your light, and you've accepted me into the scene, and I appreciate that.
And also, thanks for bringing me back to NA. It's been a while. I'm super, super excited to kind of check in and see how everything has been going on. And speaking of that, we do have 3 best of 3s coming up today. So let's take a look at the schedule so you guys know exactly what is happening and what to expect. Kicking things off in the first quarterfinals, Cloud9 White will be taking on Man I Love FWOGS. I will be saying frogs from now on because y'all don't want to hear my accent pronounce that W for the rest of the day. But of course, following that, CLG Red will be taking on OWA. And at the end of the day, we'll also bring you guys a lower bracket matchup as well. So let's take a look at that bracket now. We know what the schedule is, so you guys know sort of the format and everything that's going to be going on. Of course, I said earlier, 8 teams, double elimination, a lot on the line here at Vansili. But of course, losing today, unless it's in that lower bracket, it's not the end of the world.
Exactly. I mean, there's second chances, and even going into the finals, it's a best out of 5. Even getting into the top 8 was amazing because we actually have 32 wonderful teams that actually compete against each other. We had 8 groups of 4. They went into group stages. You had the round of 32s, and now you have your final 8. And when you look at these 8 teams, rather, it's actually a stacked bracket. Out of this, I mean, you have the top orgs right now that we currently know in Valorant. We have the appearance of CLG. TSM's already there. TSM's actually winning pistol rounds for once. I think this is great to see.
You know, the one you've really got to point out there, though, especially if you're a big fan of Annie like I am, is C9 White. Looked at the top of your screen there. They're going up against FWOGS. That's our first matchup. So for the team that I'm most excited for, I'm so glad that it's C9 we get to cast first fans, because that is a team full of some stacked gunners.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's talk about this matchup. This is going to be the first quarterfinals between these 2 teams, C9Y and FWOGS. Of course, we know who C9Y are. You know, they've kind of grown into this team we love. They've sort of proven themselves, not just, you know, in the female scene, but also over the past few months when they have taken down other tier 2 and tier 1 teams in North America as well. But yeah, talk me through this team, Vansili, you know, because we know who they are and we know how they got here, but why have they been such a big threat?
I think it's with the big brains of Melanie, right? Mel coming into the captain as the IGL has been doing great, actually calling this. They have immense firepower with the rest of the players that they have for the team. And also, we have to note out that they have a 6-player roster, too. So the 6-player roster, at first, we know how Jazzikin is young and she has school. They actually have 2 players that are actually still full-time students. So to find the time to actually to have that roster, to play in such a deep map pool, it's great now to have that 6-player roster to allow that deep map pool that we would eventually see for Cloud9 White.
It works for them, doesn't it? And I think that's something that teams are slowly looking into the future for. They're going, all right, not only do we need a sub, because at the end of the day, you know, things happen. Got incidents going on. We need someone to sub in last minute. No problems. We've got someone. But it also allows these people to live a broader lifestyle that was otherwise not available before. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got school. I've got this. What am I going to do? No worries. We've got enough women to fill that sub stack to cap in for you. So that's what we like about these 6-woman rosters or 6-people rosters that we got going on at the moment.
And what I do like about it, actually, if you're looking at this roster too, talking about their deep map pool, because the ones that they're subbing in are always going to play that same map. We'll talk about it a little bit later once we have the map pool and the vetoes, but it's nice to see. And even going into a map like Icebox, for example, if it actually goes into Icebox, or sorry, it's split. Somebody like Annie Dro, who usually plays a Sova, is actually even going to sit out into that map to allow the other 2 players to play in. So as much as you like to say that it's going to be Jazzikin or Alexis Marie that only plays 2 maps each, they're both going to play that 5th map, which is going to be split. So it's deep what they have for Cloud9 White.
Well, that is their advantage, right? Because this is a team that's been together for a while now. They've had time to gel and they've had time to get all of the maps knuckled down. And as we can see, as we go through this tournament, is that there's not that much data for some of the other teams who have sort of just come together over the last couple months. So they might, you know, maybe struggle against a team like C9 White. But Jess, you know, moving on to the sort of their challengers, FWOGS, who are these ladies and how do they get to the point they have now?
Well, as Van sort of got to point out, for C9 White, there's a lot of big names that you're already going to know, and then you look to FWOGS, and you're like, oh, I don't really know a lot of these players. I can't really search up a lot of them. You can Google a couple of their names, but it's mostly Twitters that come up, but they're still big hitters. They made it through the group, so you can't underestimate them in any form, but they were the lowest seed coming into the finals, of course. We're out playoffs now, and as a result, they are technically going to be rated the lowest, but I still don't think that that's going to be the case jumping into this game. They did manage to say, and I think it was you who brought this up, Yinsu, the fact that Ali said that she really looks up to these players. She's inspired by C9 White. She's hoping to get in and get, you know, down and dirty into the game because she has the VODs that they don't have on them. So that's probably the clear advantage here that I think FWOGS will have over C9 White is they've got the VODs, C9 White don't.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Yinsu. Jess, it is time. You and I kicking it off, and we are starting in the quarterfinals for Cloud9 White. And also, man, I love FWOGS. I almost did the acronym, but we're not going into it. We're looking at Bind. This is actually going to be something very fun because Cloud9 White, this is also going to be the first time in this tournament that we will see Astra.
Yeah, that's the huge thing as well. A lot of people aren't going to be familiar with Astra as an agent. You know, even myself, I'm still looking through a lot of the abilities going, all right, how does this affect a round? How are you going to use this, you know, whether it's a retake scenario, whether it's just going to be an execute on the site. How are you going to use Astra? However they use it, I'm interested to see the new meta.
Definitely. And Cloud9 White, to start things off, we have 4 ladies that are getting ready to go aggressively towards this mid side. And just talking about Astra, as you mentioned here just now, Jess, we do have Astra putting up that first smoke so they could try to hide into it. But things stay quiet, as it seems as though for FWOGS, they really want to try to take the extremities.
Yeah, why not? Look it over to your little mini-map there. It's a cluster of the blue over towards A, and that's where they want to hold off on to begin with. We said that FWOGS were going to be aware of some of those push points here for C9 White. Are they aware? Yes. Look at Annie. She's surely around A crossfire now, and it looks like a teammate of Katie. She'll come zooming through to make it a play. And this pistol round, I tell you what, I didn't expect, you know, either team to be a bit of a smashing coming into it, Vans, but you know, C9, they're showing that that's why there's C1 team or C2 team coming into this tournament.
Definitely, and now Dinos has to pick up the spike. She's on her own with one more teammate, but they are split off across the map. Technically, they do have a sandwich versus Cloud9 White, but it's also a 1 versus 4 on both extremities. So we do have the spike falling back towards the B site. We have Cliff Area who's moving back towards the spawn to cut the rotation too, and I love the setup. The camera to watch the rotation, and now the spike is also going to be planted with C9 White coming on the rotation.
Well, it's a 2v4. I mean, Vans, what do you expect? Do you think the retake can happen? It's pistol round. You might as well go all the way in. You're not got anything to lose here, really.
100%. They're waiting for the smoke to dissipate. They also have the recon dart that can come out too, and they're just going to drop down. But Clay Ferry's in the back of the site. That's going to be Katie to fall first. But they are holding down as much as they can. Dinos is only going to be able to take one more, and the defuse will come back for Mel, as that was basically a ball of trades for Cloud9 White coming out into this B site.
They're really good post-plan positions as well. I mean, even though you're going up against a 2v4 and then once you get that first initial kill or 2v3, it doesn't really matter. The crossfires are still strong. Even as the smoke dissipates, it doesn't matter if your position's given up. You know your teammates got your crossfire from across the site. Really well done. Good first round. Good momentum boost here for C9. And if you're FWOGS, you want to stop that as soon as possible. But when you got pistols going up against, you know, is that a bulldog I see over there? All I'm saying is it's going to be a difficult round here.
The Bulldog picked up by Katie, the latest addition to Cloud9 White, coming over from Counter-Strike Go into this roster. She's been a dominant player in the Counter-Strike scene, playing with Team Mythic, which is Flom's team, and now with C9 White having a full salary, going straight into this game. Being flawless so far for Cloud9 White as Kat gets the first blood down towards short A. Lynn, the first to fall, she was trying to dash through. And you see here for FWOGS, they actually have a triple duelist, so they have to play very aggressively.
Oh, that aggression. It didn't really work out in the end, Vans. Look at that. Stuck all the way over in lamps, and that's a flawless round to come out. That is what I expected from a team who gets that momentum from pistol round, goes in the second round. I mean, if you're sitting there going, whoa, C9, they're looking crazy good. Hey, hush down a little bit. It's only been 2 rounds, and the momentum after the pistol round is expected to go into the hands of C9 White. I'm giving it until we got that first gun round when I can really make a good judgment here of FWOGS as to whether they are going to be a serious contender here in this map and into future maps.
100%, because you're looking at Cloud9 White right now. They won the first, they won the second. They pretty much went flawless on that second round too, so they're going to bonus into this round. So even if FWOGS wins this round, they're still going to have a lot of money for C9 White, so the test is not over yet for the ladies over on the attacker side. And Katie is going to try to draw first blood outside towards showers. That control being very important. And a pinch at the same time. So Katie's dashing in from the other extremity, and she's going to get the headshot onto Lynn. Meanwhile, they have dropped down to even the tally up on a 3 versus 3. Ellie trying to watch this towards the market side, the wall bang onto Alexis, and things starts very well for FWOGS on a 3 versus 1 remaining.
I mean, if you want anyone left on C9, Vans, it's Annie, because she's going to be the one that can absolutely take this cool, calm, collected zoom around the corner, and it's almost like cast a curse. Ali will take her out with a headshot, and Annie can't really do much, and it doesn't matter how well you talk up a player here, Vans. If you've got too many man advantage or woman advantage, what are we going to call this? It's usually the term's man advantage, but I know.
Player's advantage?
Players advantage. Let's go with that.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Too many players advantage on the side of FWOGS there. And I said, don't discount FWOGS because they're hopping into the game finally.
And what I do like about C9 so far is the past 3 rounds, they've put a lot of emphasis on taking short A control. On the pistol, when they're going to rush through, they could fight back. On the retake on showers, you saw at the beginning when they took Sands, they could actually pinch in towards this area. But finally, now that we have technically a full gun round for both of these teams, it could be kind of low though because they did lose a lot of players for FWOGS. There's going to be more of a default setup now for C9 White.
Well, there was a lot of A pressure last round, and it was quite swift this round, taking things a little bit more passively, and that's what I would expect, especially when you want to keep a lot of these weapons. You can look over to FWOGS right now, and they're the ones that want to be able to keep all of the weapons they can. That bolt is going to give a little bit of an indication to C9 White exactly where some of those players are, and I think Alexis will be the first one to have to go head-to-head with the Jet here. This could go really bad or really good really quickly.
I just saw in the X-ray though, somebody was watching that flanking. Katie pushed all the way out too, so two ladies pushing out towards Showers Control. They're trying to trade it out, and it works out. So Katie is out on a deserted island. She's gonna have to take down as many as she can before she falls, and she's only good for one. Now Ellie twitches, back with two more teammates, moving back towards the short A, but that Nebula just got popped up here by Katsumi. That doesn't allow for them to get any of that map control later on.
God, Astra's ability is so gorgeous, especially when you're hitting that bird's eye view on it. Paint shells will rain out. Unfortunately, doesn't get the color that they want. And as a result, now it's going to be an even player count. 20 seconds left, Vance, and you can see that camera feeding all the intel for the good jump, and you can't miss those shots. All of a sudden now it's going to have to be a Sova to try and attempt the retake. As the plant goes down, the wallbangs miss, and Vans, this is a tricky retake. Do they have enough utility to work with here?
They tried so much. The Sova darts, the two shock darts, they couldn't get the wallbang either. And now even the Neural Theft coming out from FWOGS allows the last two to get spotted from C9 White. So they know one's in hookah, one's in spawn. Annie's going to try to move in closely, but there's one just inside the cubby. There's going to be a perfect crossfire set. The first one of fate, but the flick still comes perfectly out for Annie Dro. She gets both them down. Meanwhile, Cat has dropped the third player. A beautiful retake for C9 White. And now 3-1 also on the scoreboard.
Now, this is what we were talking about before. We said that C9 had a great setup for their crossfires. You know what's lacking for FWOGS? Good crossfires. They're set up in really good post-player positions, but no one's acting on the crossfire. You should never let a player cross in the middle of your crossfire and take two 1v1s. That should never happen, especially when you got numbers advantage there. That's a shame there for FWOGS. That was a round that could have gone their way. Now we're hitting the 3-1 on the scoreboard, and look at the big carry, Katie.
Oh man, and even then, looking at Cloud9 White on that retake too, right? They had the luck of the timing, I guess, versus FWOGS, because you looked at the position as you mentioned, Jess. They had one in the cubby, one towards a shoulder, and they were really focusing more on hookah instead of spawn side, thinking it was going to be the first point of contact, but it wasn't the case. C9 White, like we said, makes it 3-1, and they're looking for this map control now for the attackers of FWOGS towards this long B side.
A really good indication that multiple of the attackers were over near that fountain area. We got that drone that spotted that out early on. Does that mean a rotate occurs? Probably not. Maybe they're just sussing out the site as it exists. A dink from across from Hookah is going to alert C9 that, they're a lot closer than they expected. And surely now a couple of the other defenders will work out that they may have to rotate at some point because they don't know if this is a switch and bait yet, Vans. They don't want to be too early on that call.
Well, now that Dinos also shot from the Octagon side, they know there's at least two players now towards this B side. And looking at that minimap, you see that Spike also rotating. And we're about to have this hit towards this B side. And also, this Brimstone Ultimate. If it's going towards Elbow, it's going to do so much damage to allow FWOGS to get into the site.
You want to see that pop off. You want to see this be an explosive round, and explosive it will be. Here comes the raise. Oh, but can't make anything out of that. Oh, what a shame. It's Katie. She doesn't miss. Look at the headshots raining down. It's a blue tsunami on your kill feed there. And all of a sudden, Katie the carry, she's really going to take this nickname and absolutely run with it.
Even then, you mentioned it, Jess, when they were fighting on that long-range battle from spawns in also into Hookah versus Ellie Twitches, she was down to 57 HP. So looking back into the spawn site, for her to still get an ace and still come out with 57 HP, that means that she had perfect cover as well from Mel's cyber cages that were popped up on the right side of the site.
Oh, my heart is racing here, and probably more for C9 White than it is for FWOGS. I think their heart's going to be racing for a much different reason here. They're going to attempt to try and retake some of those rounds and the buffer that they've got between the winning and the losing, at least in this first half. Good early use of some of that utility, especially intel collection. That's what I love to see. We've got the Cypher on both sides of the coin here. And I think what they've been able to do is collect really good intel from those cams. None of it's really come to a T yet. It's mostly come to mechanical fights. But I do think as the rounds sort of slow down a little bit, Cypher's going to become extra important for those flanks as well.
100%. You mentioned it. Sometimes no information is good information too, right? They had the camera towards Sands. Doesn't see anybody, so they know the hit is coming on the A side for C9 White, so they have to defend it. 4 players already rotated on this side, and Junifor as that Phoenix. She's going to put the wall up. We have some stars being popped down too, trying to go with the gravity well, and they push one into the portal to try to fake the rotation for FWOGS, but we are still holding strong for Cloud9 White. The push coming in from the showers. Alexis gets the first blood. We're holding our grounds in the backlines. We're letting them in, and we're also dropping them. Cloud9 taking the advantage. Cat now trying to spray through the double boxes. Katie now with the knives out. She's only got one left as she whisks a few towards that Brimstone. At least a spike has been planted, and as I get it, I do get the caster blessing. I call her out in the knives, she gets 2 out of them after.
I'll be the one that dips out on the caster curse, and you give the caster blessing. And I think that's how it's going to go for a lot of these rounds from now on, ladies and gentlemen, because, oh my goodness, if it's not me looking at Katie, it's me looking over at Annie, it's me looking over to all C9, wondering whether or not there's really a big weakness that they have yet. Is there a part of them that I'm sitting there going, actually, I don't foresee them winning this map? Well, not so far. They've just been really powerful with the way that they're holding off. I do think, however, it's not fair of me to sort of criticize FWOGS yet, because it's been quite difficult to take the spy, get it in, hold off, and then just attacking rates as a whole. Vans, talk me through, especially for the viewers that don't really know this game very well, attacking win rates can oftentimes be much lower than defending, depending on the map.
100%, and even if you're looking at the situation of the pistol rounds, right, when you're playing a game that's only max rounds 12, then it's also the economy comes into a huge importance into it. So for them to win that gun round versus a bonus, but already comes out on low economy, they're looking low for the rest of the game. That last round that they got a plant for FWOGS, they're on a half buy. So this is finally that their money's right. They have a couple of ultimates to work with where they could definitely try to switch things over and turn things around in their favor. Oh no. Especially with that, actually, it's oh yes, it's an aggressive push from Cat that got denied by Lynn.
Hey, both of these jets are popping off with the operator at the moment. That's what we like to see, a good jet with a good operator play. Both of them will get 1 for the piece, and I think overall for now, as things start to quieten down, Showers control is where they're looking to go. There's 1, but you can't get 2 as it's traded very quickly by Clefairy. Putting a little bit of magic dust over there into Showers, but A is the target, Vans, and they're going to make it happen.
Exactly, they cleared it out with the run it back from Juna 4, but the counter comes out for Manny Dro, denying that plant at least for now, and Mel is still alive inside the site. She's trying to hold things down as long as she can, pull out the rotation from her teammates, but it doesn't pay off. Cypher diff. Clefairy takes the upper hand, and the spike is now planted as Annie Dro looking for rotation with Katie with the op.
She doesn't really have a good line of sight yet, but they can wait it out a little bit longer. They'll get rid of the cam to make sure they're not spotted out. And well, they really do think that there's someone playing mid of sight, but they're not. They're backed all the way up. And in fact, you're going to see them move all the way back towards TP. And well, now they know they can block off the line of sight, possibly even bait the defuse here, Vans. But they have no idea where they are. They're actually all over in lamps. Is that where they are?
They know. The recon dart came out too. They know the last players are on short A. Their trade comes out, and he gets the last one. Does she have enough time as it's ticking down onto that spike? It's going to be close, but she should get it now to allow Cloud9 White to move ahead 6-1.
Why do I feel like it's just Annie over an A? Always.
I mean, like, the utility that you have from Silva, you see how they're setting things up right now for Cloud9 White, right? They're always putting Annie Droll towards this B side and putting a lot of emphasis and focus towards the A side. Why? Because if the recon dart comes out, or an Aldrone spots a bit of information, or there's any type of aggression, well, Kat, her stars could be thrown anywhere across the map. She could do it from the A side, slow things down with gravity wells, trying to daze them up as well with the Nova Pulse. And if it doesn't happen, and they hit towards the A side for FWOGS, then you already have 3-4 players there.
Well, there you go. Looks like C9 could do it all. They're very prepared with all of their utility. Speaking of utility, that's going to give Annie the indication that it is probably going to be a pretty hard push through hookah.
Yeah.
They can fake it out and bait it though, and that's going to be almost a dink happening over towards Fountain. If they could hold off on this long spot, and I'm thinking for Katie here, the big thing holding off on this angle is if once that smoke dissipates, you're in such a crucial power position. It doesn't matter. Katie says, I don't need the smoke to dissipate. I can do it through it.
It's one of those moments, if you come from Counter-Strike, it's like, hey, there's a pop flash, counter 3, and shoot. Same thing right now with the smoke coming down. She counts to 3, she gets the shot. At the same time, FWOGS have lost their battle for hookah control at the beginning of the round 2. So to sum it up now, it's a 5-on-2 in favor of Cloud9 White. Clefairy, with her teammate now as the Phoenix, being Juna 4, have to work together with this. But look at the amount of traps that are being set up. You got stars being placed towards the short A. You got stars being placed towards the teleporter too. They're trying to have everything on lock, and it's going to be probably a contact for C9 White. Oh my god.
Oh my
How is
god,
that going to happen? That is a gravity well going for the spray through the blaze wall and the second kill onto Juna 4. And that is map denial through any obstruction so far, Jess. They're not having a chance even walking through any type of smokes or blaze wall to get map control for FWOGS.
You know, that's terrifying. I would be sitting there as the FWOGS players or even the support staff sitting behind the scenes right now going, you know what? We're using our utility to the right effect. We are walling. We are making sure that we're smoking the way that we need to block and obstruct lines of sight. And C9, they must be doing scrims somewhere, somehow, where they just shoot through smoke. They're just like, all right, girls, where do you think we need to shoot? Okay, shoot through here. That should be about head height. Yeah, that'll do. And that's how I feel it's been going for C9 White.
Oh boy, the showstopper down towards the market. Very aggressive, as you notice as well. Katie is going with a Vandal, leaving the operator for Mel, so they could actually double up towards the short. So much map has been given away from the FWOGS. Look at them. They're all close down towards that spawn sign, and that was a beautiful push.
I love an early Raze aggressive push as well, because when you play it right, you can collect a couple of players early on. C9, Annie coming out and showing what C9 White can do, and that's a good shot. A missed opportunity there for Katie, though. She's been popping off. We said she's the carry. Unfortunately, she misses a couple of really crucial shots there, but they still have the numbers advantage, and guess what? That's going to be elevated by Alexis, who goes, alrighty, I'm going to get my shots off as well, and Cat, the play gets down, but that's really nothing said or done, really, for C9 White. I mean, Vans, what are we going to say about FWOGS now? They were able to walk away with one round. I thought it might be a little bit of momentum mover. I don't know.
It looked pretty well. It looked pretty good, right? I know they lost a player early into the round at market and from the showstopper, but at least when they're holding back towards spawn, as Cloud9 White has that confidence to continue to press forward. They had perfect trades. They almost had a perfect crossfire, but just a little bit too far behind was Dinos trying to get that wall bang onto Alexis Marie down towards that market into cave. So they have to try to work a little bit better here for FWOGS to be good on these trade setups, because like you mentioned here, Jess, the smokes, everything else that they're doing for FWOGS currently is perfect.
Well, there's going to be some shots raining through that cloud burst to begin with, and C9, they know how that can work in their favor, so you don't want to be on the receiving end of that one. You can see the Cypher dancing through the wall there, hoping that someone comes peeking on through. And if you're Katie right now, you don't want to give that up. You don't want to get a short-range engagement with the op. They just bait it out with a little bit of a quick peek. Surely a tailwind out of there, but doesn't quite make it. Stuck on the wall. And I think if anyone's got something to do, it's Juna4 here.
I love it, because they've created a diversion. Juna4 is inside the U-Haul with a Bucky at the same time. The spike will go down, and there you go. She does get the kill. Owl Drone out from Annie Dro on the rotation, so everybody has already rotated from C9 White. Clock is taking on that spike. We do have the ult from the Astral Storm coming out here, as we are going to try to cross over, but that's going to kill all noise. They don't know if it's actually going to be fully diffused so far. They have to run through, and as they run through, it's a trade for trade. But Juna4 stays alive. She's now in the cubby. She's keeping this spike up, but no, she pulls out a curveball, and Annie Jo gets the timing for the kill. And unfortunately, it's going to be C9 White that's going to take the round overall.
I tell you what, I'm going to call it here right now, Vans. I'm going to say it. The truck spot on A is Annie's domain.
Oh, yeah.
Don't plant there. Don't plant there. Don't go there. Don't challenge her there. Don't do anything there. Okay? If you want to go plant on B. For the love of God. If Annie's still alive, don't do it. Because every single time a plant has happened, she's the one that's been able to get that clutch or the defuse of some kind.
Yeah.
And then it's just completely left FWOGS in the dark. They're 8 rounds in deficit, Van.
You know what else is scary, though? Because if they decide to go B, who's playing there? It's still Annie Dro. So it's a tough one for FWOGS, unfortunately, right now. But like I said, the utility is perfect. I mean, they had the right way to get into U-Control or U-Haul to get the spike down while they were keeping the shower side busy. They notice this right now. You look at C9 White in their position, there's always only maximum 1 player so far for Cloud9 White. They're putting a lot more emphasis, like I said, towards mid-side control.
Well, this is one of the slowest starts to any of the rounds we've had so far. And I suppose when you've got a best of 3 to work with, you do have to slow things down. Shower control desperately being rained for, and that Astra will come popping. Katie shows that she can wield that operator to great effect, and a run it back doesn't really have the effect it needs, although it does spot out the player playing over towards Shroud, and oh no, a quick peek from Katie means it doesn't work.
That's correct, because now as they're focused so much on bench, they had the crossfire from the double box. Now only cleared by herself as she's able to get Katie in the air. But again, we talk about the trade opportunities, Jess. It seems to be on the upper hand for Cloud9 White, because those trades always come instantly for the ladies on the defender side so far.
That's probably the biggest indication for me. A team that has really good synergy and coordination and comms is a team that's able to trade almost instantaneously. If you can keep that numbers advantage or just keep it even throughout your match, then that's something that shows me that you're a team that understands the value of player advantage. That's how I'm feeling at the moment. That's why the scoreline's reflected so. I'm hoping that changes because we love an underdog story, but it's feeling pretty one-sided for the moment.
Yeah, especially going with the triple duelist setup right now for FWOGS. I mean, they have a 6-player roster as well, switching over Onion and Juno4 from time to time, but that's a plug and play. If it's Juno4 not playing and it's Onion playing, they're still going to play the Phoenix instead. So it doesn't really change much to the synergy or the strategy for the teams of FWOGS. So going with the triple duelist, you have to be fairly aggressive. And you see it, they're trying it, but it's not working out. Mel is doing the same thing. She drops 2, and now it's already a 5-on-2 situation.
Yeah, Annie's read well into this. They know Spike's dropped over towards Fountain. Why not pop a couple of those bolts over towards it so you can collect someone on the run and the retake? Clefairy will be able to collect something back. It's a late trade, but it's a trade nonetheless. And now C9 knows that their positions are given out, but this is just looking like an awful sandwich, a pinch that you can't get out of, all the way over towards Fountain, and it's done. I would say that that was almost as close as you get to a flawless when you lose one of your players, as Mel had already done exceptional damage over towards B-Long.
Oh yeah, and Clefairy, mind you, we actually had this in our notes, and thanking Insu for letting us know it. Clefairy, this is actually the first time that she's playing an FPS, by the way. So playing with
3 months ago?
Yeah, first time she's playing an FPS game, probably not touching any tactical shooters at all, and here you are in the top 8 at least for the Game Changers. And this is great because this is going to be very good experience. You're looking at the interviews of the FWOGS themselves, they're looking up to C9, they're excited for the matchup. The scoreline won't mean much because experience is going to be very important moving forward into other stops of the Game Changers throughout the year.
Yeah, absolutely. We can't understate that enough as well, because even just in this particular tournament on its own, you could look up to multiple different players, multiple different teams, and know that no matter where you place, mind you, they made it to playoffs. So really, it's not like we even, are going to trash talk them that much. They made it to playoffs. So they're here for a very, very good reason. But they get to turn to other players and go, wow, I went up against whoever their inspiration is. I learned A, B, C, D. I come back next year and I absolutely wreck you. That's what we want. We want to come back next year, and it's a revenge tour here for FWOGS.
And now that you get to move on here to the second half, we do have a technical pause, or maybe even tactical pause, because at this point, that pistol round is oh so crucial for FWOGS to try to come back into this game. What do you think they should do right now on the defender side at this point?
I would say it's going to be a lot easier for them, depending on how aggressive we see C9 get. Sometimes when you see a team, they've got quite a big advantage, especially round count-wise. They might just come out and go, let's just go really aggressive really quickly, because we can take them off guard. They're already questioning themselves. It's a bit of a mental game that you can instill in multiple tactical FPS games. Here right now, I don't foresee C9 being that way. I still think they will stick to their usual strategies that they would want to employ. They might be a bit more loose about it. So if I'm looking over to FWOGS, I'm saying to them, keep your crossfires in check. Look at your player next to you. Look at when the side is being pushed. Be aware of your utility and your abilities, and make sure you're not just using it willy-nilly. Make sure it means something, and make sure that you can collect up on the trade of your teammate. That's going to even the numbers and give you better chance.
It makes sense. They're already doubling up very aggressively towards the shower side, but look at all these stars are already set up here on the A side. The Nebula to come towards heaven, and now the dash from Katie also towards the shower, or towards the U-shaped hallway, sorry, and it's going to be Mel and Katie drawing first blood, 2 to fall, and that is Shower's control lost. You still have one more inside the U-shaped hallway. It's going to be Ellie Twitches, who also unfortunately twitches down to the ground. And it's a 5-on-2 now for Cloud9 White, and even Annie Jo continuing with the performance that she has and the confidence that she has to push down towards the spawn, where the last 2 players are coming through. It is going to be that Brimstone moving forward right now as Dinos. Yeah, the stun did come out actually from that one. That was really nice. But they're going with the right clicks, and Dinos does get the kill, leaving only now 4 players alive, but in great positioning, and it's just going to be an aim battle for Katie to drop the last 2. Easy pickings to put them now at match point for the first map of the series.
This has gone by a lot quicker than I expected. I will say. Mind you, you and I had a bit of a discussion about this particular map before it started, and we actually said, which map does this actually favor? And we don't have a lot of stats to go off for FWOGS, so we can really just look to C9 White and go, how does this map sort of buy? And I look over to my notes right now, and it goes, C9 has a clear lean towards maps like Ascent and Bind. So,
there you go.
I'm sort of sitting here going, yeah, this is probably going to be a good map for C9 White. Mind you, they could still pick things up here and sort of redeem themselves a little bit. But when I said that C9 were going to be, I didn't expect them to be aggressive. Yeah, I'm wrong. I'm wrong, Vans. Take it away.
There was definitely not enough footage to see how Cloud9 White plays our defender side, because most of the notes that I have is their tendencies on the attack. And this is it right now, pushing as a group. And they are all moving towards this B site. Katie also in the back of the site. First one to drop inside Tunagan. She draws first blood here. Spike is about to get planted on the default spot, as we do have Mel as a sniper of all agents still pushing forward with that Spectre. Gets the first kill onto Dinos, a dink onto a second one. Close range to drop down 2-4, and that's an easy triple in the end, catching Lynn off guard on the reload. And the last one to fall, and it's a flawless on top of that to make it 13-1 for C9 White over, man, I love frogs.
Whew. I want to say many things about that match. Obviously, most of them are going to be good for C9 White. Not so positive there for FWOGS. However, we do have to state this again for people who don't understand the seeding system. First place goes against 8th place. That is how it works with the seeding. It will narrow down as the lower bracket continues, so on and so forth. So FWOGS aren't out of this completely just yet.
Correct.
But if I have to go back and sort of analyze that match as a whole, the attacking rounds were absolutely terrifying. I'm so glad that C9 White started on the opposite side, because had they started on their attack, I would have been sitting here going, oh, Vans, I'm feeling for FWOGS right now.
Oh, for sure. I think they look very good again for FWOGS, despite the final result that we've had. I think you're looking at Cloud9 White when they're actually pulling in the Astra into the VCT Game Changers, and this is the first time ever, at least on broadcast for me, that you actually do see Astra in play as well. So it's all question marks. You're trying to learn things out. The bigger one is C9 White, they're the heavy, let's face it, they're the heavy favorites going into this tournament, right? For the Game Changers for the whole weekend. So the question is, how do the others prepare versus Cloud9 White? And that's what I wanted to learn a little bit more from FWOGS. What did they try to do? They did try to cancel out the operator from Katie, putting those smokes down. You saw the blaze walls coming out. There was a set plan to get map control with a triple duelist. But the sprays just through the smoke. The gravity wells being pulled by Katsumi with the Astra. It just doesn't allow for the FWOGS to get into the sites.
It's amazing that C9 White, they've only had a little bit of time to work with what they've got to go into this particular tournament. They don't need to counter anyone. They're just ready to go regardless of their opponent. I will say, however, that once we start getting, further into the bracket, maybe I'm thinking of Dignitas, who I actually used to cast way back in another myself. And so I'm very familiar with this team, and I'm glad they've moved into VALORANT. Looks like that's where they can really reign dominantly. They're under a really good organization as well. But so was CLG Red. And when CLG Red was in that other game and I was casting them, I thought to myself, okay, Dignitas aren't the top dogs anymore. Is it CLG Red? Where am I putting myself on the spectrum of top leaderboards in the world for the women's scene? I don't know, but of the two names that always reigned supreme before C9 White entered the women's sphere, it was CLG Red, it was Dignitas. Always the two names you would bring up. So
that means we have a new player in the game, and they've been dominating the Valorant scene. Let's see if they'll continue to dominate into the second map as we come back from this break.
and welcome back to the VCT Game Changers NA, where C9 White just dominated. Man, I love frogs on a bind. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by your casters once again, Vansili and Jess. And right off the bat, Astra La Vista, baby. I've been wanting to say that for the longest time, but finally we have Astra on an official broadcast. I'm loving it, and as you said, Vansili, this is, at least for me as well, the first time we've seen this agent in competitive play. What did you make of how she was maneuvered and played on bind by C9 White there?
Yeah, there was like so many intricacies they could have actually pulled out of how Katsumi played that Astra on that map, and it was actually quite beautiful because the way that she placed those stars never was like pre-placed on the defender side. It's not like, hey, I'm gonna place a star on Hookah just in case, and then throw a smoke / nebula if let's say Annie Joe spots somebody inside Hookah. It's more reactive on what currently I Love Frogs were trying to do. So whenever they tried to rush towards a short A, boom, star on the ground. It's gonna be a gravity well. If they're gonna try to take Hookah, boom, it's going to be a star on the ground, then it's going to be a cosmic pulse, and then it's going to daze the player to allow their teammates for C9 White to push out to regain that map control. So I think this is, it asks for a lot of communication, a lot of teamwork to get that done, and it was beautifully orchestrated by C9 White.
Really, Veg, you couldn't have put it any better. I actually thought that the comms that were going on behind the scenes, which we don't get to hear, we don't get to see all of this stuff that's going on. You know for a fact that if you're popping things reactively, you, number one, have to be really technically good as a player, especially with a new agent. And two, you have to be able to work on those comms as quickly as possible. If you've got Annie in your ear saying pop it now, you need to know what pop it now means. You need to be able to react as quickly as possible, get those stars out where they're needed so that Annie could do her job. I think it was excellent. I'm thinking about over towards lamps, where we had a little bit of stun. I think it might have even been over towards pipes. That was a good indication to me as to what Astra can do as I'm still learning the ropes of this new agent.
Oh, same here.
Well, I mean, Vansili, you just named all of the agent abilities with perfection there. So
I had to look at my other screen. I had to look at my other screen while doing it. I think I called her alt even to astral form, so it's the cosmic divide that we actually didn't see that much, by the way, here, Yinsu.
No, we didn't. But I know you guys, you would have preferred to see them start on attack side as well. So would I, because seeing Astra on defense side, you know what you're expecting. She's supposed to be good on defense, so I'm hoping maybe going forward we'll see more of her on attack. But just in terms of on the frog side, Jess, because losing like that is not easy, and maybe the girls a little bit nervous. We see this a lot with new teams, or they're not sort of quite feeling out C9 White as much. What do you think is the most important thing going into the next map, so they don't overthink what just happened on Vine?
Generally, the best of teams, whether you're a new team or you're a new composition of players put together in a team, it doesn't matter if you've got some competitive experience. The first thing you need to learn under the mental coaching umbrella is to how to drop an entire map out of your brain and go, this is a new one. Pretend it's an entire new matchup, pretend it's a best of one. I don't care what you have to sort of, realize in your head is the way to get you reset for a map, but you've got to do it, because you can't look back at the first map and go, oh, girls, we only got one round. What do we do? What if that happens to us in the next? We're embarrassed, we're this, but no, shut up. Just get in the game, girls. You're good at what you do. You made it to the playoffs. That's why you're here. So that's what they've got to do mentally. And really, it is a mental game, and that can happen very quickly, and it could shift the tides so very quickly.
Exactly. I think looking back here at Men I Love Frogs, if we're thinking about the second map, it's going to be on Ascent, right? And Juna 4, who usually plays with this team right now instead of Anyan on this map for Ascent, she's played Sova once here during the qualifiers going into the top 8 right now. Usually you see them as a triple duelist, as I've mentioned before in that last map. So what can he do? If the smokes weren't enough to try to push them away, speaking about Katie with the operator, or whenever they give it to Mel with the operator, and you're trying to gain that map control, Sova is going to help a lot. I don't know if they're going to pick it into this one, but it would be a great pick for them to have just to try to gain that map control and push their opponents back into turtling in on the defense should they take the attacker side first here for Men I Love Frog.
Well, there's no answer. I'm sorry to cut you off, Yinsu, but the viewers have to know that the smokes don't work against C9 White. They just shoot through them.
Exactly.
So if you're sitting there going, just bring Omen, no, you can't just bring Omen. They're just going to shoot through the smokes at the end of the day. So I'm scared for Frogs, no matter what operator composition, or rather agent operator composition that they bring in the end.
Well, speaking of agents on the C9 White side, at least from what I've seen, the stats we have and the data we have, they also run the Astra on Ascent as well, if I'm not wrong about this. So Vansili, Astra on Bind, it works. Astra on Ascent.
I think it should work as well. I think, again, we're talking about the teamwork that they could have, and when you're looking at how they're playing, their tendencies on defense here for C9 White, they're also allowing to put Katsumi up towards his short and cat. So allowing that is she's going to be able to put those stars down towards that mid side, towards that link, really try to support as much as she can where she's going to be in an area where she can get a lot of cover, being the garden itself on this map of Ascent. So she could play it a little bit more passively, but at the same time, what I've noticed for C9 White is that they also use her as a lurk player on the attacker side, where usually you give that role to a sentinel like Mel, for example, right? So if Mel is going to be playing, for example, a Killjoy, expect her to move into the site with her team. She's going to be the one that's going to be spiking the bomb, or sorry, planting the spike so that she can get the ult orbs, and then you're going to have Katsumi basically lurk around the site or lurk around the map.
Well, of course, you guys just saw the map vetoes there. We are going to go into Ascend very shortly. I believe Agent Select is just around the corner. But Jess, you know, I don't believe Frogs have ever played Split before. So if we do get to map 3, it's going to be a uphill battle for these guys.
You know, we said C9 White didn't really have to do any. They were pretty confident going into any map, clearly. So I don't think for Frogs, they're going to be too worried about it because they weren't going to be counted to begin with. They just have to play their best game and think about the fundamentals that they're missing, really.
Well, we are going to head into Agent Select, and now it's time for Ascent and Map 2 between these two teams. I'll check in with you guys, Jess and Vansili, after.
Thank you so much, Ginsu. And Jess, if we're looking at it now, we do have the confirmation here that Frogs will be starting off on the defender side. Ascent, so far, is being a little bit more comfortable for teams to play on the defender side.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, and I would love for them to have an advantage going into this map. I do want that. I would love for you to say, oh my god, this is the advantage that Frogs needs to get into this, come off with a flying start. Okay, maybe in the first couple of rounds we might see that round back and forth, but I really think that with C9 starting on attack, this is the worst case scenario for a viewer like me who knows that C9 White is just terrifying.
We'll see if it's going to happen, and we looked at the composition too. This time, no Phoenix, no Silva. We're actually pulling out the Reyna for Juna 4, so expect a little bit more flashes, maybe a little bit more aggression, as Frogs, at least starting off on the defender side, is a huge crossfire setup here towards the A site. And Jazzikin is going to be the first one at the point, but it's an immediate trade on a 3 versus 3, but they have taken a site for C9 White. Annie Joel looking for the shock darts just to clear out a little bit more, and they're going to have the spike plant at the default spot.
Oh, Katie's in such a prime position here. If she can stay up, she can do heavy damage, but she's going to be knocked all the way back and underneath to make sure that heaven and hell is being held in her hands. And all of a sudden, this 2v2. I did expect the pistol round to go close. I don't expect them to be able to get this retake in here, but what I do expect is they give it a good shot. And Clefairy says, yes, I'm going to make it worth your time, Jess. Walking on a site right next to the spike, but... oh, big old carry, Katie. She says, nope, the ghost to the head, and all of a sudden... this momentum we were speaking about before, this mentality that I asked Frogs to not walk into this map with, ever so close. It's the rounds that are closest, Vans, are the ones that are that hurt the most because you know you had a chance.
This is the closest overall. It is. It's at least the closest overall where they do have that, at least that moment of salvation to say, okay, we didn't win a round, but at least we made it a 1 versus 1. And you mentioned it, Jess, the crossfire setup they needed to do. They had a 3-player crossfire on the A side. It worked perfectly. And for this round, they're looking to push aggressively towards this B side. Nice. Unfortunate
that C9 knows exactly what's going on here. Not sure what that was all about. Lynn got a little bit trigger happy there and comes sporting out from B main, giving a bit of a freebie there. All of a sudden now for C9, this is going to be looking like a good start off. Was that paint shells come bursting out into the hands of Jazzy there? That was a good use.
Yeah, it was actually thrown there by Ellie Twitches so that she could actually push him out from the shed area to actually get the kill. But the thing is, once you've realized that on this eco, Frogs are trying to go for that paranoid push towards that B main, and with the Leers, well, that means the A site is now open. C9 now opens up the site, walks in, waltzes in, and gets the plant in at the default spot one more time. You see the utility on the top of that minimap. They put everything that they can from the nanostorms all around that spike to cover it down. But speaking about cover, it's Squire covering down from hell through the platform, through the heaven side, and it's Mel and Annie capitalizing on all the kills against Frogs to make it now 2 rounds in a row.
something that's very minute, and it's the minutia of a round or a team composition that a lot of people, when they're viewing the game, don't see, is that what C9 do is there's a little bit of a lag, a stagnant moment where you can see every single player waiting to peak because they want their other player to peak at the same time as them. That is cohesion amongst all the high levels of cohesion. Teams who play together a lot, they understand this. They wait for each other. They know it needs to be crossfires, and that's what C9 do so well. That's what I liked there as they were shooting over towards heaven. They waited a second to do that.
Yeah, definitely. Being very patient on that one, too, was beautiful plays. And now for this round, well, bonus for C9 White. We do have the knives all ready for Katie. She's been that person that we've been praising since that first map. Already getting knives in round 3 and already getting the headshot in the second one onto Lynn to clear up the site. That means nothing works out for the Crossfire at all. No utilities to slow down the pushes. It's going to be such a hard retake now for FWOGS.
God, those knives were pin perfect. And look at this, Katie. She's being so aggressive. She's using the momentum of the knives that she had before to make something happen. But Clefairy, the clutch god from before, unfortunately unable to live throughout the second frag. And all of a sudden, FWOGS are on the back foot. They still make this happen, however. But it's going to be a mountain against the Mulder.
Yeah, and you just saw both of them getting pinged out towards that tree side from the FWOGS. They're going to have to try to hop away to safety or try to fight it, and they decide to fight it instead. A good trade-off, but it's still going to be the advantage for C9 White to put 3 on the board. But the thing is, the reason why I'm saying oof this time here, Jess, is looking at the first map into the second map and the way that Annie Dro's been using her recon dart, she's always pinged somebody out. So I feel that maybe for FWOGS, should they maybe shoot that recon dart, or should they just run away from it?
I think you got to react to it at the end of the day, Vans. It's not out of mechanical skill range for these women to flick to it and then flick back. That is not out of range for them mechanically in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, if you're going to counter something like the bolt, then you need to be able to think to yourself, well, they're running us over. How do I deal with it? Not 5 rounds in do you think about how adapting to it. You got to know before you get there.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that. I think at the same time, you're a little bit hesitant because you don't want to give your position away by shooting the dart, right? And bring that sound out. But I'm on your side. At that point, if you're not going to shoot the dart, you're still getting pinged out. Might as well just shoot the dart at that point and get the crosshair placing back into your favor.
Is that a raise with a Bucky?
Yep, the double Buckies right now.
Out of it. Oh, please make something out of this, because when they hit hard. Those bodies will come flying backwards, and it's going to be DNOS, the one back aside. Omen with it. All right, make it work. Let me see how it works. They're going to get hit, but it's not enough. There's the shots, and oh my goodness, I hate being disappointed when you can see a beautiful shotgun play about to unfold.
Yeah.
But a retake, very possible now.
It was so close. I mean, she dinked 2 at that point, only needed 1 more shot, but unfortunately the double swing was perfect, and a nanoswarm even more perfect from Mel, as we do have the lockdown to push the defense away, leaving Clefairy on her own, only with the Ghost and the Bucky. I think at this point, smart move here to just play back, try to break the door maybe, to try to just go for exits. You're going to die with the spike. You want to die with the spike too, because if you don't die with the spike, you only save 1,000 credits. But at this point, losing 4 rounds in a row, you're already at your max bonus. So if you die, you're at 2,900 credits instead of 1,000.
Oh, beautiful little bit of observation there. Get us a little bit of a scenery as we're flying around the new map here in the best of 3. It's the second map here. And of course, if you did miss out on the first map, don't worry. C9 walked away in a heavy, heavy victory. Only 1 round in the hands of FWOGS. They're hoping to get some revenge here on the second map. As you can see the scoreboard already, I would say for the most part, a couple of the players on the side of FWOGS that are really standing out to me. We hyped up Ellie in the head-to-head earlier on, but Clefairy, didn't you say that she came from Pokemon 3 months ago?
I was joking about the Pokemon part, but definitely she's never played an FPS, and I just love. I'm a Pokemon guy myself, so Clefairy is like the closest thing to Jigglypuff, and I love the colorly ones. So I had to do the Pokemon joke there, but definitely she's looking good, coming into her first FPS game to actually do pretty decently.
That's amazing. It just goes to show with a lot of practice, you can do anything you put your mind to. Speaking of, looks like the mind is a little bit tilted towards mid and A. What do you reckon? Looking at the minimap right now, where are they positioning, or are they just waiting for picks to try and make the ingress into one of the sides?
Correct. I think this is really good right now for Cloud9. They're just trying to go and see if FWOGS, because of this triple duelist again, and they know that there's a potential of an operator, are they going to make the first mistake? But as the noise gets killed off, they're lurking back up towards the catwalk side. They're clearing the angle, but half of the body of Ellie spots out and gets taken down by Katie. So the Owl drone at the same time, it's going to be a beautiful pinch here towards the A side. And Lynn, who's been quiet with the operator on the first map, finally makes it ring onto this map, but she gets immediately traded out, and that is a site loss.
What a shame. We love seeing these close numbers, though. You know, you're getting down to the last 30 seconds of every single round, and you can see the numbers are close, but they're just not able to capitalize on that late round, I think, for FWOGS. It's what C9 does best, is they've got mid and late round really capped off, and that's why you see them using their abilities to great effect. They've kept it until they've got that post-player position. Look at all the crossfires in hand. Everyone's got somewhere they're looking at. And if you're FWOGS right now, you have to manipulate that. You have to come zooming through. Be a little bit more aggressive, girls.
Okay, that was beautiful from Mel. She's cracked a 3-on-1. Only Dinos, the last one standing. And there you go. That's a nice flake to break the dart. But that flake also puts her crosshair out of position that allows the triple swing from C9 White to get that round. And there's just one small thing I wanted to clarify looking at that last round. You saw the hot hands being thrown from hell, right? I think it was Jazzykins that you throw this from hell into heaven. The thing is, right now, the community is going to be like, oh, can she actually do that? Yes, she can, because there is a ban technique to put the nanoswarms into the boxes where it cannot be shot, so you can basically take advantage of that, right? But the hot hands, they're not breakable. They're also visible. So that is actually an ability that's allowed to be thrown through the boxes there to get heaven control.
Well, there you go. And that's probably something that a lot of players will be thinking about right now. Can they bring that into their own gameplay? There we go. Curveball will roll out, but no one will collect. And you know what wants to collect? An Omen with a shotgun in hand. Paranoia, is that what I'm seeing? Or rather a drone will come out. Target bolt, surely you can get a kill off that one. Yes, you can. Katie with the knives. And is that sight in their hands? There's no one there to collect them anymore, Vans. This was a misread from the defenders of FWOGS, because once they had that B main push, they should have been alerted to the fact that surely at some point the swing would come in.
100%. It's another one of those gambles on an eco like they did on that second round. The second round, they tried it towards B. This time it was towards A. They had a Marshall. They had the knives out. They're trying to get the long-range battle on mid-side control, but now the retake. It could still happen. The wall bang to start things off from the Marshall. That's going to damage a little bit of Cloud9, but Katie is still close. The knives are out just at the bottom of the staircase. Do you see right now the turret getting popped up to try to spot some information, but they are still dropping like flies here for the C9 team, but it is still going to be Lynn, the last one to fall. They still hold it strong enough on the extremities of the map, and C9 White now make it 6 rounds in a row on the attacker side.
I did say that I wanted to see C9 on the attack. And, right, I did say it. I did sort of go, yes, I want to see C9 because they're going to be scary. What actually scares me the most is that I've seen a little bit of hesitation pushing onto A, but I saw almost no hesitation pushing onto B. Yeah. And sometimes I think it's some of the C9 playmakers that one or two different players on each of the team are more comfortable and more able to push in and make the play happen and make the execute happen. Yep. And it's good that you have a player on your team that you can look to go make that ingress happen. I'm thinking of like Jazzykins right now, made the pop over towards B main, and now they're going to make the pop over towards A. If that's the kind of execute they do here, I'm not going to be surprised because they're confident off the back of Jazzy.
100%. There's just so many ultimates right now from both sides, and you're trying to stop it with the showstopper. Running back from Jazzy, though, she's still able to open things up and clear out the tree side. Trying to maybe go for the second one, but the running back, still Kitty's right behind her. She gets the kill onto Juna 4, but gets immediately traded out. At the same time, you may have now a Hunter's Fury to try to go for the pulse plan. I love the fact as well that after the plant, you have the lockdown from Mel just to try to slow down the clock. Also, the Hunter's Fury now being used to cancel out the lockdown on the defender side. Also pings another one. One gets locked down. It's going to be Dinos. And are they going to hunt them down? No. Just play the spike, play the time. Very calm here for Cloud9 White, and they should secure the bag.
I thought Dinos was going to get out of that lockdown there. Unfortunately, wasn't to be. That was a good little paranoia out, but no one's there to collect and get blinded. And as a result, I'm hearing that spike dwindle down. Really, you're just going for the
oh my god!
Point. That was a beautiful shot, and Lynn showing how the operator could be used in short and long range. won't get out of the spear in time, but that doesn't really matter. When you're about 7 or 8 rounds up, I think you've got enough cash in the bag to really let yourself fly on that round.
100%. And you could see, as I mentioned before, when the lockdown, sometimes you get antsy. You're like, oh my God, I actually got somebody in that lockdown. And you want to try to hunt that player down. But I love the fact that they just played more passively here for Cloud9 White, especially on that attack, on that pulse plant. They even won with time. And not only did they win with time, they won with time by also denying Lin and Clefairy to save their weapons. So that's an operator out of the picture, and that's also another low buy for the Frogs.
We saw Jazzy looking over to A last round. Now she's going to be looking towards B. That's that little bit of Astra play that we were talking about before. Still trying to work out exactly where the best meta plays for Astra are going to be. So this is a really good indication. I think there's far too many players sitting here with the flash coming out for Dinos to work with. And yes, there is.
Oh man, even Katie continuing to move forward, and it's a 3-player crossfire this time. They're trying to go for the bait and switch for the Frogs. They're only good for 1, but Lin is going to try to dash in the air as they do have now the Cosmic Divide, just trying to clear out the market, and it's C9 just running through and powering through the B site. Even an alarm bot on the ground to pretend, or should I say, find the information and hear it if you have an attempt of a retake for the Frogs. But right now, with this Cosmic Divide still up, a 20-second ultimate, it's just, you're going to have to run through it and get picked off just like they are right now.
God, there's nothing I enjoy more than looking, especially after a post-plant situation, at where the players decide to place themselves. There was already 2 players over towards backside. There was 1 player sort of looking towards the stairs, and then you look over to B main, and Annie goes, well, that's the one angle over towards, I guess, towards the defender's spawn. Yep. That is not being watched. So let me put myself in that position to do that. That's high-level thinking. That's critical understanding of positioning, especially in regards to a map. I don't know. I don't know, Vance. Maybe I'm just going to be the biggest C9 White fangirl that exists because they've definitely sold me on the fact that they are seed number 2. Well, technically seed number 1, depends how you want to look at how the groups went, for a damn good reason.
For sure. And even if you're looking at C9 White on the attack with this composition, I'm starting to see it a little bit more. When you have the lockdown, you're trying to slow down the clock. You're trying to put the spike into your advantage with the timer ticking down. And then when they don't have the ultimate for the lockdown, they have the Cosmic Divide. Another 20 seconds to run down the clock. They're playing very good pulse plan situations, and you'll see that they're going to play this very passively for C9 White every time they're going to take the advantage of that. So as we mentioned, that hot hands now being pushed out, and at the same time, Jazzykin's playing the Mario Brothers so that she can heal up into her own Molly. And the retake, at least, is going to try to come in now for the Frogs. Jazzykin, though, with the curveball, but nobody's really pushing out. We're just making noise from the house side so that Jazzykin can be the first contact. Still with the wall bang, Katie connects with a kill. And as it's not looking good for Clefairy and company of Frogs, they really can't get into the site. They're just stuck on the heavens, stuck at the tree side, and this should be now a 9th round for Cloud9 White, unfortunately.
Yeah, looking over towards Frogs was giving them a moment of silence here for what has occurred so far on this particular map. It's an unfortunate one because I do think that this has actually been an extraordinarily valuable matchup between both of these two teams. A lot of people are going to be sitting there going, C9 White, you can't beat them. They're invincible. They're absolutely smashing Frogs. Sure, the scoreline might dictate that, but I'm telling you, I'm looking over to Lin, Clefairy, Dinos, Ellie, and Juno, and I'm saying to myself, these girls are walking away from this matchup getting some of the best experience they possibly ever could in that particular composition that they've got now, and that is invaluable. Money can't buy that kind of stuff. So for 100%. Me, this matchup has been a big eye-opener in multiple ways.
For sure. And now I'm pretty sure this is going to be a tactical pause because you're trying to come back into this game here for the Frogs. And at the same time, as you mentioned here, Jess, it's good experience. And I believe in that because, again, I've said that they've played a Sova before where they actually did get a victory with it. Like, they didn't play so bad. When they had Sova into the lineup, they went 13-1 versus Sweet Shot in the playoffs. And they also went 13-10 versus Elysium Rose in the playoffs as well, but they were playing a Phoenix. So the triple duelist shows that, yes, you want a little bit more aggression, you want to do more on the attacker side, but they cannot because, of course, you have to play the defender side. And what happens with no Sova? You cannot have recon darts. You cannot have any owl drone to try to get information on these site retakes. And this is why they're having such a much harder time to get the retake into the A side because they have no idea where C9 White are hidden inside the site.
Oh, the operator will come out into the hands of the Jet. Can't make that smoke pop happen like we saw in previous rounds and matchups, rather, on the previous map. If you want to go back on it, I strongly suggest, if you want to see some smoke pops, that was beautiful. The shotgun and the zoom of the tailwind will come in. No! Missed shots there, but it doesn't matter. It's a trade. Jazzy will take down Judah finally, but that could be really disastrous. Sneaking on, nice little wall bang there. Lynn pinched in the back of hell there, and this is what worries me for FWOGS is C9. They're so confident getting onto site, and then once they're on, they know exactly where to look.
Here's the good thing, though. The spike hasn't been planted, so this gives a lot of time right now for the smoke, the Omen, DNOS to try to go for that flank from A main. So Ashley creeps forward. Ashley smokes out towards this A main side. Annie Dro might not notice this, but Annie Dro is also hiding inside the smoke herself. So DNOS might not expect it on her end. It's going to be a chess battle on that side at A main. And Annie Dro, she sniffs it. She knows somebody's coming across, and she connects with the headshot. That's the flanker down. But that is also going to be the cue for the retake up on Heaven's side. And Clefairy gets the first kill, evening things up on a 2 versus 2. Cat at the bottom of hell gets dinked, but didn't have the stronger weapon for Clefairy. That was a beautiful dink, but no kill to connect. And Annie Dro, watching the crossfire from A main, connects to make it now 10 in a row for C9 White, just strolling off here with the victory, or getting closer to the victory at least.
A little bit of game sense comes into that as well, because if you look over to the composition of C9, they're not running a Cypher, which, not that you have to run a Cypher on this map, but you know that your flanks are a little bit more open. No one's particularly there watching it. Maybe there's not going to be a trap wire there to alert you if it's well placed. Mind you, there's not a lot of places on this map to throw it without it being hopped. Nevertheless, she was so aware that game sense was heightened. She turned around, dealt with it, came back, had that heaven angle. I mean, that's how you do it. That's a post-player position. Really well done.
So a post plan that continues to be good here for C9 White. We had to figure out some... Oh, no.
What?
Another one of those here, Jess. It's the smoke spray through it and get the kills.
You can only laugh at this point. You think to yourself, C9 White, tell me your scrim schedule and who you're scrimming to do these kind of smoke shots that you're getting through, because they're brilliant. And he says, I'm going to take my cool time as I go shooting over towards Market. It doesn't matter about the smokes. Think about the wall bangs as well, Vans.
This is what I mean. You have to shoot that recon dart. You saw it come out. They were in perfect positions to try to shoot it down. They were just thinking, hey, maybe she's going to swing with it. But at this level, how C9 White currently plays, and how when you're playing at the pro level too, you don't need to show yourself. If you're paying them out, you're just going to see an amount, like a hail of bullets coming through the wall and try to wall bang you. And that's exactly what happened there on that 2 versus 1. And that made things a lot easier for Annie to actually win that 2 versus 1 for that mid control.
Well, me sitting here attempting to analyze what's going on without sort of putting too much emphasis on C9 White has been ever so difficult. I do think, however, that what we're seeing from the side of FWOGS isn't complete disaster. I don't think it's a complete disaster. I think they're not reacting quick enough to C9 White. C9 White, as you can see, running straight onto A, taking control of it, as if they themselves are the defenders, fans. I'm telling you, that confidence is bread and butter.
100%, and they are trying different things here for FWOGS. Now this time, pushing towards B didn't work, pushing towards A didn't work. Now they're pushing towards mid, and they are working with these flanks. There's another battle that's going to happen, and that's going to ensue towards A main. That has been won here for the FWOGS, but Mel still holds the ground towards the A side. It's a 2 versus 2. It's still doable. We do have a health advantage coming in for the FWOGS. The curveball from Jazzy Ball outside towards Heaven to connect with that kill, and her teammate is going to get the second one, and that is going to be map point, series point, and also 12 rounds in a row for Cloud9 White.
This is where we rub our hands. I know you're not with me, Vans. I know you're on the other side of the world, but rub your hands together for me, because we want to send good vibes over to FWOGS right now. They got the 1 round last map. I want them to learn something throughout this matchup so far. Turn around and go, you know what? We can adapt to what they're throwing at us. They're being really fast. They're being really confident. We can deal with this by doing whatever it is their adaptation dictates.
Yep.
I just want to see it out of them in this round. I still feel that they have a lot to show in the lower bracket if they do get pushed down after this round or future rounds, and we do happen to see that series point occur after this round. I just don't think it's against a team like C9 White, who, I mean, this is their playground. I'm talking both 2 maps we've seen as being their playground, but I've been most convinced here on this particular map.
Yeah, definitely. I think looking at Cloud9 White and even reflecting on how they even played on maps like Haven, they're looking like a very scary team. And to see right now the number, I guess, 7 seed, right? Because Cloud9 White's the 2nd seed right now in the top 8. You want to know what FWOGS could actually bring in down towards the lower brackets. I'm saying as if it's going to be over. I'm not going to actually count my chickens until they hatch. I think they might have a chance because, like I said, now that they take the attacker side here, Jess, and they have this triple duelist, being that aggressive, trying to get those trades, using Juno 4 with the Leers, the paranoia from Dinos could help a lot for this attempt to work towards this B site.
Well, if they want to fight fire with fire, then the duelists are the ones who are going to have to do it here for the side of FWOGS. I'm sitting with bated breath because I want it. I want nothing more than them to turn around, clap back on attack the same way that C9 clapped onto them. Do I think it's going to come out in the pistol round of all rounds? No. Do I think it's the worst outcome to have that match point, that series point on a pistol round? Heck yes. Yep. Because not only are you trying to gain momentum off the pistol round, but you're also going to try to gain economy. It's the worst time to try and do it because you're trying to really capsulate what it is to get back into a matchup. So worst time for them to have to do it. I wish they had got 1 or 2 rounds, which would have already propelled them into the pistol round early. But they got what they're given at this point, Vans.
Definitely, and now we're going to see give it your all towards this B side. 4 players moving forward. Katie setting up a crossfire. She makes it enough across towards this turret, but now the boombot spots her. They couldn't shoot it down fast enough, and that allows Dinos to get the first blood into this round, and things are looking good, at least for now, for the FWOGS. And we're going to we had a curveball actually set up for Jazzikins to try to push out, and I like this move from FWOGS to try to pull back instead and regain mid control.
A little bit of a bait and switch, which can always work really well, especially if everyone's so prepared for them to do that B main rush, to just have that all of their utility poised towards it. Instead, you can see them moving ever so quietly over towards A at the moment, over towards A main. And I think, I don't think C9 have fallen for this at all, really. No. They're just making a little bit of a play out of this, and really good players are poised to attack this as they come zooming on in.
That's the other thing. You're just putting the stars on the ground. You have so much stopping power, and you have reconverts once again to come out. And that is just going to be the C9 on lockdown without the lockdown needed on the A site. Juno 4 with only 1 more to go. Her teammates also low on HP, so you have to count pretty much on Juno 4 for the rest of everything. Falls into her hands onto this round on pistol. She's about to come head-to-head with just passing over the Phoenix. Unfortunately there, she doesn't clear towards the right, and that is going to be it. The 2 fall, and C9 White wins this series 2-0 and move forward in the VCT Game Changers.
Well, there you go. Not only did they get through the group stages before they were propelled into the playoffs undefeated in any map, they walk into this particular series only dropping 1 singular round throughout it. And that is a statement to make if I've ever seen one. The other teams are going to be looking over to this score and going, oh, hang on, Vans, I'm a little bit worried, because if at some point throughout the bracket we're going to go up against C9 White, that is the reputation that they will have behind them.
Well, I'm back, Jess and Vansili, and Jess, for the record, I was rubbing my hands so fast.
Thank you.
And so
those hot
quick.
hands.
I was dragon balling. I was dragon balling the spirit bomb here for the team of FWOGS.
That is acceptable. Obviously, there's a little bit to break down here, but there's also not a lot to break down here. As you guys know, when teams win with such dominant fashion, it's difficult to sort of like analyze 100% what's going on. But I do want to start off by talking about map control, because that last round to me is one of the reasons we're seeing a bit of a disparity, which the disparity that is rightfully there, right? Because this Cloud9 White team has been together far longer. They've had way more support, coaching staff. They've been doing this for longer, so I would have been very, very surprised had they been the team that lost 13-0, let's put it that way. But in terms of map control, we saw that round. They committed a little bit to the B main, got the entry, and then decided to fake it back to A. But of course, that is not something you're going to fall for when you have absolutely no map control at mid, and they were sort of just shift walking around the map. Vansili, how do you feel like the way that I'm seeing it, that is maybe a bit of a disparity between the two teams, and if there is something that they need to work on a little bit better, is that?
Yeah, I do agree. If we want to break down into the last round, right, the pistol round that we saw on that second half for FWOGS to get that first kill was perfect. I think even falling back is the right thing to do at that point, because you could see in hindsight on that minimap that you had, again, the curveball ready from Jazzykins. They also had a third player ready in there. So what happens is now mid control is open, but we didn't take advantage of it for FWOGS. Why? Because you have an Astra also towards the A site that's going to put a star in the middle, and then it's like, oh well, a Nebula's up, and then I don't want to walk through it because now FWOGS has been denied information on what's happening towards middle. So you try to crunch back towards the A side, it's just not good enough. You still go back with no information. That's the key word, no information of where C9 White's playing, and you don't really have the utility with this composition, at least in my opinion, to allow to flush these players out. You don't have a Raze with pain shells to try to push out of angles. You don't have a Sova to drone or to recon, right? I guess it did have a Raze, but the utility wasn't really pushed out in a sense to try to flush out your opponents.
Oh no, look at that on the screen right now. 28.3% compared to the 17. That's okay, that's headshot. As long as you get your kill, you don't really matter if it's headshots or otherwise. But the damage between both of the teams, that's probably the big one, as well as the frag wins and objective wins. I'm not so worried about the objective wins considering, you know, how that particular map went. But that frag wins, what do you take from that? Just out of the fact that a lot of it came down to utility to begin with, and then frags galore.
Definitely. I think you're looking at this, the amount of damage, it paints the story of what happened as well for FWOGS when they were playing the defender side and trying to go for that retake, right? The amount of times that they couldn't even step a foot inside that site because of the hot hands from Jazzykins at Heaven, the control that they had with Annie-Dro towards that tree side. So you're forced in situations where you have to try to save so much. And that means you don't have enough damage going in through. So that means also no damage at the beginning of the round that was being displayed here for the FWOGS team, unfortunately, at that point. So C9, they really had the reins and the control of this whole series the whole time.
I think the utility
you talk about
control...
reins.
Oh, no, go on.
Oh, no, I just need to point something out because the Annie fans out there, myself included, Annie, if you watch this, I love you so very much. Please, I'm your greatest fan. No, but seriously, the 8.5 KD, is that what I saw? Is that I'm just noting it down here in my notes at 8.5 and she wasn't even the jet?
It's pretty crazy.
Put that out?
It's pretty crazy. I actually now I have to go back into the websites to check those stats. But that's huge actually in terms of KD. And again, it comes down to how good she's been using the utility and take advantage of it too when it's not being countered back by just simply shooting down that utility.
Well, I think the utility usage is a really interesting point here because I'm going to bring some of my EU-ness into this because I know what EU teams would do if they were watching this and their sort of way to solve this issue. And I think some NA teams are starting to do this as well. But not having a Sage in those situations against Cloud9 White, for me, makes no sense. So if it was me, you know, watching this, if I was a team that was going to go up against a C9 White, I'd be thinking, let me real quick sub in a Sage here because that is going to mitigate the slows and the war. That is going to mitigate so much of their pushes. They like going in hard. They like going in fast. They like these executes where they throw everything at you. I know it's not the most popular opinion, and I'm sure chat are probably down there flaming me right now for bringing up Sage. But hear me out, guys. I'm telling you, any other teams that are watching this, sub in a Sage and then see what happens.
There's no way that they flame you because even if you look at Masters for NA last weekend, we also had a huge change in 100 Thieves, also using a Sage now with Nitro into the lineup and really using that agent to the best of its abilities, or to best of her abilities to be able to slow down the attack. Of course, they still lost their series, but it is still a great start to try to stop and slow down an aggression. I talked about Raze before. The paint shells are going to be very good. The Boombot is good to get that information too. But I haven't maybe seen it as much into this series, maybe because we didn't catch it. I'm going to have to look back at these VODs to see if that was really the case on the side here of FWOGS with the triple duelist setup that they had.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing to probably point out is that if FWOGS had really watched all of those plethora of VODs that exist on C9 White, and you know that they're an aggressive team that confidently takes a side, and you don't think to yourself, how do we stall that out? I mean, Sage is an option that you can bring in to stop that kind of really aggressive push. You can stint them, you can stall them, you can do all of those combative tactics. I don't think necessarily when you're going into a matchup, you go, this is the composition we like, and we're going to be reactive. How about you be proactive? How about you look at your agent engaging conversation and go, okay, we could be proactive before we even get into the matchup. And maybe that could have, I don't know, stalled C9 White out a little bit more. I'm not saying they would have won, but maybe they could have put up a bit of a better fight in the end to just slow them down a little bit.
100%, I'm with you there. But of course, that was the first quarterfinals of the day, which means the bracket looks slightly different. And now, Cloud9 White, you know, they can chill now. They can lay back a little bit and watch the action because they're going to be going through to the upper bracket, which means they won't be back in action until tomorrow. That also means that FWOGS will be dropping down to that lower bracket. Again, we said this earlier, Vansili, not the end of the world.
Definitely not the end of the world. I mean, it's you get second chances. You still have a chance. I mean, looking back at FWOGS and you look at the other matches that they had, if it's not against Cloud9 White, there have always been very good one-sided series for Men I Love FWOGS. They've always been victories where there's only one team that were able to get double digits against them, which was Elysium Rose, as I mentioned before, on that very map of Ascent. But everything else, it's a 13-1 or 13-4. You see that aggression from that triple duelist that works very well for this roster, for this composition. It's just because it's against Cloud9 White, who's a little bit more seasoned, let's face it, right? I mean, they've beaten NA teams, like Tier 1 NA teams as well, like Renegades in the past. They know how to face off against that, and now it's your turn to learn how do you counter that back again.
I think probably to sort of cap off my thoughts about this particular matchup, especially now that it's a lower bracket and the upper bracket, they're going to be split apart. Maybe they go head-to-head again. Maybe we get a bit of a rematch if FWOGS can really pick things up in the lower bracket and zoom on through. My problem is that FWOGS would have leant back on the fact that a lot of their matches have been one-sided. The same way that C9 White will after this first particular matchup. It's a mentality you don't want to get yourself into, so I'm hoping for C9 White's sake, they look at this matchup and go, well, our next matchup will be the winner between whoever on the next winner's bracket. So we need to be a little bit more careful. And every stage they jump up, we need to be a little bit more careful. We need to be more prepared. And conversely for FWOGS, they have a little bit to look back on and go, hang on, we got our butts whooped today. What's going on? Because usually we could do the butt whooping ourselves. What's going on here? So for me personally, I think both teams can introspectively look back and go, actually, let's not get too comfortable. It can turn out like this.
And speaking of that winner's bracket, of course, I believe they're going to be playing the winner of TSM versus Dignitas, and that match is currently going on our B stream, but we are going to take a little break here. But don't worry, guys, when we come back, we're going to be bringing you CLG Red versus Oa Oa.
Verizon believes everyone deserves the best. That's why we start with 5G from America's most reliable network.
Verizon 5G is next level.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need starting at $35.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
And offer the best in entertainment on select unlimited plans, like Disney+, Hulu, and ESPN+, as well as Discovery+, with a Galaxy S21 Plus 5G when you buy one. There's no reason to settle for less than the best. Only from Verizon.
Money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
And welcome back to VCT Game Changers, ladies and gents, where we are heading into the second quarterfinals of the day. I'm Yingsu, and with me are your casters, Jess and Vansili. Jess, how ready are you for another match? Hopefully one that is a little bit closer than the last one we had.
I actually think this one will be closer. If you were just tuning into the C9 White thrashing that they just gave to FWOGS, don't worry, that won't be the trend throughout the rest of the bracket. I promise you, it just so happened that with the seeding, that naturally happens in the earlier rounds.
Yeah, I'm hoping for a close match too, but it depends what maps we're going to have looking at this, right? Because if I'm comparing the history of these two teams, it seems as though CLG Red might have a little deeper mapper pool than their opponents.
Well, they do. Actually, let's talk about these two teams. CLG Red versus OWA is the second quarter final. Again, double elim, so the loser is not out today. But just kick us off with CLG Red. Who are these ladies and how do they get here?
Well, a lot of people have been a little bit unbeknownst to what the roster is, because if you can look them up on Liquipedia, like, they've only got a 3-woman team. What's going on here? Don't worry, that's just not been fully filled out. I think it's Benita, Naomi, Rise, Chobo, and Annie, and I believe that they've been throwing around different roster compositions as of really, really recently as well. So you've got to give them some time. And Benita is the captain as of March 15th, I think, which is like 2 weeks ago. So for me at the moment, I'm not saying they're a new team by any means, but they have gone through some changes. They have been known to be one of the strongest teams in their region. How do they fare now with recent changes? I don't know.
Yeah, even looking at this roster for CLG, I mean, I know Benita from way back as well, being like an old school 1.6 player, and also being at the helm is when I was talking about the era of those tournaments. When you think about the SK ladies or EG or whatever, Benita is one of those players that were also that was also into like those ESWC championships and winning those titles too. So she's a seasoned vet going into tactical shooters. So her being the captain, her potentially being also the in-game leader, also has that experience and knows the players that she has to pick up going into this. So even if it's a roster that only has 3 players currently officially, and the other 2 are or tryouts or coming in to help out, you see how good they've been looking at the results in the past VCT Challengers qualifiers coming up to today. Again, another one of those teams that are undefeated into moving into today, and at the same time also getting a lot of victories that are very one-sided in their favor.
What about OWA then on the other side, Vansili? Who are these ladies? And again, the disparity is a little bit smaller here than the first quarterfinal.
OWA for me is, or let's start at least once. OWA for me, or actually like, a very cool roster. I mean, it's nice to experience it. They have 3 players that are coming in from like the Gen G side. It's professional players for Gen G, and they also have a situation when they have 2 players coming into this one. Outside of that, when you're looking at their history or whatnot, you don't have much, right? But one thing I could say is that looking at their roster, looking at how things change, looking at the tendencies, I would like to say that they're a good team that's able to adapt. Because looking back at compositions or their map pool, they really only play like Bind or Ascent, right? And when you look at Bind, for example, they've played it 6 times and 3 compositions in those 6 times. That means that every time they lose a map, they study. They want to know what's going on. They want to know what they could fix. And then they'll change an agent composition, maybe just 1 player, 1 agent, and then boom, it's a victory. We'll see if it works. Continue to work with that roster, and or at least that composition until it doesn't work anymore, and figure out something new again.
Yeah, I have to point out the fact as well that the only recent loss they've had, and this was in the qualifiers, of course, was against Cloud9 White. Otherwise, it looks like a 2-0, a 2-0, a 2-0, a forfeit win. I mean, for the most part, their win-loss has been quite good recently. And to lose to Cloud9 White in such a dominating fashion, do we really put a lot of stock in that at the moment, considering what we just saw? Maybe not, maybe not. Maybe they're working their way up to it. So I'm a little bit cautious about turning around and saying, well, yeah, they're looking okay, but for OWA, I think they will be a good challenge to CLG Red.
I do like the point you brought up, Vansili, in terms of the map pool, because I'm personally a little bit concerned, because if you're just showing Bind and Ascend for these two, for this team even, oh, well, there we go. Here is the map picks as well, the picks and bans. We are going to see Ascent, Icebox, and Haven, of course. Only one of those maps has been played by OWA in the qualifiers and this competition.
Yeah.
I'm not confident.
If I'm looking at this quickly, I'm pretty sure Icebox that says selected by OA would probably be selected by CLG Red here at this point, because CLG Red, that has been the map that they've played the most. Of course, I've mentioned about a deep map pool where they've been victorious in every single one of their matches, but they've played the most on Icebox. And, you know, Icebox, when you hear that name, it's one of those scary ones as, oh my god, it's a new map. Oh my god, they made some changes.
Yeah.
We don't really know how to play this right now. Is it going to be the set plays going into the site that's going to work out? It's going to be the retake play on the defender side that's going to win the rounds for us, win the series? Or is it going to be like an aggressive Reyna for one of the players to actually win the rounds for us? It's still there's still so many question marks going into this map. So I think CLG really wants to take that curveball in and surprise their opponents by choosing this map all the time.
You sure? Are you sure? Are you certain?
I like to say so. I'm going to look back and see if they actually picked the map or not.
If we can get a confirmation of that, I'll be a little bit more certain, because for me, there's a little bit, especially as an ex-professional coach myself, there's a little part of me deep inside that goes, don't play the map you're the best at. Don't do it, because there's a plethora of VODs to go through. If we're going to be predictable, let's not do it, because a half-decent team will read into that really quickly. There have been changes, so how much of those changes can you really lean on? You've got to change up something, and that's going to depend on the adaptability of the team. And actually, CLG Red's been forced into adaptability through changes, so actually they're in a good spot, realistically.
Yeah, and there you go. So it's CLG Red that actually did pick the map, so they are going to pick Icebox at this point. There is potential that there's a lot of footage going into that too, but I think right now, when you look at the tendencies of these teams right now playing into Valorant, they kind of want to just play their own game too. If teams are able to catch up, perfect. We'll be better next time, but we still feel that we're comfortable enough on that very map. It's our homegrown map. It's going to be our map. It's kind of like looking at Counter-Strike, for example, too. It's like, I'm always going to pick that certain map if I'm a certain team, because I'm the best on that map and nobody could beat me at that. And you could run in with that confidence for CLG Red too.
I mean, for OA, right, they've only played Bind in the Ascent. So even if CLG is the most prepared team on the planet and they have every game plan under the sun, they don't know what they're expecting. We don't know what we're expecting. But fortunately on Ascent, this is where, you know, we're a little bit more familiar. Of course, CLG have the more favorable in terms of like win rate. But OA do play Astra, Jess. I don't know if they play on Ascent, but they definitely do like running this new agent, who is pretty lethal.
I think
I'm very sorry, guys. Production just
yes,
talking to
that's
us.
why we went all very silent. I was like, hang on a second.
I was gonna say, don't.
You were saying?
Jess is just so deep into thought about Astra. She's like, I
thought she was checking her hair too. I was like, yeah, your hair is perfect. Your hair is perfect.
I'm in the actual atmosphere right now, sort of thinking about how that answer I was going to do. I was actually looking at the percentages of the compositions that they play on this particular map, and then production was letting me know that unfortunately one of the players is not in the lobby. So I'm like, that's all right. You give me a little bit of time to talk about the fact that they usually run, I don't know, they got the Cypher, they got the Sova, they got the Jet. Sometimes they'll run the Astra, and most of the time they'll win a highest percentage rating with the Astra in the composition. So for me, yes, to answer your question there, Yinsu, I do believe with Astra on their composition, they'll do very, very well. That'll depend if they bring it today, though.
I am a big fan of Astra as well, but as Jess just briefly mentioned, we are experiencing a slight delay, just waiting for one of the players to be able to get back into the lobby. So we're going to go to a quick break right now, but don't go anywhere, because after the break, CLG Red will be taking on OA on Ascent. welcome back to VCT Game Changers. I'm Yingsu and this is Vansili and Jess. Hope you guys missed us, with that long break. Jess, you managed to catch up on some snacks, but we do have a snack for you guys now, which is CLG Red versus Owa. And now before the break, we were talking about certain agent compositions, Vansili, and you didn't get a chance to weigh in on the Astra debate. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, no, I think Astra is going to be an agent that they're going to pull out right now for Owa. I think looking at the qualifiers and look at the match histories, that's what I've seen for the agent composition. I want to know what it's going to look like on the Icebox, though, right? Because again, it's not a map that they play, so we want to know how prepared they'd be or how they'd use Astra on a map like this. And I think if they actually use Astra on Icebox, it could be a very interesting one. I mean, because of the verticality, because of how much height there is into this map, you could definitely get a lot out of Astra on that very map.
You do say that Owa doesn't really have a background on Icebox, but I did a little bit of digging because I was really curious as to why Owa didn't really have a lot of map backing to it. I was like, why can't I find what I'm looking for when it comes to Owa? I am a superior analyst. I should be able to find. I dug deep enough. Dug deep enough throughout all of the records. They played Icebox once against Vixens. They beat them 13-7. Just saying. Do you want to know what the composition was?
It was in group.
Go for it. All right.
Yep.
Jett. Who else we got? Looking at the tiny little icon here in my little zoomed up thing. Astra. They brought in Astra. Astra didn't do the best, I don't think, but still had quite an impact nevertheless. What have we got? A Raze, a Sage,
and a Breach.
There you go.
Yeah,
so they
right.
did manage to play it, yeah.
I did have it in my notes after all, so I don't even know why I said no.
I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that composition right off the bat. I'm not gonna lie. I guess the Sage, big fan. I think Sage is a no-brainer on Icebox, and it upsets me when teams don't play Sage on Icebox, just in general. But again, maybe this is an EU thing, but Viper is pretty much a must-have right now, and I think the Viper wall is gonna bring so much more value. And even Astra on that map, I'm not 100% sure, Vansili, if I'm a fan.
Yeah, so I think where I'm a little bit questioning what they have for their composition is having that Breach right now into the comp, right? I think it'll be nice for retakes if you're trying to play a Breach, let's say towards mid or something like that, and it could maybe be I don't know. If I'm going to theory craft, right, on a Breach, if you're flashing towards that B side for retake or you're flashing towards the A side for retake, there's just too much cover on the other side of the map to not be affected by that. But also, it's what I find most important is not having a Silva or not having an initiator like a Sky to be able to get that information, like we saw teams do a lot here on this very map. So if I'm looking on the other end for CLG Red, they'll use a Silva. And then they'll be able to work with that too. They don't have a Viper in their composition, but they are going to bring out the Sage technically. They're going to have Benita, who's usually well, she looks like she's going to be a flex player right now in terms of agent, because she's going to play Reyna on this map, but usually she's a Silva player, as Chobomi is going to be the one that's going to be playing the Silva for this one too. So the composition head-to-head, I'm going to have to give the edge to CLG Red when you're looking at an Icebox. But mechanical-wise, it's still going to be quite even, especially if you look at this head-to-head.
This is a great graphic, actually. Jess, run me through the stats that are standing out to you right now.
Look, they are quite even throughout. I mean, you just look at the numbers and you're looking left, right, as if it's a tennis match right now across the screen. And you could just say to yourself, you know what, these two women, they're pretty damn even. The big thing, however, and both of them, I believe, are the captains for their team, so they're doing pretty damn good. The big thing for me is that Maddie is always the really flashy big hitter for her team.
Yep.
Like if you're going, oh, who do I need to look out for on this team? Maddie's the player. She's the captain. She often does a lot of the calls as well. And then she makes the kills happen. And she happens to be flashy as well. Mind you, there's a lot of enablers on her team that enable her to do that. So I don't want to say she's a one-man, or one-woman army, rather. I think she's enabled by a lot of her teammates. It just so happens she's flashy while she does it as well.
And actually, if I look at back as well, as if Madison, she's mainly a Jett or like a Phoenix, so mainly a duelist right now for this team. And if you're looking at, again, Icebox, when you're gonna have a Breach in there too. What's most common with a Breach and also a Jett? It's the flash and dash, the one that we always talk about too. That could be something that could be very potent. So I'm not I'm not discrediting the agent composition that they will use for OWA on this map. They could put something that we haven't seen yet, right? And that it's something new that we could learn too that could prove to be very effective for this roster versus CLG Red. I'm talking about Icebox a lot because if you're looking at the other one for Ascent, I mean, they've played it a lot too for both of these teams, but I think I might still have to give that upper hand to CLG Red, so they have to come up with an upset here for Icebox.
Well, let's talk about Ascent a little bit, Jess.
Yeah,
any thoughts on this first map?
That's what I wanted to speak about, because we were talking about the fact that you're yapping on about Icebox. I get it, man. You've got a love affair with Icebox, whatever you got going on there. You know,
I'm icy, man. Ice in my veins.
Oh, please. For all those who don't know Vansily, he is one of the nicest people I've ever met. So I really don't think there's ice in the veins. Nevertheless, if we go over and we have a look at Ascent, something I really did want to bring up for the side of CLG Red is when they went up against Iron Maidens, they did what C9 White just did, 13-0 on Ascent. So they're very confident on it. I know for a fact that there are a couple other maps that have been able to pull out 13-0s on as well. So they are confident in getting some really dominant, flawless wins. I hope they don't rely on that, as we saw sort of C9 White do. They only dropped one round in that series. So you don't want to go into that mentality into the future parts of the bracket. For me personally on this map, what I do want to see, however, is just a bit of consistency for both teams. You can 13-0 consistently on this map, or you might go up against Vixens and 13-0 them. Don't come into this matchup against OWA and think that that's going to be the same outcome, because I really don't think it will be.
Yeah, I do believe it's going to be a closer game, sorry.
I have to interject here because this is very important, Vansily and Jess. I've just had a very interesting message in my ear that the team's name, Vansily is going to be really upset about this, is actually our, not OWA. So our lies have been a lie.
Are we surprised that Vansily's wrong?
Like, I mean, not in the
slightest. No, we're never surprised, because I don't know if people remember when an analyst test when I was trying to predict, I was always wrong in that as well. So I mean, I accept it, but I thought OWA was going to be super cool to say to a broadcast.
Well, it's like an ow. I guess it's like when you're, getting pinched, getting slapped. So it's an hour. I actually prefer that. I feel like it sounds got a little bit more personality to it. But I also really quickly wanted to reference that head-to-head graphic. I'm going really far back here because I realized that Benita had a 20% first blood percentage rate, and that is honestly astronomical, because I've seen a lot of these stats sort of being compared to each other. And again, like over in Europe, we have like Niso, who's one of the best entry players. I think he's around 22%, 23%, if that. So 20% is huge. And if this player is going to be doing all of the entry work, getting all that first blood as Reina, I'm a little bit scared. I think that's what you have to do as Reina. But I believe the players are kind of getting ready now, so we should be heading into Agent Select any moment now. But Jess, any quick predictions before we head into Ascent?
Oh, I hate to say that I have a deep feeling inside that CLG Red's just going to absolutely rip through our, but I want them to show something.
Well, I do as well. We are heading to Agent Select now, as you guys can see. So I'm going to leave you two. Have fun with this one. And I can't wait to see another Astro map. Woo!
Thank you so much, Yinsu. So we are now getting ready for the Agent Select. We are moving into Ascent as our first map, being picked by our. Man, kind of missed that. I don't know, man.
You don't say it as well either. Maybe that's why you don't like it, because
I think it's my three accents. I mean, I'm Vietnamese, French Canadian, and English. So when I'm trying to put all those three together and trying to mesh it into an hour. You know?
No,
OWA?
No, not like hour, like hour, like a dog.
Oh, like hour. Like when you stub your toe into the corner of a table, and you're like,
but faster. Like a little dog. A sound a little dog would make. Hour.
I did see the referral to look at the video, so I'm definitely gonna have a look at that during our break to check things out. But let's focus here at least on the Agent Select. CLG Red on the defender side, and no surprise as to what we're gonna have around here. And even though Yinsu was talking about like a 20% entry fragging capability for Benita, she plays a Sova on this map. So is she going to be as aggressive? Is she going to be that person that's going to be able to defend so well as that Sova? Or is it mostly here looking at their other maps where she usually plays a Reina? That's my question mark going into this game.
I'd have to agree that I don't expect her to be the one to go in first. I would expect probably maybe Chobo or Naomi to be the ones to try and, you know, edge out that entry, or rather that hold onto side as they're starting on the defense here. You got to avert your eyes over to the right-hand side of the screen where you see the big, you know, animal footprint there. I'm not sure which animal footprint. I hope he gets a dog because our is meant to be the whole dog trend. Yeah, they're a big dog, rather than the small dog that I was referencing before. Maddie, she's going to take the jet. Are we surprised, big old flashy Maddie? No, not at all. Carly's going to take Sova as well. There's a Cypher in there as well, and I like Cypher a lot. I come from another game where Intel is absolutely key.
100%.
So for me, I'm going to be watching Hannah very carefully.
For sure. And now that we're starting things off, she's even going with a Ghost instead of going for even armor and utilities. So I don't know if it's a tell that they want to be a little bit more aggressive as you're seeing them set up right now towards this B side. So they only have one trap R looking there. And with this Ghost, I'm assuming she wants to fight down towards this mid-side control quite early.
Well, this first round, we've seen how much momentum it can pass into the hands of the defenders or the attackers, and we wanted to see whether that early aggression would play out. It hasn't just yet. I think what they're doing is they're reading out onto where the push is going to happen. I'm loving the split from the defenders here, and you can see so much utility already raining out towards the B side as well. So they've got some of those cams out, and they're prepared for any push. What push it's going to be, though, I think will depend on what kind of pick the attackers can get early on.
What I like, though, at least if you're paying attention to that minimap, is you already have a wall up from CLG Red. So would this be a call for them to default right now for Awa so that they could just fall back, wait for the wall to thaw up, and go with the flash and dash that you know that Breach and Jet could do here on their side? So they still have Silva lurking towards this B side, could be looking for a recon dart, sell a fake, and there you go. They're actually pinching up for that push. What do they have to defend, though, at this point here, Jess?
I mean, I'm looking over towards A. Is that the Sova? How much utility is left over to deal with this? Okay, maybe looking towards Garden and Tree. Do they have the control that they need for the crossfires? A perfect use of the drone here. But no, it'll cut out early, I believe. I don't really know whether or not they spotted out that intel that they needed. And
look at that.
That's going to mean they have no idea. They've rotated out. This is the wrong decision, Vans.
This is great. Now the flash and dash, you already have the Jet inside the site, and now you're looking for the spike plant to go down for that Astra, so that's going to be Tyree that's going to put that down at the default spot. But Shock Dart's coming up and raining from above. That's two players that are low on HP now for Awa, and CLG Red are coming for the retake. Two of them down towards the hell for Awa. We do have one for the defense on a rotation at the doorway, and that's going to be Chobo Me, but she looks at the wrong corner. First blood is going to be Madison, quickly traded out by Animal, and they're going for that crossfire, which works perfectly here on the attacker side. CLG Red are getting dropped like flies with perfect crossfire and only losing one player. Owa gets the pistol round.
There's two really critical things we have to talk about, Vans. One, the drone would have spotted them out had it have just gone 2 meters forward. Would have known that the push was very likely coming to A, and they had waited the perfect amount of time. It's a game of milliseconds here, right? So that millisecond, they rotate off, they decide to make the call. It's the incorrect one. The retake's almost impossible at that time. They've already got site locked down with crossfires. That's a beautiful representation of a Hell crossfire as well, one that works really well. So I'm glad to see the Owa, they're starting off strong.
Looking very well right now for Owa, right? We were saying how we wanted a very close game, that we thought maybe on paper CLG Red might have the upper hand and have a strong start, but this is definitely a stronger start on the attacker side. And speaking about a strong start on this defense, on this eco round, it's CLG Red looking for this aggression towards that pinch on that B link. And look at that, Hannah using things very well for the cyber cages. Well, first one on the B link, second one in the spawn site, and she pulls back.
This looks like a cat and mouse chase. Look over to your minimap right now. You can just see a flood of blue, like a wave running towards the red, trying to put out the fire. They know that that's what's happening, however. So if you are the defenders of CLG Red and you are blinded as you are, you're going to be absolutely feared for. And that is so much utility just to confirm that there's an entire stack running towards you for the retake. I tell you what, I'm impressed as to what our is showing right now. And look at this. Perfect utility usage, post-plant positions, post-plant abilities. I mean, oh, I did not expect this out of our Vans.
No, it looked very good for them to adapt that fast, right? Seeing how aggressive CLG Red were coming in towards this mid side, and how they're like, okay, well, let's just get into the A site. We know this right now. We've casted C9 White before when they're like, hey, if there's a push somewhere towards Ascent and it's 4 players, then technically the other site might be open, and they knocked perfectly into that door and were able to get into that site to get that plan. So right now, it doesn't look really good here for CLG, as they only have 3 kills in total, but at least they have the weapons to work here.
Now will be the true test. We were talking about it before. You can't put too much stock in the pistol round, or when they don't have that full buy round, they do have weapons to work with. And guess what? They don't work. And unfortunately here for the side of our, they didn't buy the correct weapons whatsoever. They were made of plastic in this case. And those bullets that I thought hit there absolutely did not get decimated. Pull out the rotate, the right call, Vans. I'm saying yes.
Yeah, and even then, it's a bonus round coming in here for OA, right? So the wall's going to come up. They're going to have to try to break this quick. You have Astra that's setting down her stuff for Tyree, and there you go, gets broken in. But how can you retaliate now for CLG Red now that you have the weaponry with a Sova that's so low on HP?
Well, at least they're collecting the intel that they need. You saw those stars pop up as well, and that's actually going to be a little bit of a help for the attackers to get on in and get the plant down. Spike, you can hear in the background, is going down very comfortably, and this is what they've been able to do every time. Prioritize the objective, prioritize getting the spike down, and then focus on how they can use their utility towards being able to hold off on the retake. So far, looking strong.
Well, you do see the recon dart coming out. 3 smokes on the staircase, too, and it's Benita that's going to get the first wall bang here for this attempt of a retake. 3 players still alive, make that only 2, and we are still closing in for CLG Red. Both players from OA, crossfire set up down towards the boathouse, but they're unfortunately getting dropped. Madison keeping things alive, though, on a 1 versus 1, as Animal will finally retaliate, and that was such an expensive round, but at least here for CLG Red, you will potentially get this round. It is going to happen. But again, Jess, it was a very expensive round.
I love that. Oh. Yeah, put a little bit of horn at the end just to remind everyone that you're not here to make a bit of a joke out of this. You're actually here to show CLG what you're made of. I love that. I love that.
That's hilarious.
Nevertheless, I think having looked at that round, it wasn't confident enough from CLG Red for me. Like, Maddie was spinning around left, right, and center, making an absolute nuisance all the way to sort of back sight. And had she won that particular last gunfight there, it's all over. It's a 3-0 that we're looking at right now. So it's cutting too close to the wire. And what they need to do is they just need to be a little bit more confident in how they push together. Otherwise, they're just going to consistently take these 1v1s. And speaking of,
the attempt was there. Yeah, exactly. But you mentioned it here, Jess. You said they had to move a little bit more confidently. They did. They tried to go for the wall and then the jiggle peek on the top of the boxes, but unfortunately, it seems as though OA were ready for that one too, for that push. So that's an early 5-on-3 that also opens up the site. Lots of map control available, but looks like Stephanie unfortunately gets caught off, switching over to her abilities to get knocked down here by CLG Red. So a 1-minute advantage as OA seems to be working towards this A side.
I need a blocking vision.
I love this. I love just watching the Astra and seeing exactly how that's going to play out. And we've got that beautiful picture-in-picture right now to see exactly what the placement of all the attackers and the defenders are. You can see them collecting themselves now, because even though they've got that woman advantage, it really doesn't make a lot of sense to just come rushing onto A. You can read into the fact that one of the defenders is over towards B just in case, and now as they come rushing onto site, there's only 2 to deliver.
Another flash, or should I say just a dash. They fell for the flash. No more there for OA, but they still make it into the site. Why? Because they have the numbers advantage. The spike will go down, but they're going to get revealed by a recon dart from CLG Red, so that it's at least 1 position away. Rise is trying to take advantage of that, but there's a nice nebula that gets popped off, and now they're trying to spray across as the paranoia came out, and it is going to be Madison that's going to take the upper hand. The shark darts to try to push him out, and it works out. It connects onto Hannah. She falls down, but it's a 3 versus 1, and they still have a Hunter's Fury, not even needed, as Madison will be able to get that frag and make it now 3-1, and this should put CLG Red in a situation where they're going to be low on the economy.
Yeah, beautiful. Bring up the scoreboard as you say that. And I'm looking over to the cash and I'm saying to myself, well, that was a little bit of a flash of a sheriff. Okay, are we going to run the Spectre there? What are we going to run to work with here? Annie says, I want to run something. Everyone else says, yeah, I don't think that's the play. Maybe if you're going to run something, maybe look, we're looking towards the shotguns now as well. This looks like a little bit of a desperate play to see what they can work out for this round. Because if they win this, things look a little bit better economy-wise.
And that is going to be such a thorn in their side, already giving their position away because that wall came up. Are they going to explode right after this? Seems as though so far CLG Red are reacting right away. Frost Orbs on the ground, Owl Drone to come out. But look at this push from CLG Red from the flank.
Oh, this is going to be beautiful. This is going to work out really well, especially if you're looking towards those players. If they do happen to commit to that, looks like they won't. And they're going to go over towards Tree instead, but it doesn't really matter. They don't check their corners, and that's why you do, ladies and gentlemen, because before you know it, there's going to be a gun waiting for you as you come storming on in. Great little flick up to the head there of Chobo, but overall, when you're in a 2v4 like this, Vans, things don't look good.
Definitely, especially with the pistols that they have so far. They're trying to get those ratty corners, and it worked out for a couple of the kills, but in the end, it seems as though Oa will take the advantage of that. So I do like it, though. CLG Red not maybe potentially going for the flank, but I like the fact that they still push two players outside of A long so that they could pick up that orb, so that exactly Naomi could have it into this round.
There you go, and that's the little intricacies of Valorant that you don't always get to see, you know? If you're not watching out for the minimap, you're not aware, okay, are they picking up orb? Are they trying to collect what they can? Are they maybe even just doing a little bit of a jiggle peek, a quick peek to see if anyone is actually standing there? We know that one of the rounds was lost off of really incorrect intel read. So that's as little as this game can be sometimes. And for me right now, the attackers are showing us that this is their playground. I didn't expect it, but I'm pleasantly surprised.
I'm very satisfied so far with the performances that's being shown here by the ladies of Awa. And right now, they're, again, continuing to surprise me by being able to use the utility correctly so that Naomi gets pushed out where she cannot defend towards the A side. She's holding on her own, and the only thing that's trying to stop them right now is utility.
They sent in a drone as well, and that is a missed position from Rise there. Hannah gets a bit of a freebie, and they do commit to the A overall. That's going to be a beautiful Astra start over towards, and a Killjoy, a lockdown as well. This is going to be perfectly timed. If they don't kill the Heaven player, they won't get it out. And now they do, but they destroy the lockdown, and all of a sudden, this looks very possible for the defenders if they're quick to get on the ball. That
spike will go down quite easily. They have a Rolling Thunder on top of that, too. This is going to be very difficult for CLG Red to try to retake. They have to try to get as much information as they can, but who do they have that actually died? It's Benita, so that's a lot of utility that's going to be lost for them to try to retake this site. Elise now, Hannah with that camera is just going to randomly tag through the smoke and catch one, but Madison and Stephanie are still holding their grounds. It's going to be so tough for Rise right now. I think at this point she should try to save, especially on a 2 versus 1 and a Rolling Thunder that's available, but she's committed. She's looking down right now, one towards the health, one at the A main, and Tyree peeks out at the right moment, and they secure the round. I gotta stop saying that I'm going to be surprised here. They're looking very complete as a team for Oa.
I mean, I'm going back on my stats and like, where did I miss something? Hold on a second. Did I not read this situation okay? I'm generally a pretty adept analyst. I can generally read numbers pretty damn well and have a good indication as to what's going to happen on this map. This, not really what I expected to happen, man.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of other people who are watching, who even know a couple of these players on this team, didn't expect that either.
So more power continue on, and we're changing the pace a little bit here for the defender side. We have put some Nebulas early into the round for the attackers, and we're trying to take advantage of it because Benita's right in it. She's going to go for the recon dart. It's actually going to ping out one player. So nobody's shut it off because Madison's by herself towards this mid side, but they are playing a very slow default here, Jess.
Yeah, you can see them waiting with bated breath. Will someone peek over to mid? I think it'll be the Sova. It'll be the first one to breach through the smoke there. You can see Benita as the one trying to make it happen. Maddie as well. It's not really going to give away her position, and she also knows that she's going to possibly have a little bit of intel to work with. I'm telling you what, some of these weapons today, Vans, they're made of plastic because they're just not working.
Oh yeah, they're just shooting plastic pebbles or blank shots, something like that. It was so close on a chest shot, but to sum it up, we are allowing Awa to get into an open B side right after that kill. So it's going to be an easy plant. Again, a half buy for CLG Red because they want to get their money and economy right into the next round finally. And you still see that they're trying things out with the utilities to try to retake, but it just doesn't seem strong enough.
Cage triggered.
They knew this was a strong position last time for players to hold over towards B main for a crossfire, and most teams have shown really good prowess with that. As the retake occurs, that's a good first pick, but the trades are far too strong for our. It's the pack mentality here, Van Silly. That's what we're saying. Can I get an our in chat? Because look, these girls, they know exactly how to pick up on each other's trades.
They're definitely bringing the pain over to CLG Red, so they're living up to their tagline so far. But the thing is, now that the money is finally right, what have they noticed here for CLG Red? What can they do? How do you read Awa in the past 7 rounds that they've played on the attacker side that they could maybe adapt to?
Biggest thing for me is that they're pushing the defenders back and then committing to a push. They're not questioning themselves. I'm thinking about when they're pushing over towards A, they're making their way up A main, they pushing Naomi back into tree, for example. That's a good indication that they're confident about what they're about to achieve with their execution. You got to stop the execution, and if you don't, have a better retake plan, Vans, because there's nothing in between.
Yeah, I get that too. And even now you're seeing that orb at the beginning of the round, and you have recon dart, that's trying to ping some players out. It will work. So this is going to force an early rotation out towards this B side from that Killjoy for CLG Red, and even force a wall up. But again, the map control seems to continue to be... They don't have that much right now, Jess, but they're still getting that map control because you said it. They're pushing him back, and now they have full mid side.
Just spotting out the amount of time we have left, working out when you're looking at the minimap, you're always trying to guesstimate in your head as to what the intention of these players are. And you can always tell that when they back up on a B main heavy push, that they'll either wrap back to it and hope that they've thought that they've rotated eventually, or that they'll work on a rotation themselves. They've actually snuck Maddie all the way up into pizza. Market control is hers. Door will be shot down. Yet again, another B play.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a split, especially with that Rolling Thunder that's actually going to tag their own teammate. But Madison still tries to get into right-click, misses, but she does connect onto the first kill. Animal trades it back. She's still in the back of the bow house, and she's just getting pinged out from that recon dart. She's getting spammed through, and that already leaves one player remaining towards that B main, and she was heard running through the cyber cage. She does manage to get the kill onto Stephanie. Down to a 3-on-1. She does have that showstopper, but she's creeping in slowly up towards this sidewalk. A shock dart just from behind, but Carly with the crosshair placement makes it easy, makes it look easy, and makes it even look easier when you look at the scoreboard.
This scoreboard shocks me. Shocks me down to my absolute core, because we did say that there is a solid foundation for CLG Red. I even brought up the fact that they had absolutely flawless, I believe, Vixens or whoever I brought up in the pre-show. You know, my notes are absolutely all over my screen right now because I'm trying to dissect this puzzle, because at the moment I had all the corner pieces and now I'm worried they're not the right corner pieces anymore.
Okay, I'm getting it drilled in my mind. Awa. I got it.
You got it. You got it, Vans. It's like a little dog. Like, ow, that hurts. Wah.
All right, like, wah is it a chihuahua, right? Ow, chihuahua.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, ow. Yes.
We're going to get it. We're going to get it at some point. When I just drilled it at the pass, how should I say it? But now I figured it out. We're going to try to just roll it smoothly as we're going to bring it through the broadcast. But Awa right now, again, 7-1 in the scoreline. We do have a pause to come out. And I think at this point, it's desperately needed for CLG Red, Jess. They're on an eco right now. They have full shares. And from this setup, it seems to still be default. I guess they're changing their Killjoy in positions right now for Naomi because they can't really seem to find an answer right now to how the attackers are playing it.
I really don't think there is an answer just yet. I think, like I said before, you only have 2 options and you need to work out what best works, and that's through trial and error. And unfortunately, when you're in the middle of a match, that's the worst time to trial and error.
Well, they're trying things out right now with Chobo. She does have a Marshall in the back of Catwalk, but she's about to get met very closely by a couple of players here from Awa, and it's going to be Madison. Surprise, you scope down, Madison's just crouching around there, but Animal still pushes forward to even a tally up on a 4-4. They've taken this A side control for CLG Red. They do have the orb. They're going to get the res ready into the next round, and Naomi trying to go for the off angle, but she's getting pushed, and that's where that breach comes out strong with the flashpoint. And wow, they're actually pushing all the way through spawn to B. This is one of those rare strats that I haven't seen actually at all. You're going through Catwalk to spawn to B.
I think overall, and I think Maddie did this in the previous round, she'd snuck her way all the way up, past Bike, past Pizza, up to Market, and she said to herself, well, actually, that's a weakness area that we're seeing here from the defenders. She's made use of it again, but this time she brought all the pack with her. Why not?
Well, as she brought the pack, you still have Rise at B main that was able to collect a weapon. So they have a one-person deficit, make that even Madison on that flank, blocked off by the wall to make it a 2 versus 2 inside the B site. Now as the Q comes up from the updraft, Animal's able to get the kill. We have 2 players that are low on HP in the back of the site. That's 7 HP for Stephanie as she's the last one to go. It's a 1 versus 1. She capitalizes on the other kill onto Animal with 7 HP and makes it 8-1 right now for Ouch. That hurts. Awa.
Oh my god, Vans. No. No. I'm going to shut you down right there, mate, because you're not about to join any wolf pack with that kind of pronunciation to begin with. So I have to shut you down. And not only that, speaking about pronunciation, a lot of people have been commenting that they're worried that the voice actress for Sky is currently casting this game. What do you have to say? What do you have to say about that?
I think that's great. I mean, if that's you, perfect hair, perfect voice, we need you in this game. Welcome to the scene.
Oh, thanks, fans. This has been an absolute pleasure to be involved. What it's not been a pleasure in is being absolutely mind-boggled by what's happening to CLG Red right now. If you're a CLG fan, you're thinking to yourself, this shouldn't happen. CLG was pretty poised to do quite well, caught up in that Hunter's Fury. Ouch, that's going to hurt, but it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, no one really takes too much damage from that, which is a bit of a shame because they knew where the push was coming from originally.
Yeah, but at least you get a pulse out, right? So I like the fact that CLG Red has changed the pace, the aggression coming back towards that B side, and they get the kill. Instead of playing an off angle towards B main like Rise kind of did, they tried to push out, they got a kill, they got a pulse, they got some information, but now things have slowed down. Just at this point, it still might not be out of the frying pan for CLG Red with a one-woman advantage.
I agree, because you can have a look at a couple of those players right now. They're sussing out the market up mid push, and we said last time, in fact, 2 rounds in a row, they gave this a shot. Carly will take out Benita, and that's a good pick there. And now that they do have this market control, they're going to have to burst door down, make it all happen on a B, because when you got 25 seconds left and Rise misses their shots, you can capitalize on this. You just got to grab Naomi.
Back of the site, they know that Naomi's back there, and it's going to be a shock dart to take her down. And now we have Stephanie in the back of the site and a showstopper that swings through and a res to come out at the same time. So you're still at a one-person disadvantage for CLG Red. The spike has now been planted for the attackers of Awa. Got it. And now Stephanie's still alive with the fault line, just trying to slow things down towards that spawn. We have 2 players here, CLG Red, trying to rotate back from the market side. They're both going to get spotted by Carly, and it's her turn with the Hunter's Fury. There's that ping, there's that first hit, there's a low HP, and Stephanie gets the kill onto Rise as she's trying to run down that staircase as the Hunter's Fury pulses from the attacker side. But with the 4-on-2, we're just going to try to make our opponents lose their weapon inside this B site. We're saving our weapons for CLG Red, but at the end of the line, the end of the day, it's still going to be the attacker side taking the round.
Oh, that was really important kill there. You might not have thought it was, but Animal actually would have been able to get away with that had she have just picked it up and ran. Rather than flipping the 180 and trying to grab that kill, I actually think she could have sped over towards Market and hidden herself as the round would have ended. Maybe she would have lost it if they hunted her down, if the pack went after her. But overall, I think that round was a little bit of a shaky one for both sides. The retake was very possible there, and I said, as the attackers come in, if they can slap Maddie down, they've got a really good access to site. They ended up shocking her to death, which is, hey, better than having to use any of your ammunition. Why not? But I'm worried for CLG Red because there have been opportunities for retakes they haven't capitalized.
And they're trying something different. Aggression now towards the A side. The fault line to try to counter back. And as you talked about Madison in that pregame, the person to highlight into this game, she has been popping off into this game with 2 trades of her own and back on a 1-player advantage for the attacker side.
That was a beautiful bit of aggression. Maddie obviously thrives under pressure, and she does a lot of these flashy plays. It's why we highlighted her, as you sort of referenced before. My problem is you can't come in, have that early bit of aggression, then question yourself in the rest of the round. Carry that momentum, girlfriend. Bring your team with you because you can end up into a really good position.
This is crazy. I'm looking at the minimap, and we have Sova just breaking the the trap wire towards A main. So did they still think that the hit was happening towards the A side? Now this is going to be a little bit difficult for CLG Red for the retake, because now Awa has the advantage on the flank from the Cypher on mid.
You are divided.
We've also got a lockdown pending as well, 7 seconds, and that's going to come crashing down. Hannah will grab Rise, and is that corner going to be safe enough for Carly there? We'll find out. It possibly is, and no players get detained, so that's what they're after. What is this wall called, Van Silly? I don't even know its name just yet, but it's a damn beautiful one.
It's a beautiful indeed. So the Divine coming out here, the Cosmic Divide, and at the same time with the lockdown just made things so difficult here for CLG Red for that retake. It was a little bit overkill, as I would say that they had players advantage for the attacker side, but at the end of the day, you only have one more round to go, and you're just dominating 10-1 so far, Jess. So, I mean, you can have that confidence all you want to use whatever you want at this point.
I would say give it a go, experiment with it. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not give it a go? Because we said before for CLG Red, you don't want to be trial and error in the middle of a game. But if you're hour, go nuts. Go nuts, girlfriend. Let it rip. You've got all of those deficit rounds to work. You got 9 different buffer rounds to work with before you even have to really worry. Don't break a sweat. Let it go. So I want to see some experimental things here. And you know what? Shout out to Yinsu, who's probably watching this right now going, oh, it's a Sage wall. We're seeing it. The Sage. Let's go. I'm loving it. It's a great map for it. Oh, what a flick.
Yeah. That was beautiful from Hannah, because it was a beautiful lurk from Benita towards mid. They also pushed 2 players up towards Catwalk for a big flank towards A. So they know this hit is coming on the A side, but the thing is they've lost that player. They've lost the important Sova again, and now it comes down to a very hard hold by Animal that she has to do at the beginning of the round. She's going to let them through, and even on that flank, they're ready for that too. Look at that. They're just dropping like flies. Only 2 more to go here for CLG Red in this last round on a 5 versus 2 of all situations.
What a shame, a beautiful flank, and then they were 180'd in the end. That is the worst outcome. When you put in a beautiful flank like that, you are undetected for the most part to begin with, and it's not until you start shooting that you get flicked on. That is not how you want to play a really crucial flank position like that. My heart drops here for CLG Red, because I just think to myself, that could have been a really big play. That could have been a difference maker, a momentum shifter. It's not going to be it, Vans. When's it coming? Because we're out of time.
We're out of time. This is another one of those situations where the pistol round is dire. And my understanding here, Jess, is that you were semi-pro and even coach, if I'm not mistaken, for Penta at some point in your career.
I was.
So what do you tell your teammates at this point? What should be going on from the IGL, from the leader of Benita to tell her team, we got this?
I always used to tell my players, if you are so far behind, let's say like you're in my game of Siege when I was a professional coach then, you're several rounds behind to the point you're almost on match point, and whatever you've tried adaptation-wise or whatever isn't working, go crazy. Go crazy. I tell my players, you have to go crazy now, because if all of the other steps in the recipe haven't worked, then now you just got to free flow it. Do something you do in a ranked match. Pull something out that you've not pulled out before, and work with your teammates to have it on the fly, because all of the structured strategies so far haven't worked. So, and I believe it was Einstein who said it, you're crazy if you retry the same thing over and over and expect a different result. That's the definition of craziness. That's what CLG is doing here. You can't repeat. It's not going to bring a different outcome anymore, girls.
Well, and anybody else that's crazy so far in the server would be Madison for me at this point, even Hannah, but they're getting the positive end of their craziness because they're top fragging in this server so far, and they've done a great job. I mean, even look at Stephanie. I've questioned the breach, maybe not an ascent, but I'm liking what I'm seeing, because she's at 11 assists right now. Madison's at 17 kills. It means that the synergy with these 2 players have been perfect for this map, and I'm actually looking forward to see what it's going to look like on Icebox.
I did say on both of these teams, and especially when I regarded Maddie as being one of those big plays, is that she had enablers. There you go. Stephanie's the enabler. Today, on this particular map, even though they haven't been able to convert all of those kills, which is why KD is not the most important statistic, start looking away from it, ladies and gentlemen, because I tell you what, you can have this scoreline and be popping 20-plus kills, and it still makes sense, because you can look over the other team, and their synergy and coordination far outweighs yours. That's what you got to be thinking about.
Well, now you need the synergy, all the synergy you need here for CLG Red to try to muster up this pistol round. It seems as though they were trying to go for some sort of a map control towards the A long to start things off, but you still have the spike holding down towards the B lane. Hannah, the confidence oozing out of Awa, comes out for the kill in that B main, and already it's not looking good for CLG Red.
Oh no, I just wanted them to do something crazy. I mean, they don't have to do a rush, but they don't have to do something insane. But when you're getting onto a pistol round, you have to do a team effort. You have to try and overwhelm your opponents to try and get that numbers advantage early on in the round and make something come of it. Because now, at least for CLG, being on the back foot on a pistol round on essentially what is going to be match point, you have to win this round. The pressure is so immense on top of you. And then when one of your teammates dies, the comms are going to be low. The mentality is going to be low, Van, so they've got to pick it up now.
And it's desperate meshes, right? All 4 players moving out towards the A main, and that was a perfect flash coming out from the breach. And now Stephanie back at the generator, still connects with the kill. And the silver shock darts are good enough for at least a couple, but Benita is still on a 2 versus 1 with only 20 seconds. She can't fall back. She has to commit into this site, but that is to recharge her recon dart and knows that one is up towards that heaven side, trying to close this door, trying to peek through, gets the dink, but unfortunately not the kill onto Tyre, and that is going to be map point for Awa.
I couldn't believe it. She had made that door play so perfect, and I thought to myself, this is it. You can run on in. You might even be able to get a spike plant down if you get that heaven kill. Things can work in your favor. And then she peaks, and my heart drops as quickly as she drops straight after that death. Vans, This is not it. We wanted a close matchup. We just watched C9 White completely decimate FWOGS. Now we're on to the Dogs decimating the CLG Red. I mean, this is just crazy.
It is insane, and look at that, it continues, and they're just going to try to push as a group, and it's already being stopped by Hannah. Perfect cyber cage onto the ground, but an even better paranoia to come out, but Carly's there for the trade. Only 2 more to try to keep this dream alive here for CLG Red on this first map, but it will not happen. Stephanie to lock down the last kill and put Awa on the first map in this series.
Are we surprised after how the first half went, Vans, that Awa are walking away with the win? I tell you what, when I was a C9 White fangirl, I was like, you know what? I know a lot about C9 White, but I don't really know much about Awa. Now I'm going to be in chats going #Awa every time they damn play, because they've got a new fangirl in me after that performance.
Yeah,
here.
you definitely got to pull out those dog emojis into the chat at that point now. Every time you see the dominance coming out of this team. Again, this is the beauty of looking at these matches where you don't have a lot of footage against these teams. It's basically the first time that you're facing off against each other for all of these teams in the top 8 right now for the Game Changers, and it comes down to, yes, you said it here, Jess, you could be as prepared as you want. You could have footage against you. You could have footage for you, but it also may not work out once you meet your opponent face to face, and we've seen how that was a surprise coming in here for CLG Red versus Awa. But sorry, just caught something in my throat. I think it's a frog. No, it's a chihuahua. But now it's to say, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will see Map 2 of this series, and see if CLG Red could come back in Icebox.
and welcome back to VCT Game Changers, where our one map up after a dominant performance against CLG Red. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by Vasily and Jess. And honestly, Vasily, I could listen to you try and navigate through how to pronounce our all day. Honestly, all day.
I just realized I didn't have a chance to look at the video while we were on break, but I did download Duolingo, so we're going to have to learn it for the next map here.
Do you think our is on Duolingo? Because out of all the phrases, I think that's on Duolingo.
Wow.
I think it's that one.
It's the thought that counts. It's
Exactly.
Trying,
I'm trying,
the
chat.
Effort.
I'm trying.
And speaking of trying, you know, we had two teams that battled it out again, and
Yep.
all three of us were wrong when it came to the
Yes.
result. I certainly didn't expect that kind of dominance when it came to performance. And Jess, you know, my main concerns here were the retakes, of course, from CLG. It just felt like they didn't understand how to sort of navigate around our here.
I said it to Vans pretty much halfway through the matchup, or rather this map in particular. I said, I'm not confident that CLG understands how to respond. They either need to respond really early, push the attackers back, stall them out so they can work out what they need to do, or they need to navigate their retakes a lot better. It didn't get much better as the rounds went on. I think the only time I really saw a little bit of a confident burst was maybe Naomi back site and really gave a bit of an opportunity here and there to make things happen. Other than that, I mean, you're relying on big gunners to make big plays, and as that so turns out, you can't rely on people to just hit heads. I mean, you've got to be able to work as a team here, and that's where the retakes fail.
That I want to add on to that, though. That's where I think the team play for our was actually perfect, because I feel that CLG Red, they have tried different things on the defender side where, hey, turtling up doesn't work out. Putting Killjoy from A to B, it's not working out. Let's try to push B main. Got a couple of kills, still lost the retake. Trying to take mid control, it's not working out. Why? Because Madison, Hannah, and company here of the attacker side were just doing very well to win those individual fights too, right? You could be as prepared as you want, but you also have to be ready for those duels and to try to win those duels. And you saw during the replay, one of the times that they actually made it into the site for CLG Red, you did see how Stephanie played that breach. A flash blinds three players peeking out here for Awa. They get kills. She's able to survive as long as she can and does her job as that anchor player. I think just right now, looking at head-to-head, it's not really about who's more prepared or whatnot, because they do look prepared from both sides, but it's just Awa is on a different level in terms of mechanical skills in this matchup so far.
What about the post-plant situations then, Jess, on the other side of this? Because I do feel like our played that very, very well, but they weren't challenged enough, in my opinion, to sort of really prove that they had everything locked down.
You know, this is an interesting point that not just in this particular tournament, but beyond and in other tactical FPS games, that people don't like to approach this subject. And I hate that they don't, because we need to, you know, hit the nail on the head here. Let's be honest. There are teams, our showed a great showing today. Do I think they were tested? Do I think they were stress tested enough to show where the cracks are in their strategies? Absolutely not. Do I think coming into Icebox, they may be? Absolutely, because we would think that that's going to be a map that would hopefully bring out a little bit more eclectic kind of plays. That's what I'm looking for. But do I think they were stress tested? Absolutely not. If you look at our scoreline and go, oh my god, they're going to be in the finals against, you know, C9 or Dignitas or whatever, based off that one map when they weren't even stress tested, no. Did they do well? Yes.
This is where it's definitely going to be interesting here for CLG Red, because again, Icebox is a map that they've chosen, and the composition that they have to, again, have a Silva in this lineup shows that they could play a lot of retakes towards the A site. For me, Icebox is still in a weird spot where the A site is very hard to defend, so you have to give that up a lot, so that you have to play the retake place and scenarios. And if it hasn't been working out here for CLG Red on the defender side of Ascent, we're hoping that it's going to be night and day in terms of the retake performances on the A site of Icebox.
Well, we know how Vasily feels about Icebox. You're a big fan, I'm guessing.
I hate
Jess,
Icebox.
What about you? Oh, wait, what? You actually hate Icebox?
My favorite map is actually, funny enough, Split. I go Split, Bind, and then Icebox is virtually at the bottom for me.
I'm a fan of Split as well. I can get behind that. But Jess, you know, coming into this Icebox map, do we have maybe a slightly more even playing field after what happened on Ascent?
You would hope, especially when it's someone's map pick, you would hope they've got something to go off of. You don't want to go in there and go, they're going to get smashed on their map pick to begin with before you even get into round 1, 2, or 3, or even the first full buy round, and you go, oh, these are not looking great for the team. So I do have confidence that they are going into this with a little bit more confidence. The mentality might be a bit shaky. That doesn't matter. Reset. This is a map you've clearly picked on purpose. Jump into it and things might look a little bit more pristine. They just need to, I guess, sound the corners out a bit more because they're not looking good for the retakes on a map that, let's be honest, I watched a lot of the Korean games recently and there was a lot of retakes on Icebox. There was a lot of opportunities where people did get in onto the site. It forced players to have to, shift all the way across the map for big rotates and retakes. If CLG is struggling, that's not good.
Well, speaking of Icebox, we are going to jump into this map now for Asian Select. Of course, CLG Red must win this if they want to progress through the upper bracket. Over to you, Jess and Vansili.
Thank you so much, Ginsu. Now down to Icebox. We're looking at the composition. We've mentioned it in the pregame that this is going to be a map where Benita is going to be playing that Reyna, where Chobo is switching out to that Silva, where Benita has a 20% entry percentage. Hopefully that's going to pay off for their side this time here, Jess.
If you want a map where I feel possibly, and this might be a little bit of a controversial opinion, I don't think it's that controversial, but some higher tier players might look at this and go, well, yeah, maybe at higher tiers that this might not be a problem. You look over towards Maddie, you look over towards a couple of the other gunners on the side of our
Yeah.
And if they've been popping off and getting that scoreboard high, and me saying that kills don't really matter, it's about the team synergy and the enablers and etc. On Icebox, once you have that full buy and you've got those long range weapons, that is more terrifying. You're on a map that it enables longer range engagements, and for mechanically skilled players like Maddie, that is a dream. That's a playground. You walk all over players who can't hit their shots at long range. That's what I'm worried about on a mechanical level.
Yeah, and now looking back on the other end for Awa, I have criticized the lineup, seeing that if they had a breach in there, that was a little bit questionable as to would that be the winning solution right now versus a team like CLG Red. And you see that there is a slight change. Stephanie is going with a Killjoy instead, where you might leverage this lockdown for the retakes or even for the takes.
Why not? I mean, we've seen it work on multiple maps. I actually really enjoy Killjoy as an operator, rather an agent as a whole. You can see me coming from another game just through my vocabulary there, ladies and gentlemen. But nevertheless, I'm enjoying the fact that we've got a Reyna on the board, because when I see it, I feel aggression, I feel hype, and I feel nasty plays. And that's going to be the first pick of the day from the Reyna.
Exactly. Even a first blood there. One watching that flank on the rotation. That's Stephanie for one, but they are set up for a trade here for CLG. So a perfect 4-on-3 to start things off on a defense, keeping Awa guessing so far. They had to fall back towards this mid side, but they still have an Astra and a Jet to help things out towards the A side rotation. But they get spotted again and they reset again. I like this so far from the attackers.
Oh no, they're just trawling through the map right now, trying to find an entry point. It does look like the B side of the map is a preference. I will say overall, and you let me know what you think about this, Vansili, I do think B is a preference for a lot of teams. I don't know what it is about B side.
Yeah, it depends as well on the comfort of the lineups and the comfort that you have as a team, but definitely like B would be one of those sites where it's easier to explode on an open side when you want to go for those long-range battles, or when you have a perfect smoke towards that snowman side to block the rotation. It's easier to cover it up here towards a plant on the A side. The thing that's tough right now is that they didn't have a Sage, so it was going to be harder for them to go for a plant. And speaking about Sages, there's going to be that plant for the retake, but we have one satchel charging in the air, and both of them to fall. Only one left. It's going to be Tyre. She's trying to push forward. She misses out on her shots, and unfortunately the defuse will come out, and also the kill from Rise onto Tyre, and it's going to be CLG Red that takes the pistol round.
What a beautiful wall. That wall springing up, you did say it was a shame that the Sage wasn't there. I actually think the late introduction of the Sage and then the wall there actually forced the attackers to be drawn out way earlier than they wanted to with that spike down. And that's the beauty of Sage, isn't it? You could just really slow orb out, maybe you want to barrier out, didn't matter what you did. It's so powerful in those retake situations, and it's why I love watching Sage as an agent.
Yeah, when Sage first came out on the defender side on this map here for Icebox, the meta was to try to put literally where Animal is looking, a Sage wall right in the middle middle so that you deny mid control, at least on the high grounds, and you could stack up towards the site. But a lot of the players right now with the evolution of Sage on defense, you keep your walls for the retakes, for the exact moment, especially on pistols, where the guns are weaker to break down that wall, it allows you to get that defuse out. But now...
Well, that preference towards A is now going to show, because it was B before fans, but now it's A, and they're just going through the alphabet at this point. And guess what? Benita's going through headshots. Not a single miss until Rise comes in with the body shot with the classic. I am choking on my words, because that is a very swift round there from CLG Red. You know what, Yinsu, if you're out there and you're listening to us, you said... Is this the map they're going to be confident on? Are they going to show something? I said, yeah, it's their map pick. I'm hoping for something. Oh, we got a bit more than we bargained for here, Vance.
We definitely saw it. It was a beautiful paranoia to allow for Benita, to peek out towards 410 and get those 2 kills. On top of that, that's another first blood coming in favor of Benita. That's 2 rounds in a row into this map. So you're starting to see the level of comfort that you have for CLG on this very map. Looking very good on the defense too so far, and we're going to have to see if this continues on for the rest of the half and moving on to the attacker side. But Awa at this point, they finally have the weapons in their hands, as CLG Red is going to be on a bonus into this round, and they seem to be focusing again towards this B side. So we're going back and forth here, Jess, for the sites.
And why not? Try and keep it unpredictable. I mean, as unpredictable as you can be on a 2-site map like this, you know, you can really only 50-50 at half the time. They will give away a bit of a position, and this should read a bit of an opportunity now for the defenders to flank. We haven't seen a lot of good flanks. I'd like to see it, but even better, we got Benita on the off going, yeah, good night, Maddie. I know you like to rock it as well, but you're not as good as me.
Yeah, well, we're seeing a Reyna operator this time, and it's paying off here for CLG Red too. We have yet to have made into the site to try to get a plant. You saw that wall that come up, an attempt for a plant, and they had to fall back from that one too. So the spike now in the hands of their Rays, as it's going to be Carly just holding back with her teammates. They're just going to hold back towards yellow, try to kill noise, try to not show themselves as of yet, trying to creep up with this Nebula to try to get a plant.
30 seconds left as well, so you can hear the announcer in the background letting us know it's almost like a pressure point here for the attackers. Please make your way in. Default spot, spray on through Chobo. You're going to get a hit if you point it right. Lash she does. She'll take down Carly. Hey, that's a beautiful shot over towards that spike as well. And Benita, she comes out as if she's been called out in a class row, and she's going to win that one for her team. And I tell you what, that all came down to the fact that you could smoke off an area, and I feel like C9 White did this really well. You could smoke off an area, but if you're planting default, I could wallbang you from wherever I damn want. I know where that default spot is. It doesn't take much skill as a competitive player to understand that.
Exactly.
So that's why Chobo was really reigning supreme in that particular spot over towards Snowman.
And that's also why I believe that if you want to try to favor towards this B side much more here on the attacker side, no matter what team that you are, having a Sage is going to help so much more, because that Sage wall, to be able to put it across towards the double stack and also towards the site, allows for you to plant safely behind a wall and also not get wall banged from, for example, Orange or even the back of the site. So if they still want to try to work this side, try to keep your Sage alive.
Speaking of being alive, first one to peak goes down. It's Ray, and that'll lose out to Naomi, who had a pretty damn good showing on a couple of those retake or site holds earlier on in the previous map. Unfortunately, now she's going to have to take a bit of a backseat here as her teammates attempt to wrap around and find out the intel if they can. And now they are going to work out exactly where they're pushing on through mid. I think given they were doing an A-B sort of switch here, Vans, my problem is now they're just trying to hit mid as if it's going to change up some unpredictability.
So far it's working. They've made it under pipe. They're moving out towards the back of Orange. Madison's outside to clear out Kitchen at the same time. So they have taken the B side control and also in a position where they can plant a little bit more safely. But it seems as though it's, once again, going to try to go back towards that default spot, as Carly is still going to manage to take down Naomi. So with such a broken buy that they have so far for the attackers, it's still paying it out in dividends, but the trades come out finally. It's a 2 versus 1. Spike has been dropped. Chobo making it a 1 versus 1 somehow. It falls back in the hands of CLG Red. And we're going to keep them guessing. Carly with the fake plant, and it's going to be Chobo coming out from the other side. And she's going to be able to clutch it to make it 4-0, but it was definitely a close call there for CLG Red.
In that scenario there, Vans, you're obviously a lot more aligned with the meta currently in Valorant. I want to ask you, should she have pushed or should she have baited? Because when you're in such an open position like that, I know it's default player spot and it's default for a reason, but when you're in an open position like that, should you have gone for kill in the last 5 seconds rather than trying to bait out the plant? What's the play there?
Yeah, I think, again, I didn't really know how much time there was really left going into there, maybe like 20 seconds or so, right? I think going forward like that and going for the fake plant and then looking out was the right call. You're trying to bait it out. You're trying to say, hey, am I going to play into my opponent's mind to say I'm going to go for a full plant, not knowing where my opponent would be, and then try to swing back. I think that was the correct play looking at that 1-versus-1.
There you go. Well, unfortunately for our right now, a dominant first map win. We have to absolutely capitalize on that and say that they had a very dominant first map win. Go back and watch it, because what you're seeing right now is probably not very indicative of the hour we were screaming for in map 1. The pack has unfortunately lost its gusto, and now they're going to have to bring it back as they attempt to rain onto A.
You see a recon dart already coming out to try to get that information, though, for CLG Red. So that means that if they want to give up the site as they are right now, they might have to wait a little bit longer. But maybe not. You still have Benita alive in the back of the site. That's an opt down to take the kills, taking a second one down. And that is it. You can't even walk into the site for Awa. And that's another flawless here for CLG Red. I think this is like the second at least so far. So the economy is going to continue to look very good here for the defender side.
Look over towards Benita right now. We do expect this for players who play an agent like Reyna. You do expect them to reign supreme, pun intended, right? You expect them to hit the top of the leaderboard pretty consistently. Now with the operator in hand, which, sometimes you'll see Maddie on the Jet, or you see other agents rocking the operator. Generally, I like to watch the Jet operator players the most.
Yeah.
But I'm excited that Benita's rocking the Reyna operator. I don't know how frequent that is for that particular sort of combination or composition to happen.
Yeah.
But it's nice because she can rock it well and she uses her abilities well.
And I don't see that a lot. So it's quite surprising for sure. And I like that it's working out for CLG Red. And this is a perfect counter to how you also want to try to stop Madison on this long distance, so what she could do with her dashes. And speaking about her, she was trying to look out towards this yellow, and she gets dropped by Naomi, who's anchoring the site on her own so far. Benita's already rotated out in the back of the kitchen. So she's looking out to see and spots a few towards that kitchen side as she knows this push is coming now towards this B side. So the rest of the rotation is also coming out for CLG Red. The attempt of a wall to come up, it gets immediately broken down. It's going to be hard for them to try to get the plant, but at least they get it. It is going to be a low buy. It is going to be also a big flank here from Chobo for a triple, and that's it. I mean, mission successful. At least Awa got that plant down.
Well, Hannah can try and grab a couple of picks here. They would be a little bit important for the fact that maybe she can do some damage, but I mean, you're looking at the pockets of a lot of these players. Go have a look at their bank accounts. They look like my mother's phone number at the moment, okay? They've got enough money to go all the way around and then back again. They're going to Disney World and back, ladies and gentlemen. So even if you do take a couple of them out, I don't think it really is a big hit to the side of CLG, especially when you've got 6 rounds up against your opponents and they've got not a single round after absolutely obliterating you on map 1. I'm feeling now that the shift of going into a map pick that you're comfortable with, being able to reset mentally, Vans, and come into this and show that you are a confident and capable team and you deserve to be in playoffs. This is the story we wanted.
Exactly. Like you said, it's going to have to be, we're going to play our own game on a map that we're comfortable. You can try to study us as much as you want, but we'll still come out swinging. We'll still come out strong. And we're still going to come out aggressive. I mean, you talked about the confidence before, Jess. We see the confidence oozing out here in the second map here for CLG Red. It seems as though they were never shook from that first map, but they're trying to counter things back here for Awa. It's going to be a lockdown towards the front of the A site.
This is what we criticized CLG for not doing, and now Awa is actually doing it. Slow them down, force them to have to think about what they're doing, stall tactics as best as you can, and it actually hasn't really worked. Look at that, though, with the 2 players detained. Imagine being able to sneak out. Oh, no, next to screen, and you don't manage to get fallen from all of that lockdown. What a shame.
Wow.
But Naomi, wow, that was brilliant headshots.
And she's continuing to drive by with that Vandal, only leaving Carly in the back of the site. She's only going to take one down until she gets traded out by Animal right after. And the reason why I'm saying wow at that point then, Jess, it seems as though with this scoreline, we're a little bit shook right now for Oa on that post plant, because you had perfect position for the defenders, or should I say for the attackers on a post plant, but it just didn't connect when they spotted their opponent first.
There were so many questions I had in that particular round as well, because I thought to myself, oh, this is it. Plant's going down, get your post-plant positions, everything's looking solid, and then you're telling me you're getting flanked? You're telling me you're getting double flanked, mind you, and you can't deal with that? That's a problem. That is a big problem, and something that our clearly did in the first map, and now for whatever reason can't counter it. That's a strange sort of outcome for me. To go from one map where you're doing it well, and then you don't understand how to do it on the next, doesn't make any sense.
And it seems though at this point they're doing the same thing CLG Red as what Awa is currently doing. They keep him guessing. Pushing on different angles. Benita is now opting towards the B main. She gets a first pick. Yes, it's a 4 versus 4, but there you go. She connects onto a second one, and things are looking easier and easier for CLG Red. So she's not giving them any room to breathe, nor is CLG Red overall. But that's now to a 4-on-1. Benita looking for this ace, as we do have that Astra. Tyre sitting close to the orb, looking left and right, and Benita, she just wants to hunt down for the ace. She gets it denied, but here comes the push. She gets a double kill. You might not want to be too antsy here. Catches him on a reload, but she still goes for the triple kill. So you're chasing him on a 1-on-1-on-1, and it makes it a 1 versus 1 in the end, no matter what.
That was way too much ego flying at my screen right there, Vans. I'm telling you what, when you have a huge numbers advantage like that and you throw it in the bin,
30 seconds.
That screams that you are way more confident than you damn need to be in that round. Ooh, you're lucky that Omen has full HP here, but going up against Tyre here, that's going to be the one saving grace, because Tyre hasn't missed in the past couple of kills. So you don't want to risk it.
And she heard a couple of footsteps too. And Rise is still going around the corner. I mean, this is nothing but timing on both ends. And Tyre, though, does have the advantage because the spike is down. Now that they spot each other, the big paranoia and the smoke, and we're going for the full defuse. No, it's going to be a tap. Now we do have the gravity well being pulled out, but it's still going to be Rise that comes out on top. So she saves it for CLG Red. And you know what? At the end of the day, Jess, I feel that it's still okay despite those mistakes, because look at that. You have 5 ultimates moving into the next round, and also because you won 8-0, you're still looking good for the money.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, the pockets are still heavy.
Yep.
So I can't criticize them for that. But what I can say is that Rise is probably sitting there in between both of these rounds going, girls, what was that? You put me in a clutch situation after that kind of player advantage? You're kidding me. We had everything to go for here, and you decided to take multiple 1v1s. Enough time for her to reload after the second kill as well. So that's something that fundamentally shouldn't happen, of course, but does it damage them? Nah. And Rise, catches it up in the end anyway.
And that's where you have a slight change in the strategy once again. CLG Red immediately putting the wall up towards the tube. So now you could focus towards the bottom and also towards that top, where you see that battle coming out as Madison is on the top there trying to go for a fight. Carly, meanwhile, does get pinged, and here's a Hunter's Fury coming out from Chobo. She does go for this first pulse, and the second one finally connects. So that's already a duelist down, and also the round making it more difficult for Awa.
So much accuracy from Chobo on this particular map. So many headshots, so accurate with the Hunter's Fury as well. That's something I really like, that they're comboing a lot of their utility and abilities to make the maximum usage that they can and get the maximum out of it. I say that. Maddie had a great first map, can't capitalize on the second. And all of a sudden, it's a back and forth. Benita, speaking about accuracy, Vans, talk me through Benita. She's not missing on this map.
That's just position and perfect double collateral going there to get that double kill, for the collateral. And that's just, she could just focus down towards that orange side, because the rest of her teammates are just locking it down up towards that kitchen and also towards B main. There was nowhere else that she needed to focus because she could trust in her teammates. Look at her right now. She's at 15, 4, and 0. So she has 0 assists, just connecting every single one of the op shots that she's pulling out. And that has really been the thorn in the side of Awa. We got to find a different answer right now.
We do. There's got to be something else that can be brought up here, because for Awa, they looked like a very solid team. I want to say that they are. I'm talking about accuracy with Chobo yet again, puts it on the screen for everyone to display just exactly how accurate she has been. Tyro will finally take her out though, and this is the aggression I wanted to see from CLG last map. They're bringing it into Icebox now, Van Silly, but hey, guess what? Rise has something to say about it, and it's not enough ammunition.
I mean, it's Nano Swarms. The utility is just looking perfect right now for CLG to set things up towards that site, and even then, you're seeing how aggressive they are every time they're pushing out towards the beginning of rounds. If it's not going to be Bonita towards that B side, you saw Naomi. She's basically out in the open, an open target, saying, come at me, from all pipes, tubes, wherever, and she still connects for the kill. So that I'm looking forward for this third map. I think it's safe to say so far that looking at a 10-0 scoreline, but just how good things have been looking for CLG Red, it seems as though that they found their form, and we will see this third map.
This probably goes to an even deeper discussion, a micro-analysis here of a couple of these teams, is saying that if you don't have a very wide map pool, you're not going to do well, especially when you get into the tournament setting. You got best of threes, you got best of fives. If you want to do well overall, you've got to widen that map pool. And it's very clear to me that for our, or rather in CLG Red's case, on both sides of the coin here, both are struggling.
Oh, definitely. And now we might have like an even ground in the end on Haven, where you have a bit of experience for both ends right now. Maybe not, actually. Haven, it's not even played by Awa. So at that point, hopefully they're coming out with a surprise. Maybe it's like a surprise they were banning all the time, and then we're going to come out with something amazing here on the third map. But before talking about this third map, let's see how this one finishes. Into round number 11, we do have the Cosmic Divide to come out for the attackers, as Awa is just looking for a plant here towards this B site. But you do have a lockdown to counter, and things might be looking very tough for Awa still.
It is going to lock them out a little bit, but it's still not going to give them the full opportunity they need to be able to get that defuse off. And that's the one thing that I'm thinking to myself. The flank could have played such a huge part.
Wait.
So many missed shots. Oh no, she made it happen before, but she couldn't make it happen now.
Okay, well, Chobo stays alive. They also canceled out on the flank from Bonita. And with this 2 versus 1, it's all up to Madison. And it's not going to work out, actually. No, the Bonita was still able to stay alive. It's Chobo that's going to come in to get the last kill there onto Madison, too. And the reason why I had the huge question mark and I thought Bonita was dead was she shot 4 bullets and missed all the shots, but nobody turned around to kill her. So she still had 2 more bullets and still had time to kill 1 more player. That was pretty crazy.
I feel like they gave her like a charitable 2-second head start.
But why? It's
like
11-0.
Me when I'm in a running race, like, please, can I have a head start? I beg you. And they go, yeah, 2-second head start for you, Jess. Off you go. And that's how that moment kind of felt to me. She's been hitting shots on the op. The moment she gets over to the sheriff, it's like, different weapon, different spatial awareness, different scope. I'm not working things out there. And so they gave her a bit of a charitable moment there, I think, Vans.
Well, I mean, a terrible moment to say we'll see you in the third map probably at this point, and it continues that way for CLG as they continue to push and aggress on every single angle and continue to take the upper hand. I have yet to see where Awa is able to cross past the green tugs towards the long B without losing a single player.
And that probably says a lot about your ability to make ingress on any part of the map if continuously round after round after round you are struggling to make progress, not even onto side, but just into areas to make that execute happen. That's a big worry sign on a map and probably something that these teams could go back on, VOD review later and go, okay, our problem is this. We're not using enough utility or abilities for this. And that might just be all it is. Maybe we don't have enough smoke cover. Maybe we have too many lines of sight open up and we can't deal with it. Speaking of dealing with it, that's a collab, baby. Bonita doesn't miss. She's traded, but I don't know about you here, Vans. That's more damage done than she can handle. And oh, Bonita, that has been a brilliant map for you, and I hope you go back and you clip all of these highlights because you've done an excellent job.
That was insane. Another collat coming in for Bonita, just unstoppable with the operator. And when you see Arena on a map like Icebox, you would tend to think like, oh, we're just going to rush things out here as the Arena, going with the Leers, trying to go in with the Vandals, trying to just fight back or clap back on even retakes. But she's taking it to a whole different level. She's pulling out the weapons. Oh, CLG is doing a Gen G. They're actually summoning all the power necessary to just try to get the 13-0 sweep and bring it to a third map.
This is gorgeous because you would expect Awa to be doing this, but
exactly.
Here it is, it's CLG Red. They're like, you know what, we need the extra luck somehow. I don't know how they've had all luck on their side this map, so not sure you need more, otherwise you might as well go buy a lottery ticket. And overall, for this particular map, I am on a roller coaster ride. I feel like I'm getting whiplash at the moment, Vans. From map 1 to map 2, it has just been a loop-de-loop, and it's just come to an exact halt for our coming into Icebox.
Definitely. You kind of feel like in those movies when you're like the car on the highway and like a truck hits you from behind, you go in one direction, and that's Awa just dominating on the first map, and then suddenly you're on the other side of the road, and a car collides into you on the other end, and now you're spinning on the other way, and you're about to fall off a cliff, and that third cliff could potentially be this third map of Icebox. But winning 12 rounds in a row here on Icebox has been looking very good for CLG. And again, I was just talking about Benita before of how good she's been here with the operator on the defender side. I don't think we're going to see a lot of that here on the attack. This is where, again, I'm going to see that probably rifle Lear push into those A side. That would really help CLG to just get a lot of power and map control on these executions on A site.
Absolutely. However they plan on doing it, I hope it's explosive, because that's exactly what this map warrants. They brought it out to a point where they can take this map flawlessly. They can show us that they are a team that deserves to be in playoffs. And even if they lose a couple more rounds, they've absolutely solidified in my head they deserve to be here. But what does it show now for Benita? I'm going to put a little bit of a challenge on the board here. Either Benita outdoes Chobo here, after the insane accuracy that she's had over this map, or she walks away second to Chobo.
And that's
the little challenge I'm putting on.
It's even insane to say that Chobo is on the top of that board as well, because she's the initiator, right? She's trying to look for the information. She's by herself right now on the A side, Owl droning towards A to realize that it's clear, while the rest of them are pushing towards Boiler with a beautiful wall, and that's Tyre already the first to fall. Hana on the top of the Boiler trying to pop some hands while they're trying to cross over from CLG Red into the A site, but it doesn't pay off. It's going to be an open site, and it's also going to be a plant.
I said I wanted it explosive, and they've given us that. It's almost like the credits of a movie being better than the movie itself. That's exactly what we got here right now. That's what I want to see from CLG Red. Redemption arc. Well, if you're an anime fan like me, this is exactly what you're getting on your screen. Map number 3, come at me, baby, because this looks like it's done and dusted.
We are pushing over right now, trying to stay alive for Awa. 4-on-2 right now. Can they keep things alive for the defenders? So far, so good. Carly and Madison going to work, putting Naomi, even if he's up, and it works out on the 1 versus 1 out of bullets as Carly comes in for the triple kill, and they will stay alive. And unfortunately, Jess, we have gotten the Cassacres.
It's just me, though, Vans. Ladies and gentlemen,
we're a team, baby. We're a team. We're a team.
No, you can sink the boat with just me on it. It's like the Titanic. You can say, I gotta let go here, because I am the one that consistently casts the curses these players. And if they want to DM me after today and absolutely rip me for it, I will let you guys. Just go on Twitter, you can absolutely DM me. But I will say that is a little bit of something. I don't want to say a participation prize, because that's a horrible way of phrasing it, even though it's already come out of my mouth. But what I do want to say is that it's a little bit of an exhalation that is needed for Owa going into the third map. I'm thinking about the future here. That's what they're going to be thinking for.
Exactly. Just try to salvage as many rounds as you can. Try to bring that momentum back onto your side in the second half, even though it currently looks like a lost cause, and bring that momentum into the third one, if we do see a third one. Right now, it doesn't seem to be the case, because the first blood does come in favor of the defenders once again. But the spike has been planted, and we have 4 players already holding the site. We got a bunch of stuff going on here in terms of utilities, starting off with the Nebula on the retake on the defender side. But we do have the nanoswarms getting ready to get popped off, but that's going to be it. Not enough time, not enough chances to allow for CLG Red to back off from the utility that they set on the top of the spike, and it's going to be Awa taking this round to make it 2 in a row.
Ayo, this is the momentum shift we like to see. I mean, I'm someone who loves an underdog story. And again, I have to reference the anime thing, because that is just such a shonen thing. So
I like what you did there too, because it's Awa, and then you put it backwards to say Ayo.
That was brilliant. Ayo, Awa.
It was close. It's one of my dad jokes. Chad, bear with me. I'm a 37-year-old boomer, loving this game so far. But CLG Red now, they do have the money right. And do you think this is the right call though for Awa to go for a bonus to keep their Spectres when they're still facing elimination?
I think if you want to come back, you have to play for the long game. That's it. You got to play for the long game. And unfortunately, if you can't pull out one of these Spectre rounds and go, okay, we're playing now to hope that if we win this round, we can keep the momentum going.
Yeah.
That's all that is about, really.
Oh, no, the off shot that missed. It was a free kill there onto Benita, but at least it gets traded off, and that's a 4-on-4. The spike has been planted, and Nanoswarm's being popped, but it doesn't delay the plant. It doesn't get any kills either, but at least we have a big flank. It's Hannah around the corner, but it's being spotted, it's being checked, it's being cornered, and she's going to get flanked herself. Chobo to get the kill. A 4-on-3 as Nebulas are coming up here towards this B side. We are pushing forward. A Nanoswarm to pop out as they're trying to tap onto the spike for Awa, so we are running this clock down, but it's Chobo continuing to flank. We have another Nebula up, but Stephanie and Tyra going to work. Last one is now spotted. They know she's in towards orange side. They're trying to spray her. They're still tapping onto this spike. There's no time. It's halfway. Chobo goes for the flick, and she does get the kill for the clutch. And CLG Red wins this second map 13-2.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We may have criticized CLG Red in map number 1, but it would seem, rightfully so and thankfully so, that we were absolutely wrong. They won't get dominated here in this series. We're going to throw it all the way to a third map, and that's what I like to see when you got a bit of an underdog story developed in just this series. We didn't think CLG would be that underdog, and now Awa, they've got to get their pack together, work out what's going wrong, and they're hoping that CLG is throwing them a bone, because after that performance, things aren't looking good.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to have to come down to this third map, but we've seen one-sided affairs and dominance from both of these teams on their map picks, that is, right? There was no upsets going through. It's like, hey, we're comfortable on this map. It showed. Super comfortable on the map, on the first map being Ascent, on the second map being Icebox, from Awa to now CLG Red. Now the third map is pretty much going to be still a question mark for me right now, though, Jess, because this is a map that we haven't seen Awa play currently.
That's probably the biggest problem with a team that might not be comfortable on a map, and they just leave it as their extra map on the map pool that they either ban a lot or they just don't play. My problem is going into that, you've got unpredictability, you've got lack of coordination that might pop up left, right, and center. A team that runs away with that, with the momentum, as we've seen in map number 1 and map number 2, that's dangerous very, very quickly. I don't want to see another Stormer again. I need to see these teams take it back and forth. Otherwise, whoever takes the first 5 rounds, if we're going based off statistics, they're just going to run away with it.
Yeah, so
that's how you're going to have to look at this.
It definitely looks that way, that both of these teams are really running off that momentum, right? Like how things are panning off for them. It's just like, hey, we're just going to continue to roll through. And even you see the confidence from the players themselves of CLG Red into that second map. We talked about how it's been really aggressive for Awa when they were pushing out towards the defender side. CLG have proven the same thing. But enough about that. Let's go into a break. And when we come back, the third and final map to be discussed onto the desk with Yinsu.
what you got. Back down, up, back down, back up. 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 Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up. God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up. God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up. God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up. God, ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up. God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up. God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up. God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the third and final map of the VCT Game Changers between CLG and Awa Awa. We've seen some intense matches in the first two, and now it's time to see how we battle things out here on Haven. And we talked about it a little bit before here, Jess, but this time we gotta say, there is no footage, nothing whatsoever about Awa Awa. So do you think it's going to be like a surprise that's going to be one-sided again for Awa Awa, or because you have the history of CLG Red that they should be able to take this away?
I was looking over towards CLG Red's VODs, right?
Yep.
And there's a couple of different resources you can use to see what VODs are available, etc., etc. And I'm looking over and I'm finding not a lot. So if you are Awa, you don't really technically have a lot to work with, which is a shame, because even though they have played it and you haven't, you don't really get to turn around and just play the 100% counter game because you are going to be completely unpredictable. You don't get to do that because they've played it, but off stream. So you're kind of like, oh, well, you're blind, I'm blind, we're all trying to work each other out. How do we do this? We'll just play the fundamentals, because when CLG did that on Icebox, that looked hot.
Yeah, actually, speaking about Icebox, we get back to that point. Let's recap that matchup, actually, because we didn't get a chance to do it as much. And now that, unfortunately, we don't have Yinsu with us, we still have all the time in the world to talk about it until the next Agent Select goes on into the third map. And if I'm looking at the screenshot of a 13-2 scoreline that was won by CLG, you could see that Madison, something that we talked about a lot here on this first map of how good she was unfortunately tied at the bottom with Hannah at 6 and 15. And I'm not saying that she was playing a bad game, but I feel that CLG had a good defense that really shut her down.
I said that she would actually be promoted to do much more damage with the long angles and having quite high mechanical skill.
Yeah.
What I actually misinterpreted by that and was wrong about was that actually what Maddie does is she thrives mechanically under chaos in short range engagements. That's what she really does well. Whereas Benita, when she's given air to breathe, she's got the operator in hand. She's got those long angles to work with. She had Maddie's number. She had a heat-seeking missile with Maddie's name on it. Every time she just managed to spot Maddie out. It was almost, absolutely ridiculous to me that Maddie was the victim 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
So for me, misinterpreting her mechanical prowess initially actually, diminished my ability to give the audience an identification that actually she wasn't going to do well on Icebox because the close range chaos wasn't going to be permitted on that particular map. So actually coming into this one, do you think it will be permitted because there are going to be a few more close range engagements?
Yeah, I think so. When you're looking at Haven, for example, it's going to be a map that's going to have a lot of long hallways. It's going to be good for someone like an operator still hold things down on a defense where maybe it's not going to be as long range or close range as we want it to be, but at least they're tight corridors when you're looking for these battles on long C or for long A, for example, where an operator being wielded by Maddie could definitely pay off. And where I also think she could definitely shine into this third map here, Jess, is the fact that on Icebox, we talked about it how even on an Ascent, she was a player that was able to get elevated because she was enabled by good support players, such as Stephanie, when Stephanie was playing the Breach onto that map. But when you got into Icebox, because you don't have any type of utility that supports Madison to be able to push the way that she did on that first map, and that's where maybe we saw her shine a little bit less. But Haven is going to be one of those maps that could allow Breach to be played, as we've seen very recently in the pro plays of Masters.
Or whatever it's going to be, if you want a little bit more of an indication, if you're sitting there going, you guys spoke gibberish to me right then, I don't really know who's going to win this third map, please, can you say it a little bit more simply? Well, statistically, if we look back to the only match that I have up on my screen right now that CLG Red played recently on Haven, it was against FWOGS. FWOGS had a bit of a poor showing against C9 White earlier on. Go back in the VOD if you want to check that one out. And they 13-0'd them on this map.
Yeah, that's pretty insane.
There's it's pretty safe to say that they obviously understand this map, and I think CLG can be quite scary when they understand a map as presented on Icebox. That's my only reference point.
For sure, and I think it's definitely a statement looking at that for the reference point too. And to see how, well, again, I'm looking back of what they had on Ascent, for example, right? When we talked about the 13-0 versus Iron Maidens, but it turned out to be a very one-sided matchup for Awa on that first map too. So I think we still have that element where we have the excitement as casters to be able to just learn and see how this matchup will develop between both of these teams. I think my biggest question mark is to look at Awa. What type of composition are they going to bring into this lineup, into this third map? Again, if it's going to be Breach and Jet, but also are we going to see an Astra from Tyre onto that third map as well? Because I feel that right now, with the Cloud9 White and also with Awa, we're getting a deep map pool of how this Astra is currently being used as an agent on these maps.
I would say that on a map like Haven, and mind you, my knowledge isn't as deep as yours, Vans, but if I was to just even look at it from a casual outsider in, I would say to myself, actually, an Astra would work well on this map. There's several parts of it, I feel, that you could just drop a couple of stars and be ready to pop something as need be, and then focus on other areas of the map, as we saw you sort of demonstrated in map 1, and you said to yourself, we can have, one player featuring over an A, dropping stars over there, or we can have a Sova over an A, dropping over there and doing what they need to do on the other side of the map. That freedom to move around is what interests me the most about Astra, and is why probably when we saw Yoru introduced and then we saw Astra introduced, people went, actually, Astra's phenomenally better. So for me, yes, I want to see a lot more of that. Do I think they will bring it? Maybe as a bit of a comfort pick, Vans, maybe.
It could be an ace down in the sleeve, and at the same time, you're talking about my level of knowledge in this game. I think it's at the same level as yours if we want to try to theory craft Astra into this one right now. So definitely, she's picking it right now. Tyre is also going to bring Astra onto this map. What I could say, though, is when I was watching a little bit of the playbook of Cloud9, looking at the 2D versions of their playbook, they used Astra a lot on flanks, where somebody like for Cloud9, for example, is going to be different because they have a Killjoy instead of a Cypher for Hannah here, but they also push into sites with the Killjoy and put the Killjoy utility on pulse plants, while the Astra is going to be the one watching the flank or the one that's going to be lurking. Why? Because she has to stay behind and put all those stars on the ground to really set up their her teammates, to allow her teammates to get into the site. So after that, you set everything up and you pop it out all your stuns and your gravity wells, then it allows for you to get for those flanks later on. But looking at CLG, though, it seems pretty standard of what we have in terms of their composition. But Chobo going back to a duelist.
I'm glad Chobo is going back to a duelist, and that's not out of me just going, oh my god, look how many headshots she hit last map. She's on it. She's hitting the accuracy points tenfold. And when you're on someone like a Jet, not only can you be quite nimble and traverse the map a lot more appropriately whilst you are hitting heads effectively, you might also be able to assist in those entry points, those entry frags, the first bloods that your team needs. And speaking of first bloods, they want to make it quick, raining over towards windows and make it a very fast pistol round to begin with before things are probably likely going to calm down for an A push.
Yeah, it looked very aggressive to start things off here on that defense for CLG Red. And as they read that for Awa, they're actually pushing back into the A site. But here comes the recon. Here comes the Al Drone. So much information to allow CLG Red just to storm into the site. But it's still, we're putting our foot on the ground for Awa. That's already 4 players to fall. Only Rise to go. And man, was that a bloodbath going into the site. And nothing was even needed on a pulse plan. It was just so fast for CLG Red trying to catch him off guard, but it didn't pay off there for CLG Red.
First round, a little bit of momentum into the hands here of Awa. This is the first time I feel I've said that in about 10 or so rounds as a whole, but nevertheless, a bit of momentum. They're going to get the Spectres in hands. They're going to have the upper hand here. And I wanted to ask specifically about this map as well, because it's a 3-site map, and a lot of people don't understand how heavy that can be for the defenders to have to spread themselves thin. Do you think that that's going to weigh on the backs of CLG Red, or that's just a nondescript factor of this?
I think for now, you're just setting the pace. You're just trying to set the tone on that pistol round to say, look, we've gotten dominated on that second map, but we're still here to fight. And look at even their position. They're okay to leave one person behind and just let them come towards them and say, we're not afraid to face off against you, no matter what pace that you bring. So for them to win that pistol, but for CLG to clap back the way that they are on this eco, they're both trying to send a message.
Speaking of sending a message, the Spectres are ripping through half of CLG. Benita did manage to pick up one. She's going to have to be the clutch master, but it can't be. And Stephanie, she'll shut her down before they come zooming back around and going, you know what? That's a pretty good 2 rounds in a row. You expect it with Spectres in hand, mind you, especially when you come in aggressively. How many times can you tap heads before the Spectres ripped right through you? It's probably not many, but I don't want to say too much too early, because I still want to give them the next couple of rounds to reformulate what it is that it means to them to have. What do they got? They got a couple of sheriffs in here, by looks of it, a couple of Spectres. I mean, for the side of Awa, things don't look the best, and this could be a CLG round just based off weapons alone.
And it's just Chober by herself at long A. She's going for the peak, and thankfully it was only a body peak going out for Awa, because if it was going to be a fault line to a flashpoint to a dash from Jet, it would have been bad news bears, for Chobo. But at least she sees that push. She's calling for the rotation just like that. We have 3 players already rotating and stacked inside the site. This is beautifully read.
This is going to be a prime position here for Chobo. If they can swing and get paid, but they don't, it's almost like you put 20 on a blackjack and you can't get the flip. And all of a sudden, I think for the A site, you're better off calling a rotate now. You've given up the gig, and maybe you want to hit the B or the C, wall up for Sage, the barrier, making it impossible to get in just yet. And maybe the fake over to B has given CLG Red a little bit of an indication they are rotating. It's a double fake here. It's almost like you're doing a bit of a trick on trick here, Vans.
Yeah, it's perfect too, because they have the star set up towards that heaven. It could be Nebulas towards both sides, and there you go. They both get popped, and here comes the push in. And the flash and dash is perfect right now for Awa to take over this A site. And Benita still holding towards the heaven, though. The spike will get planted at the back of the site, where it's perfectly planted for sewers and for long. And as the smokes dissipate, another Nebula will come out. So that's going to deny any type of retake coming in from CLG Red from heaven. You have to focus towards spawn now. You have to focus for this flank. And the flank is going to be Naomi that wins it versus Tyre. And now the recon darts, the cyber cages to come out too. But it's still going to be Awa making it very difficult for CLG Red to retake, leaving Naomi on her own. And Hannah gets the 4K onto that one. And despite them having only 3 sheriffs and like 2 Spectres, they still held their ground and won this round beautifully here, Jess.
Wow. I didn't expect that one. You can pop an hour around. You could just be wow. I don't care what you want to say. I mean, as cringe as that sounds, I don't care what you say, because this is good. This is probably the one thing that I think when you come into a women's tournament specifically, a lot of questions around how the emotions are handled around the team. That's something that when I played a women's only team was something you had to have that leader that stepped up. And this goes for every team these days. Mentality is key.
Yep.
They came into the third map, not letting the last map deter them. How brilliant of a strength is that discipline to come in and just keep it kicking.
And you see how the confidence still comes out for CLG Red. They said, look, let's buy our marshals, let's go for a half buy, let's try to get something done. They get the first kill down towards sewers. But the real push is happening up towards the seaside, and it's going to be Tyre and Madison opening it up and only leaving one player on her lonesome in the back, and she gets dropped as well. But here comes the play. It's only good for one, and unfortunately Stephanie is going to drop the last one. Benita there on that half buy on the Sheriffs and on the Marshals. It didn't pay off, and it seems as though we've never let go of the pedal here, off the gas. We never let the foot off because these rounds have been so fast for the first for the first four, sorry.
I still think it's going to be 5 Vans. I'm not going to lie to you. I still think this next round, it's almost as if they've put a brick on the pedal and they've just walked away from the vehicle and gone, alrighty, we don't get to dictate the pace. We'll just let the brick do the talking for us.
Oh, yeah.
And this car is barreling down the middle of the highway. And guess who the victims are? CLG Red.
This is where it might get difficult now for Tyre and company of Awa. We have a gun round, but we also have an operator. And we've also changed the pace here for CLG Red. They keep pushing on different extremities, this time towards Long C, and it pays off. But we've also pushed for map control down towards sewers, which also puts their jet in a great position towards the close side of the A choke. So see right now what could happen here as they're trying to fall back into this one. Chobo just around, and she gets rung here by the fault line, but that's not going to give any positions away. But we've reset it towards B.
I love a good B push because it can be so difficult. You have so many angles you need to worry about. You're thinking about Gong, you're thinking about over towards C-Link, you're thinking about A-Link, and maybe what about a flank over towards, sewers and around to grass. My problem is that B is so open. You've got to block those lines aside off. Here it begins. This is what I was after, and all of a sudden there's just going to be an absolute flurry of kills over towards the B side.
And that was a huge paranoia, but the trade still comes out in, I guess, in a similar advantage now, this time for Awa actually, because Chobo tried to go for the flank after the hat of the Neuro Theft to come out, and they spot the last 2 players on both extremities of this B side. Benita with the operator, and you already see the aftershock to come out just to try to slow her down. They're trying to close in on that Gong, as you mentioned, Jess, and it works out. Arise is about to get flanked, and she reads it perfectly to get the last one, and as she moves forward, I don't know why she still has a knife out, but it's back to 1 versus 1, and because of that mistake of rotating so fast with the knife out, Carly is able to capitalize quickly on a 2 versus 1.
That had to be miscommunication there. I don't want anyone to read into that and to say, what were they doing? Either there was 2 problems there. One, they either thought they got the last person, which can oftentimes happen when there's a flurry of kills happening on your kill feed. Or 2, there was a miscommunication that the last one may have been over towards window or somewhere else. And that's all that really would have come down to. So I don't want to paint a negative picture on that moment when that could have absolutely been an easy 2v1.
Yep.
It's a shame. You miss out on a round that could have really done wonders for you, but they'll pick it up, give them some time. That was some serious confidence and promise.
Definitely. And you could see from the angle for Benita got killed too, right? Because she's already looking towards that area, and with aiming down a crosshair in that spot, nobody speaks out from that box. You can't really see the model coming through, so they probably thought it was definitely clear at that point. So unfortunately, a miscommunication that puts them back into a save, but they still have that aggression coming out forward. But now it's going to be a flanker to the flank. It's going to be Tyre who does get the execution onto Benita. The spike is now going to get planted, and it's going to be a safe pulse plant right now for Awa from sewers and from long A.
Chobo's being really accurate. We need a good headshot to hit with the Marshal because unfortunately body shots won't do it, but guess what will? A headshot through the wall onto heaven will make the play, and with the numbers they've got now, it's still possible, but oh no. Over towards yellow, that's not enough. You need to make sure you're hitting those shots, and a 1v4 now, I think we can safely say that there is not a single round to be had yet from CLG Red. The momentum switching so fast that the whiplash is so strong. I'm gonna need a coffee soon, but I need a coffee. I'll tell you that much.
How? I'm already awake from how fast this matchup is going, but not only how fast is it going, it's how intense things have been. Because as you see how fast it is for the attackers to execute onto a site, the flanks are also very quick from CLG, but the reflanks are even fast for Awa. So we don't have any moments where we could actually try to breathe or really try to digest what kind of strategy is really going down right now for Awa on the attack, or even how you want to try to retaliate for CLG Red, because you just want to go aggressively. You're trying to keep your opponents off guard, trying to take them off guard and try to win these rounds, and it's unfortunately not paying off here for CLG Red.
What an aggressive defensive play to push all the way up C long and just have a really good go of it. That recon dart's going to give away the position of the jet there. That's a nice little burst, but it won't catch. And then the slow orb, but that was even a wallbang in the end there from Carly onto Animal. And that was probably an unnecessarily aggressive push-up C long. I know what they wanted to do, and getting that initial pick may have done wonders. And we've said before, Vans, that we wanted them to do something different if things aren't working. That probably wasn't it.
And the bait was perfect too for Awa because they really wanted to let themselves get tagged, and so that they could push down. There was somebody else on the left side of C, but with that though, it gives an open site, an easy take, but actually maybe not, because we've rotated already quickly towards the A side and we're backpedaling back towards the C side. So yes, eventually you're going to get an open site and a plant, but it's still an even situation where, you know, the percentage of victory here for CLG Red has greatly increased. Okay, maybe not anymore. Tyra hit a perfect flank there back towards the garage window to make sure that she cuts that rotation, and we're back in full effect here with Awa on the pulse plant.
God, I thought that Sova rotation was going to be perfect.
Same.
It was timed perfectly. Everything looks good on the mini-map to be able to collect the player coming for the plant, and then a little peek through a garage and you're gone. And that's how things play out here in Valorant. Unfortunately, you're not going to have the angle you thought you did, because all of a sudden someone will swing around and you're forced to take a gunfight you're not prepared for. Speaking of not prepared, we're not prepared for Maddie to turn on the speed, put on the gas a little bit after a little bit of a disappointing second map on Icebox. Here is her playground to really redeem herself.
Yeah, and now looking at this, you know, Jess, we're going into this game saying, okay, well, we're not sure what type of composition we're going to get from Awa. We're not sure what the play style is going to look like because we don't have any history about this team on this map. What's your take so far of Awa / Gen G on the attack?
There's so much I want to say, and unfortunately I actually think that it's not necessarily Awa winning. I think there's a little indication of CLG Red losing. I think they're not putting enough in place to be able to stop the attacking pushes here, and when they know a rotation's coming in, it's too slow to react. They know that that's what's happening. They've seen someone cross over. They know that they could move over and back. Why is it only one of the players moving to react to this? Speak to your teammates. Get them walked in on this for a crossfire. Whether or not someone goes around towards, I don't know, maybe even Bunny or Grass, wrap around to doors, go into garage and have a good crossfire prepared, then push in. It just seems like CLG wants to take these 1v1s, unnecessarily so, when you could just wait for the retake and have your whole team there for the party.
Well, we'll see if that's going to be the case right now. We have basically a round where they're going to have some Buckies and some pistols again, so unfortunately the economy is not going to be right. So as you mentioned, the crossfire, trying to hold out the right angles and the off angles here, Jess, they're currently doing it. They tried different things where they try to push out from the Sova drone and the recon darts, but it hasn't been working out in their favor. So they seem to be turning up a little bit more, but at least setting up for these crossfires that you're mentioning about. First one is going to get spotted, and it's the perfect bait right now for Benita because you still have Rise in the back of the site. You want to make them focus on that. The paranoia to come out to you, and they drop two, make that even the third, thanks to the Bucky, as we mentioned, inside the garage. But now the first flanker, it is going to be a 1 versus 1. Naomi spots the Hannah down towards that grass side, and it's looking to be a flawless on this mix buy that they have, especially when they know where Hannah is at, down towards that grass, pinned, sandwich, cornered. And now she's just going to try to maybe see if CLG Red could do the same type of mistake that they did on Icebox, where they peek one by one. And there's that first one.
Surely they don't make that mistake again. It is unnecessary to do so. You might have that 7 rounds abound on the other side, but you need everyone you can work with. When I wanted a crossfire, I didn't mean one quite as oppressive as that one, but that will do to cap off that singular round. That puts a #1 next to the CLG Red name tag there. That's what we want. A little bit of a momentum shift. Even though it's only 1 round, it's really something that especially we haven't seen between these two teams mid-round properly. We haven't really seen it at all where you were able to get 1 or 2 rounds in halfway through the first half. Well, it just hasn't existed so far. So for me, this is a bit of a unknown territory now. Now they can do this. Can they do more?
Even when you look at it too, and the other, my experience from casting other matches too, it's just saving a 7-1 or something like that, or a slow start is something very normal onto this map, because we always talk about momentum. You got 4 or 5, you can run away with this, but the momentum could fall back into your favor at the same time too, where it could really tie things up. And so far, it has been. We have a res from an early drop, an early push as well, but it's still going to be an even situation right now for an A site attempt for Awa.
The biggest thing I'm noticing here is that both teams are really loving the whole flank situation. Look how much they've had to commit to this. What they've done now is wrap all the way around and decide, you know what, A site's not the place. We're going to go shifting over to see where there might be a little bit of freedom.
Redemption.
Guess where there's not freedom? It's Stephanie getting peeked out by the operator of Chobo. And that was a player that I really did expect with the, I think it was initial shock from the Sova that really shocked me to push back and go, actually, they're not really going to be able to push in the way that they want to. Now they do get that little bit of breathing room, and they've questioned themselves again. It's a double rotate. It's a double bait. Guess what? They're actually prepared for this, really.
Yeah, even on top of that, you had the res come out too from Chobo when she died early, so she got her redemption arc on that one. And as we're trying to push back from Awa into this A site, there's only Rise once again setting things up with the paranoia, with the crossfire from Benita. Actually, I didn't see her hiding out towards that graffiti, and it's been a little bit too late on this push inside, and that recon dart spots them both, and that's going to be Benita, a 3K. So her from a Reyna on to now a Sova, still doing good work with Chobo with the switches that they've had so far and the agents from Icebox into Haven.
I felt like last map on Icebox, Benita was really flashy.
Yep.
Like, we were getting a lot of really good observations. So shout out to our observer, getting some really good highlight reel moments from Benita on the operator. Now that she's on Sova, it's almost like she can read the agent's necessity on a map and then play it to that need. And whether or not that's for kills, whether or not she's outshining Chobo, that's beyond the point. The point is that no matter which agent she's playing, she's showing she has that game sense to play it well.
Definitely. And even you see the utility is perfect too. She threw one from the B side, a recon dart into the choke. I think you even pinged out 2 players, which is where you're seeing them slowly rotate out from this garage, from the B side, and stacking players towards A. And that's exactly where Awa is currently walking towards to in another round where they have guns, because they've won pretty much 7 rounds in a row. And now this is going to be the momentum where if you get this round for CLG, you could potentially see them on an eco on the next. But they're not ready for that yet for Awa. They don't want to fall. They start with a Rolling Thunder into the site to capitalize on 2 kills, and now the A site has been weakened out. We have to play the retake.
Spike planted.
That was really well played from Naomi. It was like she was running away from, someone chasing her. She was trying to get that cyber cage up, and she was like, all right, I'm good to go. I'm getting out of here. So much ability, so much coming at her. And of course, a drop down into hell. That's going to be a blinded player, but missed shots. Oh no, you're going to need 3 players. How many women does it take to shoot down Stephanie? I don't know. Far too many if you ask me, Vans. But they get the job done, and that's all that matters in the end. And teamwork makes the dream work sometimes.
Yeah, I feel like maybe the Cosmic Divine was slightly missed, right? Because you kind of set up Stephanie to kind of be like on her own inside Hell when there was that gap coming out from that window side that allowed that 3 versus 1 to happen. Because after that, you saw that dance, ring around the rosy, back and forth through the Cosmic Divide, through that wall, and it actually favorized CLG after they've taken down Stephanie at the bottom of Hell. So I just a little bit of a misspacing, but allows CLG to claw back into this game. This is now 3 rounds in a row for the defender side of CLG, where now a 7-4, 7-5 rather, or an 8-4 could still be looking pretty good for CLG once they take the attacker side.
I'm feeling far more confident about this map compared to the other 2 that were phenomenally one-sided. This is feeling far more balanced. We begged for it. We said that this is what was needed for a team when they take it to a 3rd map. Beautiful Hunter's Fury. They'll get 1 for the trouble, and Benita, she makes that work. We were just praising her on her utility usage and her ability usage, and Well, Naomi, she's not far behind the likes of Benita in her ability to make those shots count and hit, really.
Yeah, we're finally changing things around for CLG Red in terms of confidence. Stephanie a little bit shaky, but still wins that one versus Benita, and that opens up the B side. We're trying to push in. We do have some cloud bursts and some flashes coming out from Breach as Stephanie. We're trying to slow things down as well for CLG, so great utility usage from both sides, but it's going to be 3 players of CLG Red coming out from the A choke point and even trying to push out towards C so they could go towards the C link to the C site. We're still good for 1 kill for Naomi, but the neural theft then comes out and we have the plant, but still a 1-woman advantage for CLG Red.
Popping up that camera is going to do a world of wonders as well. I mean, that's depending if the Cypher can get into a spot of safety for the moment to be able to use it. Oh wow. No, the paranoia. That was so perfectly placed there. Oh, no way you can outdo a retake that's so perfectly aligned and propped up by a paranoia so perfectly placed. I don't know what you're thinking about this, Vans, but I'm telling you what, I'm loving the comeback I'm seeing from CLG Red.
100%, and that's why I wanted to go back in the action right away. But when I was talking about the confidence right now for CLG Red, on that first map, I was saying how our are doing so great here on their half, where Madison was just popping off right against their opponents. But then at that point, that gave them the confidence to continue to push forward, where CLG Red weren't winning their duels, and it looked to be that storyline going into the third map. But the thing is, since that round that they've won and they've gone to momentum and swing up to 4 rounds in a row, you see how they're pushing aggressively down towards both extremities, but still winning those fights every single time now for CLG Red. They really want to come back in this game, and they really don't want to go home, or at least in the lower brackets in this first round.
Well, the lower bracket is where you don't want to catch yourself out, and where you don't want to be caught is in the knife end of Maddie's son. She's going to be able to come bursting into sight, make it work. She'll pop the rest of the knives through the smoke, but no one's there to collect. Ooh. And although she read the situation well, that's a perfect tailwind. A dash away, and all of a sudden, it's looking like the attackers have the leg up here, the advantage on this round.
Huge
I've
flash.
never seen so many flashes coming out from both teams at once. I tell you what, I'm sitting here and I'm like blinded out of my own screen.
That's basically what Sky would say, right? Whenever she hits those guiding lights, just blinded. And it just showed how good it was from that hell position. And I mentioned it before, like where Stephanie is at towards that hell could be very deadly when she's playing that breach. Not only with the flashes to allow her teammates to peek out from long and from short, but also the aftershock, the fault line that she could throw through the wall that goes towards that spawn to really slow down any type of pushes that's coming in from CLG Red in the end. But again, this is way better than looking at potentially a 12-0 for Awa in this first half. To be able to get these four rounds for CLG Red, you still have some hope moving into the second half.
And I think that's a little bit of hope that we were looking for in the other maps, that now we can actually say with confidence is here to play. Both of these teams have read each other over the past 2 whole maps. Whether or not it was completely one-sided or not is beyond the point. The point is now you're in the map that counts. You're in the map that makes the decider as to whether you stay in the winner's bracket or drop down to the loser's bracket. And you don't want to be fighting from behind. You don't want to be the underdog story. You really want to start pushing through the winner's bracket and give yourself an advantage early. So whoever is able to do that here on this map, I think it's a pretty good map to have a good showing, because as we said, Owa doesn't have a lot of history or any history on this map as a team. CLG Red had one of them, but no VODs to work off of, and it was against a lower tier team. So really, this is an even playing field for both of these teams.
Yeah, you're really trying to feel each other out, and at the same time, it really comes down to on the spot, right? And we talk about how some teams were really good at adapting, and I'm thinking about Awa at this point when they were playing on Bind. Like I said, they had 3 different composition playing Bind during the qualifiers, because if something didn't work, they adapted to a different composition. But now that you're kind of guessing your opponents on either side going into this matchup on this third map, you kind of have to think on the spot, on the fly, how are we going to take advantage of these type of positions that CLG Red were doing on the defense, and it did quite well. And then after that, it's like, okay, we know the tendencies now of what Awa is currently doing on the attack. Let's try to retaliate. We know that we could push towards the extremities, and it's also paying off. But look at this. Stephanie's on top of the board with 13 kills and 8 assists as a breach, which is very rare, and you love to see that type of performance from an initiator.
individual performances have been blown out of the park for both teams in the past few maps, and it's good to see that the spotlight will now be shone on different players for this map, but there's still many rounds to go. And speaking of those rounds, it is going to be a fast one here for this particular round. Attackers want in, and they want this spike down fast. Missed shots from Hannah means Turbo gets a freebie with the frenzy.
That was a nice little surprise, like a peekaboo just updrafting into the window and frenzying her opponent. And I like that she falls back at the bottom, because right now they could say, hey, she's playing towards hell, but maybe they don't know that there's a second player just hiding at the bottom with her right there. And now the Owl Drone is going to spot 2 more towards that spawn. They're in a great position for CLG Red right now to win this pistol round, as Benita, she's looking back towards his long side. She has a recon dart once this wall breaks. This is going to be so difficult right now for Awa to retake. We're probably going to, well, as I say that, they drop 2 and make that even a third, and it's a 2 versus 2. We're pushing through the smoke. What a right click, and Madison comes in, but maybe not enough time. Ooh, so close. And it's not going to happen. CLG Red is going to get this pistol. I almost cast a curse it. I'm glad I didn't.
I'm glad you gave it the pause suspense that moment needed, because I was certainly not going to say anything with my caster cursing history in this particular series. So I'm glad we left that one to its own devices, because overall, I really did think it was a great retake.
Yep.
I was hearing the ticking of the spike, and I thought to myself, you've actually left it a little too late. I know you're waiting for smoke to clear, but sometimes when you're out of time, you've just got to push it. You just pop that recon bolt in. You've got to get on in with the time that you have and make it work. Either way, close call there. CLG Red bringing it back.
And now they saw the flash and dash. They know that one is hiding towards the wooden boxes outside of Garage. And now even a recon dart spots 2 more. They know this is an aggressive push. Just hold down towards that spawn, and it's playing out perfectly. So the last 2 are going to fall. And as this happens, I just wanted to reflect back on that pistol round there, Jess. Just to, as you mentioned, as the smokes, maybe you don't want to wait for it to dissipate. You have to push in to prevent that defuse. And as they lost that fight for CLG Red, even if they lost that fight from a right click onto Madison, that was the right click that was needed to allow for CLG Red to win that pistol round. If it wasn't for that, like if her teammate actually got the kill instead, I think that would have been an Awa win on the defuse.
There you go. Sometimes it comes. I feel like I'm a broken record every time I say these tactical FPS games oftentimes come down to milliseconds.
100%.
That's what that really was, and it just comes down to the decision making. Could you have known in 0.2 of a second to let your teammate take that? Probably not. Of course not. You're just trying your best to try and deal with the situation as it is. Speaking of the situation as it is, it looks like a fast B push is the play. CLG be making these fast pushes work. Albay very carefully, and it's going to be a rain onto the B side.
Even seems as though it could be a fake at that point, because you do have the shadow step that came out from the Omen at the same time as Rise, but everybody's pushing in from Garage into the C side, but it's not paying off. Everybody's getting dropped here for CLG Red, and Awa are looking for a flawless. Gets quickly denied though by Animal down towards that site. Elisa Spike has been planted, a slow orb, but a wall bang from Stephanie, and Animal trades it out. This is a bonus round at least for Animal and company of CLG. The defuse is going to come out for Awa, but they lose 2 players in the process.
Thanks.
All right, shift the momentum back a little bit. This is what we mean. I mean, it's a stop-start situation here for both teams now. Now that CLG Red has broken the trend of not letting the other team fly away with the rounds as they did in map number 1, they could turn around and go, actually, we could do this. We could bring it back. This is now a closer matchup. Yep. And now that Brent's broken, God, you can tell that it's 10 a.m. my time at this particular hour. You're choking. I'm choking my words. English is my first language, man. Like, I should know these words, I feel, growing up. But anyway, nevertheless, and people are calling me Sky in game. I'm losing my mind here. I'm trying to collect myself. Nevertheless, with breaking that particular trend, do you think this bodes even better for CLG?
So far, I think so, because right now you could see that the pace that was being controlled by Awa on that first half is currently being controlled by CLG Red. As much as you wanted to have a surprise push from Awa on the eco round where they dashed out from that mid side and also to a B pinch, CLG were ready for that. So I think at this point they're going to be ready for any type of like stacks, trying to know how to read their opponents a little bit here on the defender side. And look at that, even when you have a full gun round, they've walked into an empty site with all 5 players setting up on that side with no lurks. So you kind of have an idea of how they're playing it, even though you don't have that footage.
Really good use of the abilities and utility here, and it's going to keep raining out as the retake occurs. You can tell that cyber cage was unfortunately thrown a little bit too far in the corner, and they wanted to be able to use it. Finally, they do. Recon bolts will give away situation, and look at that. That's a red, blue if I've ever seen it. Is it Christmas time dance, Silly? Because that's
I hope
that's
not.
looking on the top. Oh my goodness.
Spring has just arrived here, Jess. Just let me have my sun. Let me have my golf. I can't go through another winter of staying home. Just let me have it. I like the green and the red.
Of
shows how
you play golf.
of course. But I was going to say, yes, of course it looks like Christmas, but it does show right now that at least on these pulse plants and how they want to retake for both of these teams, they are set up perfectly to trade off on each other. How close these rounds have been, and how close they've been not only on time, but on trade departments, they are playing it a lot better than what we wanted to say at the beginning on the first map and second map, saying, look, they need to try to set up trades a little bit better. They need to work as a team a little bit better. And we are actually seeing that in this third map.
Oh, what a great angle here from Rise. That downward angle works really well, but these whip shots don't, and they're going to have to back all the way up. Damn, that's a nice shot onto Carly there. Just sort of leaving. It's a bit of a drive-by as he shoots through the smoke, and, you know, she makes it work. She gets the kill, and that's a really good opportunity for them to rotate over to A now. They've made so much of a ruckus over towards C long that now they could just take A for free.
And you see as they're coming into the site how they're setting things up at the same time for CLG Red. We just have their Cypher, just putting some stuff all around the site and just prepare for this pulse plan situation. The wall also came up at the same time. It's just going to make things a little bit more difficult here for Awa because they knew for CLG Red that they were on an eagle right now.
I don't foresee this being very possible here for the defenders of Awa. They're going to have to put so much together so quickly, but one of them will fall, and that was a beautiful bit of a shot there from Benita. They'll throw another one out, but that's a recon to confirm her exact position, so they can start peppering through all of the cages and the other walls that were in shape. Hannah, she'll get the sheriff and she'll make it work, but no matter how much of a cowgirl she might be, it's too little, too late. And she'll die to fall damage.
That's right. Just like I said, just leave yourself to die if you're at the point you just want to make things a little bit more expensive as CLG Red are trying to run away from the spike going off. But overall, though, it does mean that we're only one round away of tying things up. We're pulling out the big guns at least. Madison with the operator. How do you deny this right now as Madison is playing down towards this long siege, Jess?
Oh, you don't push it. You just don't peek Maddie. Is that a viable counter strategy? Can I say that? Can I just say, hey, if you see Maddie, don't push?
I think that's a great statement. I think that's very doable too, because you even look at her with the Blade Storm. She's been very deadly with that as well. But there's the way that they kind of did it. They had that Hunter's Fury to try to push her out, and that's an open site to move in.
Why are we consistently seeing these open sites? Well, probably because it's a triple site map, and overall that's a lot to spread yourself thin, so I'm not going to yell at the defenders of Owa too much. What I am is if they don't put themselves together for a nice retake, this is possible, and the Omen outplayed and outgunned in the totals, and that's going to be a beautiful move out of situation of disaster as they come raining through from the attacking, or rather the defending side.
And that's 3 players moving in. The flash is out from Breach, and that's allowed Tyre to get 2 kills, and they've overtaken the site. We have nothing but smokes coming up towards the front C side, and even a rolling thunder. This is going to be so hard for them to try to come through, and that allows Animal to push forward. That's 2 kills, but do they have enough time this time again? They should, because it was already a halfway, and now Owa puts it up at 10-8.
That push through garage was going to be the clutch there. That was actually going to be the real difference maker for the attackers there. And unfortunately, all of the defenders, they just kept tapping that spike. They're like, we got to keep our hands on this spike. No matter even if we're going down, the next teammate will pick it up. The next teammate will pick it up. We've got good smoke cover for C long. But their garage play was really the thorn in their side. They dealt with it. But my heart sank the moment they come storming out of that garage area there. I was like, oh no, connect a spot. No one's looking. But that's okay. because this is the closest map you and I have had today, and
we love it. We love it. We're here for it. And Yinsu, I know she wasn't with us on a pregame of this third map, but I'm sure she's sitting behind me like, I wish I could speak right now. I wish I could enjoy this matchup on air with these guys at the same time. But you'll have your chance here, Yinsu, once we finish this third map. But I hope that this third map is going to go on for a while because it's going so close back and forth that I would love to see even an overtime to see how much these two teams wanted to move forward in the VCT Game Changers, the first one ever here in North America as the stop. But back with the action. CLG Red back still stale on a 5 versus 5. It's a default to slowly work things out on a map control. And it's up towards the C side to create a lurk from Rise. And you see it right now, and she's going to win that fight. This could pull the rotation and allow right now CLG Red to go towards A, but they decide to push towards C instead.
I'm watching the mini-map right now, and I'm a little bit worried here for the attackers. Have they read this properly? Have they read this appropriately? Gong position in the hand of Rise, who hasn't missed so far, but will finally show us they can.
Oh, no.
And Tyray locking down onto B. What's this rotator we're seeing? What's happening down the bottom? Oh, God, the quick scope onto Chobo. Yeah, that surprise didn't work out to the Jets' favor there.
Even there, she gets a shot into Benita. I'm just exclaiming a huge oh no because it was perfect there for CLG Red how things worked out. With Rise lurking out towards that C side and getting that first kill, she did force to rotate out towards that B side over to C, and they already had 3 players committed down towards that A site. So if they're already there, rather, why didn't they just keep going? They went back towards that C side, they got stopped, and then they had another lurk towards the A side, and then they had to fall back because even Rise, as she got map control towards C, she still ulted away from the spot before they even got map control.
A curious decision making there, whether or not that was one player making the shot call or the whole team deciding that the play was better done elsewhere. Either way, the score line now is going to favor our. You gotta put your chest into it, right? Like, I'm gonna deep in my voice.
There you go. I got it.
No, you gotta our like that. Yeah.
It's
nice.
our, right?
Yeah.
There you go. I'm there. We fixed
You're there.
it.
It took 3 maps, but you're there.
Yeah, I mean, it took the closest one too, so I'm glad that we've made it.
Oh no.
Well, we are moving in here for CLG Red, looking for a plant here towards this B side. And this is something very standard right now. Put the wall up, go for a plant, and just play the pulse plant because you do have a weaker advantage in terms of the weaponry right now for the attack. But this is perfect. We haven't really reacted yet for the defenders, and we're playing our off angles to try to hold things off.
All of a sudden, those pop shots coming through the smoke are going to pay huge dividends as well. Oh my goodness, you got to hit those shots, and Maddie does. Chobo, who is hitting shots in previous maps, is going to be the victim. And some good shots from Maddie here. Redemption story, can it be? Benita, the captain's going head-to-head. Who's who? It's Benita, that's who. And she's going to show that she's the superior captain here on this particular round. On a round that was so crucial for CLG Red, on a round that I think propels them into a momentum shift that could really give them the, I don't know, I guess the retake, or rather the what's the word I'm looking for here, Vans? I'm looking for a word. Comeback. There we go. I got there eventually. Go through the vocabulary.
I was starting to sweat. I was starting to sweat trying to figure out, okay, if I could read her mind correctly, what can I do? What would she say? And thankfully you found it yourself, because I was just going to try to dance to tiptoe around, and it was going to look even worse than me trying to say owa. But with this round, it is going to be a push here from the defenders. They're switching the gears. They're pushing down towards this long C. It's being slowed by an ice orb from CLG Red, and they're closing in from behind at the same time. This is beautiful from owa. It's making it so close. It's still going to be the victory here for CLG Red. But man, oh man, when it was a round where they spent a lot of money on that previous round, they had a couple of rifles and only a Spectre, so you know that they bought down very low for CLG Red. They win this round and they lost 2 players in the process. The economy stays very low. So looking back in the final few rounds of this regulation, all of these kills and the players that stay alive for both of these teams is going to be crucial right now, Jess.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking over a couple of those players who have quite stacked pockets, and then their teammates who are going, please help me, I need assistance. I've died too many times. I can't keep the pockets and the money that I need. However, I do want to see exactly how they traverse this particular round, because when you bring something back so close, we said it before here, Vans, is that the trouble is if you lose it after being so close, that makes you feel so much worse. So they've really got to keep the momentum now.
And you see CLG Red continues to stick together, where it worked out. The lurks, maybe they got punished for that one. This time it's like, okay, let's stick together, let's get it done. They do get it done. It's going to be another 5 versus 5. If you've mentioned it, Jess, what is up with these open sites? It's just that you want to play this retake because you do have an Astra that's going to help out. You do have a breach with the fault line that's going to help out. But so far, it's paying off. There is that cosmic divide that's going to come out too, but it's still going to be Animal that's staying alive. Back and forth as we go on a 3, make that a 2 versus 2. We are trying to stick up onto this fight, and it's still going to be Tyre! That's going to be able to take the last 2. That's going to be it. She's going to get the defuse, and we are now at map and series point for Awa.
Tyre has been the quiet assassin for her team.
100%.
I feel like I've got to give her a nickname here, because in the previous map of C9 White, I gave her Carry Katie. Well, right here, I've got to give Tyre the nickname of the quiet assassin, whether it's the really successful flanks that she's been putting on throughout this matchup, or whether it's just those round-ending clutches that she's able to put in, as you're seeing there. She is dependable. It is hard to get a teammate that is confident and dependable like she is, that you can put her to her own devices and she'll do well no matter the situation. She might not be the top fragger, but she is killing it.
Definitely right now, literally killing it on our last 2 players and putting her team at map and series point. And like I said, it had to be some very important rounds being won here. And the economy, you still see a Vandal right now in the hands of Chobo. But we'll have to see what's going to happen for the rest here of CLG Red as they're trying to gain control here. You already see a Spectre in the hands of Benita. You know the money is really low, as we mentioned before. And they still have to scrap back into 2 rounds to try to win at least the regulation time to bring this into overtime. But is it going to be too little too late?
Well, they're not going to come in as aggressive as we've seen them in previous rounds. They're going to take it a little bit more passively. Cool, calm, collected. Benita's gig is given up before she even makes her way out towards A. A long in their control, but surely the defenders of Awa know this. Considering what Tyre was able to do last time they managed to get a player down, you don't want to repeat that mistake again if you're CLG Red. You need this round, and then you need the following, because you really want to push this into overtime should it be necessary. And of course, that's why they're going patient. That's why they're going slow here, Vans. They want to be correct.
They definitely were correct on that one. They threw a fake up towards that E side. You had Rise lurk up towards C, and now because of that, it's going to be another 5-on-5. But here's the tough part. There is going to be a Rolling Thunder for Awa, and we've seen what they did with the last ultimate for the retake that paid off, and how they were so aggressive coming back from the defender's side that paid off in their favor as well. And that's the first kill, but it's getting traded out, still at a woman advantage for Awa. And here comes the Astra Stars onto the ground. We're trying to get the knives out from Chobo. There's that Rolling Thunder. It's still a 3 versus 3. They have the Hunter's Fury. They're countering back here for the defender's side, but it's still going to be a 2-on-2, and Benita still pulling out the Hunter's Fury onto another player, but we are sticking onto the spike, and Chobo does get the kill with 0.8 seconds to go, and CLG Red are gonna stay alive.
I almost just leapt out of my chair there, and I'm so glad I didn't, because I got my microphone on top and a backdrop behind me, and it was about to be an absolute disaster. 0.8 of a second, a game of mere milliseconds, and Chobo was able to just pepper some shots through and get the kill. I mean, that's the difference between a win or a not win, right there.
Yes.
Right, that one singular bullet. I am, whoo. I asked for close, but I didn't ask for like tear-grippingly that close.
And that's how it gets dangerous too, right? When you have to play it down towards long C on a pulse plan, it's so difficult when you still have controllers that are still alive, when you still have ciphers that are still alive, when you even have a Rolling Thunder from a breach. You're just going to have to try to spray through smokes and count your lucky stars and hopefully that you get the kill. And it came down to so close. But back into this round here, Jess, we are also broke for Awa. There's a potential, a huge potential for CLG Red to win this round and bring this into overtime.
That's what we want. We want the comeback story. We want the redemption story for CLG when they started off weak on this map. And if you're Owa fans, you're hoping the pack pulls it strong together and they get the whole team happening here, because these takes have been good, but the retakes can be better. And that's how they know that this is going to occur here. They've done a C retake before. They need to pull it out. They know that Garage has been a problem as well. They've actually barriered it off because it has been a problem in their previous pushes. Is this the answer?
And you see it, they're playing a little bit more close into the site. And, oh man, that's a huge aftershock that damages Rise down to 37. She does get the heal. The flashes are coming out as well, but she does have support from her players in the front of the site. She's trying to bait them out, and she baits them perfectly for these kills. And that's a 2 versus 1. Can we get the clutch coming in? She's coming in from the long side. A res to come out as well. Hannah has a lot to do, and she has a lot in her hands. Thankfully, she does have a Phantom. That clock is ticking down, and she's moving up back and forth, and there you go. That's not going to happen. As she crosses over, she was going to be met by 3 ladies to greet her into this overtime.
Who was it that was sitting in that corner over near Platt? What was that? What was that? The patience. I mean, of course, you've got to be patient, right?
Yep.
You're waiting for a heal. You know you're low HP to begin with. You don't want to just swing out unnecessarily. What was going through their minds when they just come swinging out? The defenders come swinging out and they don't even check their corners.
It is
I mean,
crazy.
imagine watching this VOD back and going, oh my God, we lost that round because we didn't check our corner.
And you talk about patience,
Brutal.
right? And because they threw the aftershock into that double stack in the back of the site where Rise was, she actually did get hit by it. I don't know if the audio was misheard from Awa on the retake, right? And that's why they didn't check it. And everybody else is coming out from the C side on the crossfire from CLG Red. That just allowed Rise to just get those 2 kills. But into this round now, it is into overtime. We do have a glass cannon operator going into the hands of the Jet onto the CLG Red side. But at the same time, though, Awa, after that first shot that rang, they're deciding to go towards the A site.
I'm just watching the mini-map closely because you know that Benita is very aware. She's trying to pop out a couple of those shocks to make sure that the push doesn't happen so quickly. Give her teammates an opportunity to respond, and respond they do. It's Animal, and she's able to come swinging. This is why you check your corners, because all of a sudden you might have a defender there, and CLG Red. Here we go. We're going to clap it away here, Vans. The comeback is incoming. Rubbing the hands together like a hot hands from a phoenix. I don't care what you've got to do, but I'm telling you, this is the redemption story, and I might not be sitting in my bed watching anime right now, but I'm getting the redemption arc I damn deserve.
This is why that round was so important for CLG Red. Look at the timeline of the scoreboard, Jess. They've lost 7 rounds in a row when they were taking the attacker side first.
Wow.
So for them to allow to come back here into their attacker side and catch up here on their attacker side and still win their attacker side, or defender side, sorry, into that last round, then it allows them on the attack to just, because of that comeback that they had, to be a little bit more comfortable to win this series. Mixed it up a bit of what I was trying to say, but it was a much important round on defense that they needed that they got.
That's the thing. You'll have a win percentage on both your attack and your defense. You'll lean one side or the other. Every single team and player does. They perform better on one or the other. And Van's points there is that, well, they actually decided to outperform usually do on that side, and that is what counts the most. You want to be able to walk away on your confident side here with the win. They know that it's going to be a B push now, and I tell you what, as the circle ensues here, Vans, you got to talk me through it because I guarantee it's going to be tricky.
100%. We're already super close from the C link and also the A link, but we've fallen back from the B side as well. A nice wall bang from Naomi, and we're just going to push back up. Naomi's going to try to sell a fake. Everybody else is working towards this A side, so Naomi just waiting for this wall to break while she could lurk out, but the rest of them are executing towards this A site.
Good read. I do see one of the defenders rotating over, very aware, and the Sova as well will rotate over through the defenders. Rotates very quick. There we go. Naomi's in a really good spot, though. Does Hannah know about this? This is going to be crucial. This will be the round that wins CLG Red this game. I'm certain of it. 1, 2, make it end for me, baby. And yes, they do. Oh, the comeback, the redemption arc, the story that CLG Red will tell everyone else for many, many months to come is that they were able to come back from such a serious deficit in the first half to absolutely spread it in the second.
That gives you such a an important line right there, just looking at it, because in a game like Valorant, when it's only MR12, and even when you're playing ranked, there's going to be those situations where a 6-0, a 7-0, sometimes players are just going to stop talking, they become toxic, they just call for a surrender. But at that point, that is proof that for CLG Red, you could come back into the game, and it shows and it proves that right now, MR12, it doesn't matter if you're falling behind by 7 rounds. There's always still hope.
I will have lost my voice, which is a very bad timing for me to lose my voice because we still have many more matches to go. Make sure you guys search up the VCT Game Changers to work out the schedule. I'm sure you can get it in chat as well because there are so many more teams involved in this particular matchup. CLG Red's the only one that's made me lose my voice thus far, but hopefully there's many more to do that give me that exact same effect because you threw me in the deep end today, Vance. I didn't realize I'd be trying to swim around without a life preserver, but you've kept me afloat very well, so I appreciate you.
You know what, Jess? For your first time casting, you stayed afloat, and you did even better than that. You built your own raft, and you just pulled me over to the shore while I was drowning, trying to get back into play-by-play. So well done, well done, well done. And speaking of well done, we're going to bring in our host, too, that's been doing a great job so far on the desk. Yinsu, welcome back. Glad to have you, Mike, working with us. And let's talk about this series. Here's that buoy. Here's that buoy.
Oh, all right, let's go. I'm seriously lost for words. And if you're a CLG Red fan, you want me to be lost for words because you want that comeback and that shift in mentality that they brought into the last map to be the one that we remember. You don't want us to go back to the first map and remember CLG Red from map number 1. That is an inappropriate CLG Red to remember. Coming into the next map and the map beyond, and you say to yourself, actually, this is something that, and I hate to use the word redemption continuously because it is just a repeat, but that's what it really is, down to the very last core of each player, was there was multiple players who showed up in areas, and Vans will be able to sort of dig into that deeper for me just after this, but that's something that as a viewer, as a team, as an organization, as a game, that's what you want for players because you know that they can break through that ceiling that they've set for themselves mentally and do well.
Definitely. When you're looking at it so far, and when we're talking about the team for CLG so far, yes, players did step up, right? They didn't really step up on that first map being Ascent, but we really saw it on Icebox. They needed to warm up. You saw that Benita was starting to step up at the same time too, but the utility just continued to be really great between Benita and her teammates. And even players that we didn't call their name that much, right? Animal, for example, in the last few rounds of Haven, they've done such a great job so far, or she's done such a great job so far to help out her team moving into the last few rounds and even into the overtime. But again, looking at the utility usage from both of these teams have been so good, especially for the Sovas on both ends. The recon darts that come out continuously from both of these sides, they've been good and good at tagging at the same time too. Like I'm talking about, I think it was Carly, right, playing as the Sova on their side for Awa Awa, but Benita has been one that's been playing super well at this point. I have to commend both of these teams. They gave us, like, even though it was one-sided in the first 2 maps, this third map to be able to go into overtime, it shows really their strengths and also where they could play on an even field.
I am really hoping my mic wasn't muted that whole time. Yeah, sorry, Jess, carry on.
No, you're right. I was literally going to reintroduce her. I was saying, Yinsu, unfortunately, you couldn't hear her before in her gorgeous voice. I'm hoping she's back now and, loop yourself in a little bit. Fingers crossed you are actually coming through on the broadcast.
I just want to triple check with production. Please let me know if you can hear me. And sorry to everyone at home. But you didn't miss much, except for the correct pronunciation of our over here, of course. But yeah, Van City, what does this mean for both of these teams going forward? Because obviously, the upper bracket is great. You have an advantage. You don't have to play more games and sort of risk elimination. But this was a lot closer than we'd expected.
Definitely, and I think overall it just shows how close these teams are actually looking at the looking at the upper bracket and how this competition shaped up for these 8 teams moving into the double elimination bracket for the VCT Game Changers. So to see that a third map is able to go into overtime, to see that the last matchup that's off stream, that was on the B stream actually, between Dignitas and TSM goes into a third map, it shows how these women that are coming together into these matches as a team, even for the first time, right, going into these qualifiers into the tournament, that they have what it takes really to bring us good entertainment and very good valued matches that we were able to witness throughout this whole bracket. So I commend, again, all the teams that are playing so far.
Anything to add, Jess?
I was going to add a little something on there, and I feel like sometimes I embellish a little bit on the whole tournament because I love the tournament as a whole. I think it's a necessity in almost every single tactical FPS and beyond, any kind of competitive scene. This kind of tournament really reigns, deeply inside, as an ex-competitive player myself. I look at a scene like this and I just say to myself, there is so much value added. There's so much potential. It's a proving ground for some women. For other teams, it's just putting the sponsors on the front of everything and going, we are good players. You get to look at us. Our sponsors get to be proud of us and vice versa. So for me, I just love watching this and now be part of it. I mean, I'm going to sit back a little bit. I'm just take it all in a little bit. That's what it's all about.
If I may add, actually, just really quickly, because we've talked about it when we were off air before we went live too. It's like every time we have these things come up, like tournaments and stuff like that for women, and you have now media trying to get a little bit more about information, right? Because let's face it, we don't know much about these teams, and we're only learning as we go. But reporters or anybody that's asking about the teams, it's always like, what's it like being a woman now in this competition, blah, blah, blah. And I don't think it's the right question, because you're looking at these games, it's not because they're women giving us good competition, it's because we're actually getting good players, and we saw some, I was gonna swear, but we saw some amazing frags and shots being pulled out by players like Benita, being pulled out by players like Madison, looking at Cloud9 White at the same time. Like, these women could actually hang going into even, let's say, for example, the VCT qualifiers going into Masters 2 starting next week.
Oh, I mean, that would be great. That's the goal, right? That is the ultimate goal. And, after the first 2 quarterfinals, we didn't really get to catch the TSM Dignitas game. And, of course, Moon Raccoons and Watch This, I believe, are playing right now. But do you guys feel like, we're going to see a team that is going to be better than C9 White after everything that we've seen today? I'll go to you first, Jess.
I feel like the only other team that I haven't seen that I know from other scenes that I've casted before that really has a good shot is Dignitas. I think as a team cohesion, they are probably reigning supreme out of all of the team lists that I know about.
Yeah.
So for me, that would be the one team that if I was to turn around and pick a team out of the hat, it would be Dignitas.
I would echo that too, because if you look at the roster from even Dignitas in their like CSGO days, right? Some of those players currently in that roster have been champions in CSGO. They have what it takes. They know what it takes to be able to win. Even when you're looking at CLG Red, they have a champion in that team too with Benita. So I think with that experience, that veterancy that you have from these players, it may shape up and cultivate that type of teamwork that you need to beat a team like Cloud9 White. But is it going to be enough? I would have to honestly say potentially not, but I like to say that they're going to be much closer games too moving forward into the future.
We will have to see, but for now, we do have a very quick post-match interview, of course, brought to you guys, presented even by Verizon. I am now joined by CLG Red's Benita. Hi, Benita. Welcome to the show. Congratulations on the victory today. It was very hard fought and a great comeback. I just want to start by asking you, what happened on Ascent? Because you guys didn't really come out strong, but after that, everything was absolutely fantastic.
Hi. Thanks for having me. I honestly, I don't know what happened on Ascent. We just completely, we didn't play our game. We tried just so many different things, and like none of it was working. Like nothing was working at all, to be honest. So we just try to like put that map aside and come into the second map like, oh guys, this is like the first map. What happened? We blacked out. Nothing happened.
It definitely looked like you guys blacked out. Sorry, Yinsu. It definitely looks like you guys blacked out and forgot about that because we saw such a dominant performance, especially you, actually, Benita, as the Reyna on Icebox. So looking at this matchup and looking at all the series overall, I've seen a lot of aggression and pushes from certain players to gain map control. Was that the plan going across the 3 maps against Awa Awa?
So, to be honest, we didn't really have much of a plan. We just kind of focused on ourselves and tried to play as cool, calm, and collected as possible. Do we have aggressive players on the team? Yes, we do. Can we also not play aggressive style? Yes, we can. But to be honest, we just, I don't know. For me, playing Reyna is just super fun. I try to just, change it up. I feel like I've been playing Sova for so long, so every time I get off Sova, it's like really refreshing for me.
That's the story of my life as well, yeah. I'm with you. But, I mean, with that in mind, why are you not sort of experimenting with Reyna on more maps other than just Icebox?
Well, my team is honestly a bunch of... I'm a little bit on the older side, so as an in-game leader, I kind of just take a step back and fill in what's needed. And I feel like calling on Sova might be the best bet for my team right now. Even though my roster is incomplete, we're kind of just a pug, kind of, not really. Like, we have only 3 signed players right now, so.
Yeah. I wanted to sort of jump in on that, Vans. Yep. You do have those 3 signed players, and I was going to question whether or not those extra players were going to be signed with you a little bit more long term. Do you think that what you've done today and what you've been able to prove, even just in this first series, does give you a little bit more confidence into the future with this roster? Or do you think that's something you'll still shake up into future tournaments?
Well, with every female tournament, the scene shakes up really fast, actually. Just even speaking from CSGO experience, it takes one female tournament for like a roster to change, because there aren't many female tournaments. You only get like that one tournament to kind of like showcase your skill and where you're at with your team. So because these female tournaments, like anything can happen like right after VCT, to be honest. That's just my theory, but I don't know, I guess we'll see.
Awesome. I actually just wanted to rewind when you were talking about trying to black out and forget about the first map here, Benita, because we had a very similar scenario going into the 3rd map. At some point, you guys were falling behind like 7-0. So what was that trigger that allowed you to just flip the switch and even flip the scoreline into your favor?
I've always been told to like pause when you lose like 4 in a row, but I kind of stretch it a little bit. It's probably not like good to stretch it as long as I did, but it was basically the pause.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we paused and talked about it. Like, I try to calm everyone down. It's like let's just keep it simple, guys. And we're playing Haven has 3 bomb sites. Like I try to rewind all the way back. Like, what are we playing? What's the objective here? So we have 3 bomb sites. We have a Sage. We have a Cypher. What are we doing with these? So I try to just go step by step. Because my
whatever
team,
you said works.
we're all newer players.
Yeah. I just have one last question before we let you go. Of course, we've seen a bit of Astra today, from a couple of teams. Do you guys have any plans to incorporate this agent into your team composition anytime soon?
Yeah, we tried to incorporate her before this tournament, to use her for this tournament, but it honestly didn't work out at all. we just spent 2 days, we just kind of gave up. It was a little too difficult, so.
Oh, I hope you guys try again, because I really want to put Vansili and Jesse in a position where they have to cast Astra versus Astra. So let's make that happen. Thank you so much, Benita. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for the upper bracket semifinals.
Thank
you so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that actually has made me feel a lot better on how this team is operating. They, I think experience comes into this so well that they're just, okay, we lost badly on the first map, but that doesn't matter. Who cares? We got 2 more maps, just move on. And, Vansili, as Benita said, even in the last map when they were 7-0 down, it's still the game is not over until it's over. And I do feel like a lot of teams don't necessarily have that kind of mentality.
Yeah, we said it during the broadcast at the same time too, right? It's like it's only MR12. It seems pretty short, but it's a game that with a lot of momentum, you could really string a lot of those rounds together. So putting that pause together was really a moment of adaptation too. That was definitely needed for CLG Red, and adaptation was the key for Awa to get this far as well, from the VCT qualifiers into this one for the Game Changers as well. So I think both of these teams played super well in the end, and because a third map that goes into overtime that could go on either side, you can't really discredit either of these teams.
I think it's really something that we have to put down to individual players, and I hate pulling a team apart and individualizing each of the players, but that's the coach brain sort of coming out of me a little bit here. Listening to Benita speak just then, it gives you a really good indication that she understands that not only is she an in-game leader, oftentimes she's a mentality leader, and sometimes you need that player on your team, whether it's an older player or not. Age doesn't really matter. You just need someone who's level-headed to turn around and go, you guys are being ridiculous. You're peeking things you shouldn't be peeking. You're taking 1v1s you shouldn't be taking. You're using your abilities in the wrong areas at the wrong times. Your timings are off. Calm down. Keep cool, calm, collected. Come with me. Let's push together. Let's think about this clearly. And that can completely flip the mentality of a team.
Yeah.
That's what happened, I think, with both teams. I'm going to be really honest with you. I think that happened with both teams throughout that series. And to have an entire game shifted by just one of your leaders speaking up and calming everyone down, that's a huge thing to have on your team. That's more than kills can give you. That is something that money can't buy.
I mean, Mansili knows all about age doesn't matter. So yeah, well said. Anyway, thank you so much, Mansili and Jess, for joining me today.
Thank you.
We are going to have to go to a break and let you two go, but don't go anywhere, you people at home, because when we come back, we'll be bringing you a match from the lower bracket.
Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with
100%. And I think that's something I've noticed for this Game Changers scene at the start of open qualifiers as a whole, right? Is you get a little bit of both. You have the 13-0s, you have the 13-11s. There's really been very few in-betweens. And I'm expecting this map to be one of those, or this matchup, excuse me, to be one of those in-betweens. I can't imagine that any of these teams or either of these teams are looking to go out 13-0.
Sam, before I come to you, I just want to say that I've committed the ultimate sin of being muted on VMix. In EU, we have Mitchman, who he is now referred to as Mute Man. So over here, I will take that full. You guys can blame me as much as you want, because I think this is the second time I've been muted today. But Sam, I'm really hoping that you're not muted.
I hope so too. Can someone confirm, please? Let me in. All right, cool. Apparently we're good. What were we saying? Oh yes, this upcoming maps. I'm pretty excited for this next series because I think that TSM kind of blew me out of the water a little bit with their match against Dignitas. I was expecting Dignitas to be a little bit more of a runaway win there, and it was far closer than what I had previously expected, just because Dignitas had been together for so long and TSM had been brought together, these players from various different teams and various different walks of life, semi-last minute for this tournament. And I think that it really speaks to their abilities for them to have played so well. But now they're coming up against FWOGS, or FROGS. I'm going to be saying FROGS because it just feels weird to say FWOGS. And I'm really hoping that they can put up a little bit of a tougher fight. You know, playing C9 white in your first game, that's always going to be a daunting task. So hopefully they can rally themselves a little bit, not get too much into their own heads, and fight back a little bit harder. I'd like to see more out of these ladies.
Yeah, well, Tana, you know, it's hard to it's kind of hard to analyze what FROGS did today, just because they had to face C9 White. And let's have a look at the bracket so you guys can see what happened a little bit earlier. But my question to you, Tana, is that because we haven't really seen what they can do, they were, they kind of, you know, to put it nicely, got a little bit rolled over there this morning. On the other side for TSM, do you feel like that they've had enough time to maybe look into what FROGS can do? Because the VOD, even though it's there, is very limited.
Yeah, it is incredibly limited, and I think that one of the biggest takeaways is the play style. You could just take a peek and see what FROGS are looking to do just by the composition, right? Running that triple duelist. It is a little scary to me, and you obviously see what happens when you go game after game after game, and it's working. The aggression is paying off perfectly. Then you hit a brick wall in that Cloud9 team that has been, I mean, basically pretty dominant just across the board, whether it be here in Game Changers, VCT, whatever it is, you know, just a strong team. So now TSM, I think what works well for FROGS is just like what Sam had pointed out, is that TSM, they're kind of picked from different teams. You know, they're not a solid team that played under another name and then all got signed together. They also have a substituter now trialing an Ariane Arcus, who it just seems like a lot of X factors that could quite possibly, be blown over by this very quick pace that FROGS like to put up.
Of course, they've had a map win today as well, right? If you look at the rounds that TSM put up, and, you know, 2-1, but the score lines were very, very close. It could have really been, in another world, been Dignitas in this position right now. I think we should talk about the map picks and bans as well, because, you know, both of these teams are playing 2 best of 3s today instead of the 1 if you're in the upper bracket. And I feel like, I think the map picks kind of reflect the mood and the vibe we're going down, because as you guys can see at home, it's Icebox, Split, and Haven. And Sam, these 3 maps are the 3 maps that FROGS didn't play this morning.
Well, you mentioned that FROGS didn't play this morning. Split. Split is a game that they or a map that they have never played as a team at all. We have no stats on this, people. I like stats. I have a book with like percentages and all sorts of fun numbers. I have no numbers on Split for FROGS. So really, I don't know what composition they're going to play. I can't tell you anything about what we might expect from that map. What I did find really interesting and actually quite funny is that the very first map that got banned out was TSM's ban. They banned out Bind, which is the one map that they have never played. So I think it makes perfect sense that they banned that one out. I will say, however, that the maps that they've wound up with, I don't want to say chosen because FROGS obviously couldn't choose all 3 maps, but the maps that have wound up with here
really do kind of slot into their play style. So Tana, you mentioned they're running that triple duelist, and that's a really, really powerful composition. You're really looking for early entries. You're looking for super aggression, get onto site quickly, get a couple of picks, take control, and then shut down any post plants or, you know, retakes. And that, it really suits their style for these couple of maps. But again, TSM, they've got a lot of firepower on their hands, and bringing in Arianakist, I think has really helped to level them up a little bit. She's been performing really, really well recently, so I think this is going to be a really good matchup.
As you guys can see the roster there, Tana, who would you, I guess, pick as maybe a player to watch in this matchup?
So I had kind of scribbled in my notes a couple of the duelist picks here, and a couple of names for both of these teams. I think Emily has been absolutely fragging as a whole for TSM. And then I think in the recent showings outside of this last Cloud9 showing, Ellie Twitches has also been that player to watch for that FWOGS team as somebody who can put up the numbers. And I know that the ACS and kills isn't everything, but when you are playing that duelist, if you are getting kills, that typically means you're doing your job pretty well.
What about you, Sam? Who do you have your eyes on for this matchup?
So this might be my own personal bias, but Arianakist, I've been following her since September last year when she played in the FTW tournament. She was actually a sub for Dignitas at the time. Now she subbed in for TSM and has now been made an official trial. She's someone that I've been watching a lot because she's got a lot of firepower. There's a lot of oomph there. And I think that if you give her the right tools, she can really be a massive boon for your team. What I'm really looking forward to is the matchup between Dinos and Arianakist, because they both play that kind of Omen support role, and I want to see how they fare up against each other, because they're both kind of fraggy players, and I want to see how they dance around each other in the coming maps.
Well, we are heading into Icebox now. I just seen the sky lock in right there, and I'm very, very excited for this map. I'm going to leave you guys in the very capable hands of Tana and Sam.
Thank you, Yinsu.
Thank you.
Always an absolute pleasure. As we might have a bit of a confusion on the screen. We are headed over to Icebox. That is the map that is locked in. And as Yinsu said, as she was popping out, we've got a sky coming in. Now, there's something else on the screen, Sam, that I'm taking a peek at that looks a bit more crazy in this one. And that's the player you said to watch for TSM.
So I mentioned that I'm the stat person, and in my stats, I have not seen Ari running the Viper. Now, the Viper can be very, very powerful on Icebox. There are some seriously good corners and areas of the map that you can start to abuse that wall, those two-way smokes. This is fantastic, but I've never seen her play the Viper. I think, like, more than anything, I was already excited for this series. Now I'm so pumped because I'm a Viper fangirl, and I really want to see how she shuts down sites, because that ace, or rather that B site, is already hard enough to push onto. You add a Viper wall into the mix, and it's just, oh man, it's gonna be hell.
And so notably, I think Icebox is one of, if not the only, very few maps that you can get away with running the Viper as your only controller. You don't get the reset on the smoke, so you really have to have the proficiency, and that's, like you said, going to be one of the biggest things, whether it be that toxic screen or that poison cloud that the Viper brings to the table. This is interesting. A lot of times you see it paired, but here we go, guys. We're in the lower bracket. Loser, unfortunately, gets sent home. Winner moves forward to fight another day, and it looks like another hit towards A, but that toxic screen slowing things down for a bit. It's TSM on the defensive. Look to get a bit aggressive. Juna grabs one, will be able to heal up, comp herself off, but I think since that kill, things are going to slow down.
Some crazy aggression from TSM on that A side, but as soon as they lose one, they pull back, and it's a good read because FWOGS have already made a rotation over towards the B side. They need to be careful though, because Ari is going to be trying to lock that down. Already has the toxin screen, trying to make sure that they can't actually push onto the side, but there's still a heavy presence from TSM towards A, and I think this is kind of a lurk to get behind the team and make something happen.
And they're able to even the odds quite a bit as Athena tosses out a heal. Now that wall on pistol round, it gets so much value, and we're seeing it happen just here as Clefairy gets that spike planted. So at the very least, FWOGS have netted themselves nice couple credits at the end of this round. Now, should they be able to pick it up? Obviously, Going to be in a pretty good position as the flash out towards Yellow gets the info, but Lynn able to find another Cath, meanwhile, on the spike, gets it halfway, able to back away, and 2 heals on this team. We'll see if Zoe can help out the teammate. Ellie going ham here. Ellie to close it out. What a play here by the Frogs.
Well, you mentioned Ellie, and she's doing just what you said she would do. Now, I love the play there from Frogs. They kind of went towards A, faked it out a little bit, made some noise there, immediately rotated towards B. And TSM seemed... At first, I thought that they were reacting, and so they were going on a lurk to kind of pincer in, create a motion so that Frogs couldn't turn back, and they would be able to pincer and take shots from, you know, a crossfire. But it seemed like TSM were just taken off guard. And now Lynn coming in with the round 2 Marshall. They know that there's no armor for TSM. I'm curious to see if she can actually get some value out of that.
And Ellie might get a whole handful of value here as that boombot goes out. Unfortunately, that target taken down. So Emily off the board, and Ellie not done yet. Picking up 2 here at the start. It was 2 at the finish in the last. And it is the anti-eco for the Frogs. But if you're an aggressive team, winning that pistol round is the absolute best way to start.
We're seeing some of that aggression now already. They had 1 person towards B side, and that's Ellie making some noise. Now they've made their way over to the A side. They're pushing straight into that. Marshall gets value, Tanner.
Oh my goodness. Whether it's the Ghost, whether it's the Marshall, Lynn just continues to pop the heads here of TSM. Now, Kath, I think what you're just hoping to hurt the economy at this point or take away somebody's bonus buy. You don't have a whole lot going in your favor. Ooh. As Lynn closes it out with yet another headshot with that Marshall. And going into round 3, TSM, they've got some work to do.
That is devastating. And now Lynn already has her knives ready to go. And let's see. Okay, she does actually buy a gun this round. Very often you'll see when the Jet has that ultimate available, they're just going to run in with a pistol. But given that this is kind of one of those half buy or low buy rounds, I mean, they barely had to buy anything because hardly anyone died. So she is still going to come into this with a gun, and they'll still have economy. Nope, I knew it. I knew it! She gave her gun away! Ha! She's coming in with the knives. She's gonna kill somebody, pick up a gun, and turn it around. And there it is. Already popped the knives.
Yeah, you called it perfectly. And it was the one member who had the economy hurt on that bonus. Is aggression matched once more, this time with rifles. As Kath finds the kill there. And notably before the broadcast, we were talking about just kind of out of the blue. Anarchist going to get her straight popped in that one. But out of the blue, Kath will sometimes play that Jet, and it's on this map that she does it, and she's doing it pretty well thus far. 4 members look to huddle up just behind Yellow. Now Kath trying to get out of dodge. Still very healthy, playing around the Cloudburst. Inside the smoke they'll go. She tries to spray him down. 4 rounds in the mag. 5 HP to her name, and her teammates are falling down all around her. And B-side, it's now on lockdown here. Zoe's able to trade it back. Spike goes down, and it's not in a very advantageous position.
Kath is ballsy. I mean, she goes in, she manages to take down an enemy Jet, manages to take down mid-knives, so that completely secures that part of it. And then she just plays Ring Around the Rosie with 3 players from Frogs. Completely unafraid, throwing out a couple of cloudbursts here and there, whittling down their HP a little bit. Unfortunately, wasn't quite enough because Frogs have already made a rotation all the way over to the A site, completely unaware. TSM on the wrong side of the map.
That is, and that's a difficult coin flip for Zoe, right? They could just be cutting noise and still hanging out over towards B, and it's either you try and rotate with them or just stay put. Now, a couple of kills will net the Seekers for Zoe. So if she picks up 2, quite possibly could use that ult to look to close out the round. But with that spike planted with 0 credits to her name, I think she might just look for some exit frags or quite possibly even just a save.
Yeah, probably just going to go for the save here. As that time slowly ticks down. That was a very, very powerful round for Frogs. And I think Kath did so much there to try and clutch it out for TSM. Unfortunately, her backup took a little bit too long to arrive. And as I said, she kind of played Ring Around the Rosie with 3 or 4 people around that tin can all the way over on the B side. Managed to whittle away some of the HP, but wasn't able to convert any of that into a kill. And so because she couldn't do that, she was all on her own. And eventually 4 people are more than likely going to get the better of you. You know, Kath, you're good, but sometimes it's just not quite enough. So moving into our next round here, Frogs at a very, very strong lead. But despite that, their economy isn't as strong as it could be. Interesting to note that Ellie is opting to stick with the Bulldog instead of upgrading. This might just be another bait. I'm waiting. Okay, seriously, they're sticking with the Bulldog and the Stinger. That's a decision. But they still have a massive gun advantage here. It is still an anti-eco. TSM really need to try and turn something around here.
That right there, that small trade definitely hurts. It's one of the only times you're going to have basically even footing, right? You talked about the Arsenal, and that was Spectre versus Spectre. This time, it's Lynn with the Vandal in hands versus the Sheriff, Marianarchist. Now, the Blades from Kath in response, though, looking to turn this round upside down as Lynn continues to frag out. Goes good for 2 before falling. The Blades fall on Kath as well, and it's all down to Emily, who unfortunately wasn't quite ready for that one.
This is so good from FWOGS. I mean, we kind of spoke about how their triple duelist strategy really feeds into super aggressive playstyles. And while they are being aggressive, they're showing a lot more control than what we saw in their match versus C9. It kind of felt like they were being really explosive, but didn't have too much of a plan. This time, however, they're waiting for TSM, because TSM are being just as aggressive. They're pushing straight out without really thinking about what they're trying to do. They're running straight into FWOGS, who are just waiting for them to run into their crosshairs, and they're winning out those gun battles. Now, we have 3 ultimates online here for FWOGS, and they're big ones. They've got the Showstopper, the Rez, and the Empress. These are massive game-changing ultimates. And to be frank, FWOGS don't even need to change the game at this point. They just need to keep going.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just keep on keeping on. As we see the economy across the board, not great for TSM. That Sheriff try and kick things off over towards A on Zoe. See a couple members bringing up the rear to try and make sure this A isn't taken for free. The Seekers are online, which again, for information can be used. Also, not a bad time to use that while you're planting, as we see low HP there on Ellie, maybe taking an unfavorable trade over towards that B side of the map. But the slow orbs surely start to give this one away.
TSM taking good map control here. FWOGS waiting for the opportunity to push in, and now they just go super aggressive. But there's a big lurk coming around the back side. They're waiting for that jet to get into position so they can go for that retake.
And Showstopper going to be used, try and clear things out. 1-for-1 on the site. As Ellie, 27 HP, was healed up momentarily, but taken down almost immediately. As FWOGS get cut down to their last 3, but they're able to answer it back. And a very healthy TSM, a very healthy Kath on that flank that you noted, Sam. And it's coming in huge. 70 health to her name. Kath needs to go huge here. Also working against the clock. Spots out Ellie, finds the kill. The 3K on the round, and TSM finally on the board.
I was really concerned there because it felt like the fight had started before Kath was in position, and I thought that this was going to be another, blowout round for TSM. But Kath actually manages to clutch that out. I was talking about the ring around the rosy, the 1v4. Well, she gets the 1v3 in this situation, but it really helps when those 3 players are split up. And she manages to clutch that one out really, really well. They weren't expecting that lurk, but it came through. Now, however, Lynn showed us what she can do with the Marshal. I can't wait to see what she does with that operator. Attack op is always an interesting choice. It's a little bit more difficult to get value out of, but because you're coupling that with the jet, and apparently Lynn is a god with a sniper, so let's see what she can create with that. Let's see how she makes space.
Able to click heads, which is basically what you need to do to kill somebody with that Marshal. Now in this one, you have a quite larger target in that body as Kath. Gonna follow in those footsteps, click in ahead. So the Jet's coming online here in this game. And with the first one down, that absolutely starts to slow down this FWOGS aggression. Resurrection is in fact still available. And you see that toxic screen slowing things down for a moment, but we should see that aggression. There's that res coming on through, and FWOGS just buying their time here. All 5 stacked up towards B.
And that's interesting because FWOGS have really favored this kind of stacked position. They don't often have their, the defaults we see quite often where you'll see two towards each site, one person kind of lurking a little bit as they wait to gather information. These ladies stick together for the most part, and it feels like TSM are starting to figure that out, starting to find a way to abuse it.
Unfortunately, there's another Spectre in the hands of that Sage for TSM, so taking down that Vandal just proven to be so strong here in this matchup thus far, but answered right back there. Now Clefairy, no heal on the table. Obviously, that Resurrection was used, so they're able to get just about all the value you could hope for, but the flanks start to fall. The rest of the squad starts to fall. Now Lynn has to do something huge with that operator that we noted. With 10 seconds, that's a pretty tall task.
I wonder if she just tries to save it out yet. she realizes that there isn't too much that she can do. Oh, gets the shot onto Cat though. That's big. Misses on Ariana though. Oh, does she die here? She does. That's unfortunate. What I'm loving to see from TSM here is evolution. So the first few rounds, I noted how they'd been super, super aggressive, and Frogs were just waiting for that, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for them to make a mistake and to be out of position. TSM figured out Frogs' strat very, very quickly and adapted. They've now moved over to a style of shutting down the map entirely. They take full map control as much as they can, fan out, and then move in. Like, I used this analogy back in the FTW tournament, like a pack of lions. They really do, you know, they're lionesses on the hunt, and they fan out and they wait for the perfect opportunity to pounce. The patience is so much better now.
Yeah, I mean, not a whole lot of patience here as Emily just going to jump right into things with that showstopper. She was feeling froggy, so she decided to leap across this A site. Goes good for 2 kills. Oh, okay, I was going to say they're not done yet, but Clefairy answers back with a kill of her own. Now, unfortunately, you have 3 ultimates to worry about, one of those being that resurrection for TSM, so this could quite possibly be a 4v2 situation. But the Frogs, they've got the spike, and they have a whole lot of time to play with.
What's interesting is Ari is still all the way over on the B site, and I'm not sure. I think this is just like a 900 IQ read from TSM. They probably realized that at some point, Frogs is going to pull back and try and move to the other side of the map. Now, the Bladestorm has come out for Frogs, so they're expecting somebody to be on that lurk. They know Kath was there previously. It might not necessarily be Kath this time around. And things just got a whole lot worse for Frogs because we got Zoe back in the server as the race comes through.
Yeah, now at the very least, you know the Sage and the Res player over towards A. So it should be a 2v2 across the board as we get to see a bit of the Viper tech. Arianarchist has been working on his Lynn goes right over the top, says one way down low. I don't think so. With the up in hand, Lynn is able to grab another. This round looking a whole lot more winnable here for the Frogs as they start to battle back. Unfortunately, Cat on the flank once more goes good for 1. Now looking to eliminate Lynn. In a 1v2, got the knives out, puts them away, unfortunately runs out. And the defuse come through. The Frogs almost pull that one out.
That was so close, but I think that res was quite clutch there towards the end. You kind of start to think maybe it's overkill. You know, you're in a 3v2 situation, but you want to secure yourself that. And when Lynn is still alive, she's popped the Bladestorm, she still has the operator. We saw she's super, super deadly. And this was a much better read from Frogs. You know, once they had lost a couple players on the A side, they pulled back a little bit. But I think TSM just read it that much better. To have left Ariana Kest all the way on the B side, didn't call that rotation through. It was like they knew that this was going to happen. Now, Kath has an operator of her own. It is a massive anti-eco. I'm kind of expecting, looking over at the mini-map, this is a full rush onto the A side from Frogs. They're full ecoing here. They're just going to rush in and kind of get ready for the next round. And that is a really weird Viper ult considering it's an anti-eco.
Yeah, you know, what it does kind of do is almost forces the A push because TSM did stack 4 or 3 and 1 close up towards mid. It kind of says, hey, you guys have to go A, and that's where we're stacking this site. Now, unfortunately, they're able to grab a kill, but they take a lot of damage doing it. That is going to be healed up. Emily tosses out Boombot there. Top shot going to miss again, and Lynn continues to find frags, absolutely devouring this TSM squad here. Went up top to get the high ground and just continues to look for more. Now that wall goes up and the spike surely to follow, and it puts TSM backs against the walls. They're working against the clock once more.
We see again the potency of that Sage wall here on Icebox. Very, very powerful agent. Oh my goodness, the shoulder! Elliot Twitches was not expecting to have a pixel peak like that, and the action is right back into it as Frogs trying to take an early lead here and maintain control of the spike.
And they're just going back and forth. This time they actually force the blades out of Kath, who gets cut down by the Stinger. This gun has since been nerfed, but Clefairy not showing us that it matters all that much as Arianarchist comes over on the flank here and should have just enough time to get that spike defused. But that was an anti-eco at TSM. They almost fumbled it.
honestly, that, like, if you're Frogs, you're super happy with how that round went. No, you weren't able to clutch it out in the end, but let's be real. You weren't really expecting to. But for them to have been able to take down 4 of TSM's players, they even got the operator off the board as well. That's a really, really solid eco round. They even pulled out the Viper's Pit. So now TSM don't have any ultimates, and Frogs still have 4 of their own online. They don't have the Blade Storm, but knowing how this has been going, I'm pretty sure she's going to be close to another Blade Storm. So this is looking really good for Frogs here. And let's just take a look at this positioning. So they're going for a slightly more... So this is what I was talking about. Slightly more towards that default position, looking for information before they just kind of rush a site. I've been looking for this patience.
There. Toxin screen down.
Routed step for the high ground. Well, actually a fake here, Anarchist. This is, I mean, something that DNOS has been doing for just about the entirety of the game. So just keeping TSM on their toes. As once more, they look to push towards this B site. Dot goes wide. Not going to find too much just yet. 4 ultimates online for the Frogs. We'll see if they decide to use it as the toxins go down. Now you have no smokes to play with. Anarchist also hasn't set up that one-way smoke. So they're looking to take the fights right to him. As DNOS, I thought, was going to stick it towards yellow. And on the inverse, Lynn hanging on to that flank with the operator, picking up that kill. Now, no inclination of a resurrection. Should Athena get those ult orbs up? Here comes a showstopper. They're starting to use everything they can to open up this B site. Unfortunately, going to fall just a bit short as Arianarchus backs away. But 30 seconds, they've got to get that spike down soon.
TSM can afford to play this a little bit more patiently, play for that retake instead of trying to be too aggressive. Now, they don't have the lurk this time around, which could be a little bit dangerous. They're going to need to go for a full frontal retake. And given where the spike is planted, it's in a really good position for Frogs to hold onto it. They've got good post plant. They're also watching their backs. Lynn watching back of sight to make sure that the flank isn't coming through. This is a very good defensive setup here.
Flash goes good for 1 here. Emily able to peek that one. Junifor now getting some information, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team starting to back her up here. It's the spike on the ground. It's Zoe working against 2. And unfortunately not able to get it done. It was 4 rounds in a row, but the Frogs start to battle back.
Really great post-plant positions there from the Frogs. They covered every single angle. There was no way for TSM to get on and get to that spike to actually get the defuse. And this is going a lot closer than what I might have thought, coming into this series. And Lynn's still holding on to that operator, so massive buys here for Frogs. TSM, I'm not sure how they turn this one around. So for now, they're going to be going for yet another eco. They want to give themselves an opportunity to build up a little bit more of that economy because they're getting stopped at every turn. They're starting to struggle here. It felt like they were getting a feel for the rhythm and the pace of how Frogs were playing, but Frogs have kind of responded with, with that apparently.
Yeah, exactly. With that, they're starting to find the reads here, and this is what I was expecting, right? Coming down to the losers bracket, waking up a little bit after going down. It's tough to say, but we'll call it what it is. It was a rough showing for Frogs against Cloud9, but they've woken up. They're playing against another strong team, a strong team that does well when going down in that losers bracket, but TSM just can't seem to find their footings completely. It's another B hit going down. It is that eco round, and Frogs should be grabbing another lead.
I think this is kind of a different story for TSM, after such a close game against Dignitas, having lost it out, they might be getting in their own heads a little bit here, and they're not playing as coordinated as what we would have liked to have seen. Again, the flank got shut down really early for TSM, so now with the 2v5, I mean, there's nothing left to do here, really.
Yeah, TSM really can just hope for exits, maybe try and drop the operator, take away one of these vandals or something. There just isn't a whole lot to write home about as Ellie, nice little 3k on the round, padding the stats, 1 HP, and needs to try and sneak away. Not too sure if she'll be able to escape the spike, but at the end of the day, okay, there it is. Ellie does go down, so 4 stay alive. Zoe on the flank, able to cut down another, looking for more, not able to get it, so a bit of damage to the economy, but Frogs still up 2 rounds.
That was so brave. I didn't expect it to just swing out like that. But I suppose when all you really got to work with is, Spectre. It's not the end of the world.
True.
And she does manage to get the exit frag, so that helps at least. Now, finally, TSM are getting some ultimates on the board as well. They've got that showstopper, and we've seen some really good showstoppers from Ellie Twitches. So let's see how Emily responds to that, as now TSM are finally back into a full... This is a force buy. They've got no money, really. Oh, my earth. Lynn missing that shot is really unfortunate, because that was for free.
And quite uncharacteristic, right? Lynn has been, I mean, the shot percentage with the snipers, whether it be the marshal or the operator, has been fairly high for her as a whole on this map thus far. So we're going to let that one slide. I'm sure she'll right her wrongs as Emily goes forward once again, but up towards Pipe. Junifor has the ultimate on the Empress on the line here, finding that kill and a quick resurrection to come on through. Puts Frogs back in the driver's seat, but Cat looking to cut him down as they push through mid, but it's traded. TSM, they just cannot find, they can't chain things together.
Oh, some really good traces there. Manages to get the swing from Athena. You know, they turn around to shoot the traces and Athena gets the swing. Lynn missing another upshot. This is, as you said, very, very uncharacteristic. Tries to, for the third time, but Zoe just wins out that duel. And now in the 3v1, this has been so scrappy and back and forth between these two teams. They both seem to have a fairly good understanding of what the other team is going to be doing. But now when it comes down to the 1v1, it's not about the team anymore. It's about you. And what are you going to do to try and clutch this?
And how it doesn't get any better than this, Sam. These are the two support players that you noted before the broadcast started. This is what you were talking about on the desk. It's Dinos, it's Arianarchist, and we get to see him in a 1v1 with that spike planted.
Oh.
Panic on a very, very far flank here. Gonna be able to cut down the Omen, unfortunately, send him back from whence he came. I don't know where Omen actually comes from, but
Shadow Realm.
Yeah, he is returned back to the Shadow Realm, and TSM, they grab 5. Now, the next round is going to be important to, at the very least, go 6-6.
Oh, that was super unfortunate, though, because you're the last person standing, you planted the spike, you now need to keep your eye on literally every single entrance to the site. And Dinos did well to figure out where Arianarchist would be coming from, but unfortunately not well enough to figure out exactly where she would be and win out that aim duel. Now, so I was talking a little bit about how scrappy this match has been between these two teams, and it feels like they're constantly adapting to one another. And there's this ebb and flow of aggression and kind of hesitant defense, and I'm really enjoying it. But at some point, something's got to give, or we're just going to go into like quadruple overtime towards the end of the map. So soon, very soon, we're going to swap sides. This is the last chance here. Can it be evened out to a 6-6, or will Frogs pull ahead, give themselves an extra 2 points coming into the next round?
The guiding light gonna get some information that anybody might be playing out towards mid, which is, it's just Frogs buying their time, right? They're just hanging out. They've got all the time to work with. They quite possibly could think that the wall might be up inside that tube, that barrier orb, so they could be waiting that one down to look to make a play out towards mid. But here come the smokes. So we're going to queue up another guiding light, able to find the flash. Now all the information is there as a Bucky up close and personal, but from behind, Ellie manages to get it done with the boombot and open things up for the Frogs. They're looking for the lion's share of this half, trying to go 7-5 as that spike looks to get planted. Arianarchist able to deny that one onto Dinos, but Ellie just doesn't stop. You cannot cut her down, as I say it. It's a 3K before she falls. The caster curse comes through, but Arianarchist, you got a lot on your plate here. Viper's Pit in play. The smoke goes out. No snake bites to work with, so not able to cut down any of these areas. And what goes up must come down. The Frogs net 7.5.
It looks like one of those baiting, things that I've heard so much about. I don't really understand how these things work, but Cat starts flying, Arianarchist peeks her head, and somebody shoots her from behind. It do be like that. But it was Frogs that did manage to get it to that 2-point lead at the half. So now we swap sides. And this is where things really start to get interesting, because now we saw how Frogs, we mentioned the triple duelist, and they didn't play super, super explosive towards the end of the half. They needed to play a little bit more conservative because they are playing against TSM. But now they're going to be playing on the defense, and I really want to see how they tackle that, because I expect TSM to go in fairly aggressive here. So Frogs are going to need to try and counter that, or they're going to need to be playing purely for retakes, take control of the map, and then pincer in.
I'm absolutely terrified for TSM to only have the Viper now on attack, because once you toss out the toxic screen, once you throw out the poison cloud, unless you go and pick it up, they are where they lay. That's it. You don't get another chance at that. So this attacking side, I guess I don't know what to expect now that they don't have those smokes that are going to be continuously coming up here. You don't get, sure, Brimstone only gets 3 of them, right? Astra gets 5 of them. Omen gets as many as you can grab in a round, as it looks like we might have a tactical pause here. I don't know what to expect now that it's just the Viper here on attack.
I think the Viper can work really well on the A site if you're using the wall to kind of cut that site, because the A site is already a very chaotic site to try and take. There's a lot of 50-50 angles, and I'm not just talking left and right. There's up and down as well. There's a lot going on over on that A site. You add the wall as well for an extra little bit of something that needs to be danced around, something you can't see through, something you can kind of hide behind, and it starts to give you a little bit of an advantage. That being said, you can also get a little bit of value on the B side. Maybe shut down some ops later on in the defensive round. If Lin picks up that operator, maybe Ari puts up the wall to kind of try and deny that sightline a little bit so that they can get some leverage over onto the B side. So it can be done. But I think when you're picking an agent like Viper, you're expecting to get a little bit more of a runaway lead on the defense so that you're not focusing too heavily on that offense. And now they're really behind on the scoreline in terms of what they managed to accomplish on their defense. So now they have to bring it just that little bit harder on the offense.
Oh, I mean, they did just that. It was a hard push, a hard split over towards B. The only one holding it down was Dinos, but not long for this world as a couple of kills come on through. TSM, I mean, they seem to have all the answers. As we see that toxic screen going to get thrown up. That one blocking off Snowman. It only lasts for so long as the toxins are available, and Anarchist only going to find 2 kills before being cut down by Clefairy, which I don't know if that's an ability that Clefairy can learn. Either way, she's not done yet. A nice little 3K on the round, but down to the 1v2. And who better? If you want anybody in the 1v2, you want Ellie here. Working against the time, working against 2 members, able to spot out 2, find the grape of 1. Now it's all down to Zoe. And I can't imagine there's a whole lot of utility left this deep into the round. Fake defuse comes through. It's low HP, just needs to find the body, but Zoe working with the clock so incredibly well. He's going to find the round win for TSM. Not in kills, but in time alone.
Worth.
Yes, yeah.
There is something really poetic about somebody named Clefairy playing Sage. If you know anything about Pokemon, this is really poetic. Anyway. Healer things. That was really well played from Zoe to run down the time as well as she did. She knew that she probably wouldn't be able to win the 1v1, but she knew that she also had an advantage in that she could play a little bit unpredictably, could peek out a little bit, could use that space to try and draw out some fire to make sure that the defuse didn't come through. And that's exactly what happened. She denied that entirely. So TSM getting themselves another point on the board, looking really good on their attack. And now they're going for a full A push. There's that A wall that I was talking about to shut down sightlines from the other side of the map. They've even got the smokes as well. They've got a lot of cover here. And they're going to go for strong post-plant positions because they do have the gun advantage in this round.
And I think they heard everybody on the flank as the kills just start to come through. It is an anti-eco, so what do you expect? You've got the Spectre versus the Classics. Nice little, not flawless actually. So yeah, Ari Anarchist going down, hurts the economy of 1. Now the inverse, this is kind of what we saw for FWOGS, but at this point, their Jet had the knives available, and they were able to drop that fallen teammate. Not going to be the case here for Cats, so not a real bonus here for Ari Anarchist. I think maybe forces up a rifle early in this one, which kind of puts you in a pretty good spot. But this is very important, right? 7-7 rifles now on the board. FWOGS got to start to figure it out.
I think the added benefit of that wall is also like the wall is up, the wall goes down. Surprise! And Arianicus gets 3 kills. You weren't expecting me here. And yet again, you got a gun advantage here for FWOGS this time because they did lose 2 rounds in a row. So they're going to have the rifles this time around. They're going to need to try and use that to their advantage because they don't have any ultimates here. And the Viper's Pit has already been dropped.
gets taken off the board now, and Ellie not giving up this site for free as that spike does get planted and the Seekers go out. They're not getting a whole lot done just yet because Ellie continues to frag. The rest of the Frogs starting to come up behind. Now it's all up to Zoe. Use the ult early in this one. A paranoia from downtown, and the Frogs on their rifle round battle back and get it done.
Damn, that round was insane. that right there, that is the definition of an explosive round. Like, you blink and it's over. You've missed the whole thing. Frogs played that really well. They get some rifles in their hands despite the wall being up. In fact, the Viper's Pit goes out, and as soon as it goes out, they take down Arianicus, which means that the Viper's Pit is completely offline. Wait, the Viper's Pit never got used. Oh man, I thought I saw it. It must have been one of the toxic or the orbs. Okay, this is good. This means that she still has it available to try and lock down a site. Plus, they've got full rifles as well, so they're going toe-to-toe here in terms of the gun economy. But they need to be careful because, of course, Frogs still have a res and the showstopper.
And the showstopper's been huge for both of these raises in this game, netting them, you know, a couple of possibly, well, at least for Emily, her only kills. Ellie, you can't really say the same as Emily gets aggressive again, but immediately punished. 2 kills to follow, but a resurrection makes this an even 4v4. Now, I was wondering, how do we see that Viper's Pit? But it is going to be that plant on site. Now going to add some extra chaos to a very chaotic half already towards this A site.
I mean, I mentioned that I was expecting TSM to be aggressive. They have not disappointed.
They have not. I thought that was Arianicus going down there. That would have been absolutely horrible, but thriving inside the chaos is the Viper, thriving inside the pit as it's down to the Jets in a 1v1 and Lynn on low HP. It would just take one shot from the Classic, but make it the Vandal instead. TSM not us up once more.
That was fantastic play there. And again, the Viper's Pit coming in so clutch to deny the visibility for the entirety of the Frogs team. And Arianicus still manages to get the 2 kills there. And then Kath, of course, it was really unfortunate for Lynn because Lynn was on such low HP and Kath was able to, you and I were talking about this before the broadcast, but the power of those wall bangs and how a lot of less experienced players sometimes don't really think about that. They'll kind of swing out instead of remembering, oh, I can just shoot through. These ladies, they don't have that problem. They know you shoot through the wall, and that's exactly what Kath did. Manages to get that final kill there. And once again, the scores are tied up. This is neck and neck, and I think we're going to be going the distance here.
It definitely seems just like that, and like I said, I think it was kind of to be expected. I think the Frogs playstyle works well against this TSM squad who has been pieced together and still needs some time working together. But as I say it, they just look so darn good. 4 kills across the map, and Ellie's done a lot, but this is asking for so much as she's able to track down one and take the tracker down in that sky. But TSM, they reclaim a lead here 9-8. But like you said, I don't think we're done seeing this Frogs team battle back.
I think you might have the worst case of caster's curse I've ever seen.
That's why I don't make predictions. I really try and avoid all of that stuff because I just curse everything.
Yeah, every time you say something, just the complete opposite happens. You know, I might come to you for lottery numbers.
Right.
Anyway, so this is going to be yet another anti-eco for TSM as the Frogs are going to be running through with 2 Buckies. I can't wait to see how this works out because obviously Frogs are on the defense here. They're expecting an A push and it's not an A push, it's a B push. But because it's one of these eco rounds, it doesn't really matter. So as soon as the spike goes down, they're going to go for that kind of retake. But they're not really, again, they're not really expecting to win this one out. You want to get 1 or 2 kills where you can, maybe even draw out an ultimate if you can. But more than anything else, you want to get the round over with so that you can buy guns next round.
And that's the coin flip sometimes that you take. Like you said, in eco, you stack up and you hope they come this way. And now it's going up through 2, unfortunately taken down.
Oh my!
Rest of the squad. Oh, okay. I would say looking to get cut down. That Bucky getting a lot of damage down onto Arianicus, but only 1 kill to the good thus far. Low HP on the Reyna, and Junifor will fall. TSM first to double digits here, but now we get to see Frogs back where they're comfortable, back on their rifles, and they have those ultimates online.
Oh, we're getting dangerously close to that map point scenario here for TSM. And as they come into this next round again, they've been on a bit of a streak. So they've got all the weapons that they could possibly want. They've got a ton of ultimates as well. Frogs, are able to buy up at the very least. They've got Bladestorm ready, and they've got Empress. So these are two very, very powerful ultimates, but they need to be careful about how they use this. They're kind of buckling under TSM's pressure at the moment. They're giving up a lot of map control way too early on, and they're getting caught out for it. I want to see them try and slow down a bit, hit the brakes, and figure things out before they rush in, because there isn't a lot of time left.
And this play, similar to the pistol round, this time going to be completely shut down. They have the lineup for that Poison Cloud. Dash on through under tube. The two members trying to push are going to be met. Now, Seekers go out for some information, and not necessarily corralled, but it does look like TSM want to just stick it here. And there's a crazy flank from way across the map from Ari Anarchist, and this could go very well or very bad.
Oh, it looks like she's going to come up against D-Loss again as well, if they actually do manage to cross paths. Oh, no, they're going to go the opposite direction. Ships in the night. It's unfortunate.
Oh, no, actually, second guess makes a double take out towards mid, is able to find that one. Now, Clefairy and Ellie in a 2v2, very winnable. That showstopper online. Here comes the flank once more. Nobody calls out the Viper. Ari Anarchist is just getting all of the value. Clefairy does what she can, but unfortunately, the backstab from Emily is just too much, and the Frogs are struggling to find their footing.
That flank is also a bit of a coin toss, because very often when you're in those situations where it's 2v1 or 1v2 or whatever, you kind of want to be with the other person on your team so that there's someone to swing on you. So the timing for that had to be perfect. Ariadicus couldn't expose herself too early and not have someone to swing on her. But it works out. She gets a kill, gets taken down, but while that's happening, her teammate manages to get the final blow and they win out the round. That timing, it's so important, and it worked out really well. And again, TSM 1 point away from that match point. They've still got those ultimates, and they already have a pick onto Lynn. Like,
And that feels horrible because Lynn opted into using the Bladestorm in this round. So now the Bladestorm off the board. It's that really labored buy, or the yard sale buy. See that Judge. We see the showstopper going to get a lot of value this time around, as A-Site just opened up by the explosions. There was like the bomb squad opening that one up, leaving it all down to Junifor, who it has the Empress, but I cannot imagine this is the time to use it unless you start to find a couple of kills, and that's exactly what she's done. Cutting down one. Now Emily looking to peek. Lower on HP. Nice little upgrade coming out. There's that Vandal kill from downtown. Healing up, and again, has the ult available, but who better? You have to have guessed it. Ari Anarchist on the flank. Another backstab to find another round. And you said it. That was the last round before match point. Now Frogs backs against the wall. Need to win 4 in a row.
You mentioned the backstab and Arianicus in the same sentence, and all I can remember is when she was playing for Dignitas on FTW, there was a moment on Split in Ropes where she pulled out the knife and stabbed somebody in the butt. And it literally, like, for the rest of the broadcast, Golden Boy and I were just going butt stab. All we wanted to see was more butt stabs. So yeah, when you say backstab, the first thing I'm going to think of is Arianicus. And now as we move on to match point, that power and that potency becomes so much more important. We've seen Lynn here with an operator in her hands once more. She's going to try and shut things down, but with all of these flashes, it's going to be so difficult to get that value.
And Dinos able to find one, just can't ult away in time. And I know exactly how that feels, trying to jump in that from the shadows and just click anywhere to get to safety, but it's not fast enough with the fingers. Although a 1v1 across the board, this is still a winnable round for Frogs, and they have 3 very large ultimates to be able to turn this in their favor.
Dinos got denied.
Nice.
We'll see if they can actually get her back into the server, because they're going to want to be at full power if they possibly can. They don't have the Bladestorm, but like you said, still have the showstopper. And the res came through for TSM. That is not good news for Frogs, because now they're at that disadvantage in numbers. And the Viper's Pit is up, and the Bladestorm is up for Cap. This is a very, very, very sticky situation for Frogs to be in. They're going to have to be very careful about how they approach this next fight.
Yeah, and with these Seekers, you see that the play is just run it down right behind them and see what you can find. They are going to run right into Ellie, though, who's been hot for most of the game. Cuts down 2, but they're answered back immediately. Now in the 2v2, but a resurrection available. We're finally going to see that Viper's Pit popped here, Sam.
And I mean, no better time, right? This is that match point scenario. But finally, the res comes through, and this is good because it now gives FWOGS the numbers advantage. They are, however, going to need to battle through that Viper's Pit, which is going to make things just that little bit more difficult for them. But 2 still alive on TSM here. There's a lot of firepower there. Making quite a bit of noise towards the back, though. So giving away... Wait, did they just walk straight out of the pit?
They ditched it. They used it just to buy some time. And those snake bites, I believe they last for 14 seconds. So the Viper's Pit, the snake bites on top of it, there's just absolutely zero time for the FWOGS to be able to do anything. They are sticking the defuse. They do have the kill. And was it enough from Ari Anarchist? No, they stay alive. A huge round win for the FWOGS.
Less than a second. That was so close. Now, I understand what TSM did there. Like you said, they were trying to buy time, and then they pull back and they wait. They want to watch the spike. They want to be able to see should somebody aggress in onto the spike to try and get that defuse. They want to have a little bit of distance so that they can try and take them down. But I feel it may have been a little bit premature. About a second premature.
Yeah.
If they'd waited literally 1 more second, that would have been it. But that was fantastic play from the FWOGS, waiting out with the res as well until the very last second. This has been a fantastic series from them. And now as they come into this next round, they've baited out a ton of ultimates from TSM as well. So it's 1-to-1 ultimates, Bladestorm versus Showstopper. We have perpetual match point here, so every round counts here for FWOGS.
And Emily just grabbed so much space there. Blast packing her way on through. Right up to top 2. Finds that kill. Onto 1. Not able to find another. Clefairy able to use that heal as well. Try and top herself off. Ari Anarchist doing what she does best. Hanging out on the flank. On the lurk. And Zoe making a lot of steps. But some way, somehow, Junifor does not hear it. FWOGS down to their last 3 as that Showstopper gets popped now on the retake. But they're just so far away. It's so hard to get that value as Ellie finds a couple of kills, now making it down to a 2v2. Zoe making her way up for mid. Clefairy able to find the kill, but again, they're working against the clock. They have to go right here, right now. It's the snake bites again, buying the time. It's Ari Anarchist buying the time, and Clefairy just has to stick the spike at this point. There's just no time. Again, TSM played the clock beautifully as they secure the first map here in this 3-game series.
I think that you say that, playing the clock, and I think that was like a really big overarching theme throughout this series. That's what we saw the teams trying to do so often, because you have these 2 really aggressive teams that are kind of smashing into each other over and over again, and like sometimes we'll see that patience where they're like, okay guys, we gotta chill for just a second here. They're gonna be super aggressive, let them come in, we'll take them down. And then like they win the round and they go, yeah, let's go in hard, and then they don't win the round. And so we go round and round. And once they start to focus a little bit more on whittling away that time, particularly with Arianakis using that the Viper's utility, I was really thinking about denying sightlines, and she was playing the time game, and it worked out really well for them. It was closer than what they would have wanted, but it was really well played.
Very, very well. There is nothing more upsetting than when a good Viper plays the snake bites so well, or even to see. We were talking about this before the broadcast when we were kind of going through our players to watch, and Ari Anarchist was kind of just the overall player that we were talking about, just goes so hard from tournament to tournament, team to team, always trying to get her licks in, and with no information that we could see for her playing the Viper, you see how much work she's actually putting in, behind the scenes. That was phenomenal to see, just the mind games with the Viper's Pit playing time, with the snake bites playing time, finding the lineups, having the lineup with the poison cloud. It's just absolutely insane. So I'm happy. Thank you, Sam, for bringing that player into the light for me, because I mean, she just showed up in just about every single way. And and I think top fragged as well. So really doing it all as TSM. They're able to bag a 1 game here, 13-9, excuse me. A very, very close one on Icebox. Now we're headed over, I believe, to Split. And this is where things get a little dicey, because we know FWOGS don't have any information on file, but we do have to jump away for a quick break to get that all set up for you guys. But when we come back, Yinsu will be in the driver's seat to talk us through this series.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the VCT Game Changers, where TSM are one map up in this elimination match against FWOGS. I'm Yusu, and I'm joined by Tanner and Sam, your casters, for the rest of this evening. Guys, welcome back. Tanner, right off the bat, I know you guys had a bit of a discussion about the Viper in that game, and I can't help but feel like there was a certain degree of disrespect from the FWOGS players, perhaps, or maybe not being used to knowing how to play against some of the Viper utilities, because they kind of handed right into her hands with the way they played around her wall and also her toxins as well.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing whenever I see a Viper usually is, and the reason I always talk about buff Viper is because if a team doesn't respect your abilities, then you kind of just get run over. And so on the inverse, if you give it too much respect, you get run over. And that's exactly what happened. I also think you have to give a huge shout out to Arianarchist for playing the Viper the way she did. It was near flawless outside of that one we see Lynn going up over that one-way smoke, but just played it so incredibly well. I didn't give it enough credit, to be honest.
One of the things I mentioned was like, the Viper wall goes up, then it comes down, and it's like, surprise, here I am. And it's like you said, they're not respecting that bit of utility. They're kind of running in blind, not really thinking about how they're going to react to this. And I think it also comes down to teams not really playing the Viper too often. So a lot of teams aren't really sure how to respond to that. And you've got to learn on the fly. And sometimes it works out quite well and you're able to do well. We saw that with the one round where the Viper's pit came out. They walked out of the Viper's pit. The pit went down and FWOGS were able to get the defuse. So sometimes it does work out and you can figure things out a little bit. But sometimes you just kind of get smacked around a little bit.
Well, Sam, in the pre-show, the pre-match bit, you talked about Arianarchist, being on trial. So she is a substitute, of course, for this tournament. I can't believe that she's not on a team. What's going on there?
So this is an interesting one. Going back to FTW, I kind of mentioned how she was the sub for Dignitas. Shadowlina wasn't able to play at that time for, I can't remember, it was quite some time ago. And then Arianarchist kind of dropped off for a little bit and she bounced around from team to team. And honestly, I've never understood why she was never snapped up kind of immediately. I've been following her journey on Twitter and seeing how she's gone from team to team and seeing how she's puts in a lot of work as well. She kind of spoke about one team in particular where she never played Sova before, but this team needed a Sova. So she dived into it. She spent an entire day learning the nerd arrows, learning, like, going full average Jonas, trying to learn how to play Sova for this team. And then they were like, nah, it's fine. We're going to go with someone else. And it's like, you pass up on someone with that kind of work ethic. It astounds me. So when I saw her tweet that she was subbing in for TSM, I was like, yes, big opportunity. Let's go. And then she tweeted, I'm a trial. And I was like, yes, it's happening. So I really hope that they do make this official and they pick her up because she really deserves it.
And I was also, I think it was something on Twitter, maybe it was a post or a video that had seen, but it was TSM kind of looking into picking up Arianarchist, and I think a couple of their other players it came as a duo package. Hey, if I go, I want to play with her, and I don't remember the names off the top. I apologize. But so then, a spot opens up, and it's kind of like a blessing and a curse, obviously, and it just seemed like almost perfect timing, because I think Sam was saying before the broadcast when we were talking that Arianarchist was kind of okay with playing in with a co-ed team, shooting for the VCT, and that was probably because TSM wasn't looking that way. And then, hey, one day spot opens up, and just arguably one of the better pickups for sure.
Not many players are playing Viper full stop in North America right now, so I think this is a massive asset. But moving on to FWOGS just a little bit before we talk about Split. Sam, they ran the triple dual list even. Do you feel like that perhaps on the defense side let them down a little bit?
I think that composition actually works out better for them on Icebox. We know that agents like Sova, for example, don't get as much value on the Icebox. So your Sentinels, your information gathering agents don't really pan out too much. And I think that actually contributes to why this map was so close, because it fed. I kind of spoke earlier about how all three maps kind of play into FWOGS' playstyle, but Icebox in particular, because they never really play any kind of a recon agent, really worked in for them. So it may have let them down slightly slightly. I mean, they still showed some of that aggression that we saw before, and FaZe showed us in VCT Sentinels as well. They showed us that an aggressive defense can work exceptionally well. So I don't think that necessarily their composition is what held them back there. I think it was more about the players themselves. You know, TSM versus FWOGS. TSM just had a better grasp on what was happening in that second half. And statistically, TSM are better on attack on Icebox than they are on defense. And again, I'm pulling from a very small portion of statistics because there aren't that many. But you know, the stats are what they are. They have a better attacking side. So I think that plays a lot into it as well. We're really going to see how these teams stack up now as we move over on to the next map, which is the map that FWOGS have never played before, right?
Have never played, and so to kind of just touch on the composition as a whole, you guys at me on Twitter if you feel differently, but I think there's so much that you get from your initiators, and they rarely, if ever, run an initiator in that Sova, that Breach, that Sky, and sometimes it feels like that lack of forward information just isn't there for them in the recon bolt or the guiding light flashes where you get that audio cue. So I would like to see a bit, obviously not on split here. It already looks like they're actually mixing it up and make me eat my words. That's Caster Curse again, guys.
Yeah, well, I'm going to let you guys keep cursing because FWOGS must win this map if they want to stay in the competition. Have fun with this one, you two.
Thank you, Yinsu.
Yeah, we were just talking about how they don't play the... I think we both kind of cursed this one as Lynn is suddenly playing Cypher. All right.
Yeah, that's... come on. It's actually... this is really different. This is, they're taking the playbook and just chucking it as far as they can. One duelist coming into this, 2 Sentinels, and then your initiator in that Sky coming in. So FWOGS, I mean, hey, backs against the wall. You have to win split here, and they're trying to find any way to do it.
And again, Split has always been a really good Viper map. Now, very few teams play Viper on Split, but it's still a good map to play the Viper on, and we're not seeing the Viper this time around. Arianica's back on that kind of signature Omen. It has become her look since joining TSM, and let's see how it works out here versus the FWOGS, who are playing, yes, the wildest composition that we have seen them play, at the very least.
And starting off on the defense, so the Sentinels should get a fair bit of utility as the slow orbs go through. It's going to slow unit down just for a bit. Then trying to play aggressive out towards mid. It's Arianarchist once more on the flank, looking to do damage. They do just that, and because of that kill on Lynn, they're able to just get free motion over towards B.
This rotation is nutty. They fake towards A, make some noise, move towards B, but FWOGS have already sussed it out. They know what's happening. What they don't realize, however, is that there is a Killjoy on a mad flank coming through their spawn, waiting to pincer them in. And if they don't notice Athena back here, it's going to be dangerous. Oh my goodness.
Flank versus flank here. They're all knifing down the barrier, and here it comes. Just how much value can Athena get? Is going to take down 2. Looking for more. Still very healthy here. As Dinos finally able to battle back, but running out of time. The last one standing in a 1v4. TSM, they've got the nutty strats, and it works here for the pistol.
The patience from Athena there. She had so many opportunities to just wildly start shooting, maybe get 1 pick off, but she waits it out, gets 2, gets the 3rd one low, and that's an easy cleanup for TSM. That was played so well. I love that rotation. The fake on A, the quick rush towards B after Ari gets a kill in mid, and then the remainder flank. So Ari, who normally flanks for them, has gone down, so you send Athena out on the flank instead. You still create that pincer, and you completely shut down FWOGS. FWOGS are really going to need to step up their game here. This is a map they've never played, and it's starting to show.
The flashes making things a little unbearable over towards A main, but TSM proving that it doesn't matter all that much now. 2 members will be without their bonus going into this next round, but a very favorable trade when you win the round.
I think TSM are making this unbearable. We're going to see the buy coming through here from FWOGS, as expected. You know, you lose the 2 pistol rounds, you're able to buy up, get those rifles on the board. So now they have the gun advantage, and this is a very, very important round so that they can try and swing momentum back in their favor. They've got good control of the map here. They're split up fairly evenly. They've somewhat given up mid, though, which is a little dangerous, and we saw how dangerous that is in the very first round. But, you know, TSM don't seem to be making any... No, as I say that, cast a curse, they are moving towards mid, and it looks like they're going for the pincer again.
You can tell Frogs are expecting another play out towards A based off of where they put those trap wires. Now, the push for free all the way through B Heaven is able to find a kill for Emily, and not a free B site just yet, but as I say that, Ari Anarchist gets on the board, Zoe gets on the board, Ellie's able to battle back for one, but it seems like Ellie against the world in some of these rounds in the past two maps as that spike goes down. The last two, they're rotating, but this is just not a good spot. This is their first rifle, and it's going so poorly.
I mean, we talk about mid control, and it's so important, not just because when you have control of mid, you're able to rotate to any point of the map, but when you have control of mid, you can deny rotations, and that's the situation that Frogs find them in right now. They're not able to actually get onto site, and when they do, that happens.
Yeah, just Zoe cutting them down as they enter the site. And you said it perfectly, right? Mid control is huge. This is one of those maps where that is so incredibly apparent. It's so apparent, in fact, that changes to the map were made before the most recent changes towards mid, specifically because it was so very important to try and get control there. And we see it conceded. But it's also another big reason why we see the Sage here, right? Because you can just put that wall up and sure, it might get shot down, but it's a very narrow path with it that push through and you get all of that information that they're there. Unfortunately, the Killjoy alarm bot up in B Heaven, that's not enough to stop that push like we just saw.
Oh, Frogs on an eco round here, and we can see they're all rushing straight out of Garage, trying to get this round over with. Actually manages to get a pick off though. That's pretty big, all things considered.
And we're seeing the power of the Bucky in that one, as it's a wide swing, right click with the Bucky. Does find a kill, and now the Stinger's not as it once was, but we saw Clefairy pick up a couple on Icebox with it, so we'll see how that proficiency lands. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot to be had over towards this B site. Emily probably going to take away this Vandal as soon as Junifor picks it. Okay, no, backing away, so playing it safe, looking to just hang on to that one, because Emily was ready for the trade.
Oh, here it comes. Oh, they're elephanting! No! Elephanting through mid, so Emily is able to actually hear that, gets the first pick, calls out the position, so everyone knows where Junifor is. Not that it matters, it's the 1v3 situation here. The spike is already down, and she's elephanting her way through vents.
Oh, and they can spot her toes as she looks to push on through, then the double drop. It's Zoe to close it out again. Now, that's the two eco or the two anti-ecos go the way of TSM. The big one there being that rifle going the way of TSM and Frogs losing it. Now they're back on rifles, and this is where you got to start to put your foot on the gas.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is actually very often where we see a team that's on the back foot get a little bit of a second wind, a little bit of a resurgence. You know, four rounds in, they've lost them all. Now they can buy up. They're even out in terms of the guns. So now they need to be winning those aim duels, but not just that. They need to start thinking a little bit more strategically here. They've got good control of the map, but once again, they've given up mid, which means they actually have zero map control, in my opinion.
It doesn't amount to a whole lot. They have since switched up the Cypher and the Killjoy position, so it is going to be the Cypher trap wires over on this side as paint shells go through. Emily doesn't need it. It's the Phantom that gets the job done onto Ellie, and up through vents, up through B Heaven, really wherever you want to go, it seems, for free, as they're not expecting this. No, Zoe is some way, somehow finds that trade kill, and sure, one happened across the map, but TSM still in the driver's seat. And if you die towards A, just keep going B, and they do just that.
And again, I can't stress this enough. Mid control, it's so important because again, TSM take control of that mid and they deny rotations from Frogs. And anytime somebody tries to move towards this B site, they get cut down in their prime. And now it's down to the last two players for Frogs. We spoke about how this was really the momentum shifting round, the potential that Frogs really needed to make something happen. And they just haven't. TSM still have 4 ultimates online. They're not going to need to use any of them because it's a 4v2. They've got solid post plants, solid angles covered here. There's elephants up in rafters.
Ooh, but the kills almost go in the way of Frogs. They do eventually get shut down as they try and push on through. And I mean, you said it, I think, a couple of rounds ago. They get onto the sites, but that's what happens. TSM just chops them down bit by bit. So now that I'm looking at the comp, it seems like we talked about the respect for the Viper alone, but so much respect, maybe too much respect, is being given over towards TSM, because in that last buy round, FWOGS were very close to ultimates. Now, obviously, they have them coming off the deaths or the kills that they got, but they're not playing for those orbs. They're not pushing forward at all. They're just giving it all up, and TSM are finding the fights and winning them off of that, as that Rolling Thunder looks to clear out heaven. Emily going to go up top with the showstopper. Unfortunately, doesn't find anything but pushes everybody away momentarily as Arianarchist starts to creep up on the site and might just get some extra info that the team needs as DNOS tries to hold it down. Last one in the West with the shoddy in hand, trying to go buck wild there on that ace side. TSM, up one player, Resurrection available, now up two. Ooh, cut down. Just a 3v2. Those Buckies starting to get some value. And Kath was thinking about it, that Resurrection, but might just hold on for another round.
And this is what I was talking to you about before the broadcast. We never actually had a chance to talk about it on the desk, but Kath flexing from that jet to the Sage this time, and giving somebody else an opportunity to be the entry for the team. And she's performing really, really well here. And now for FWOGS, this is again another super unfortunate situation here where they just cannot get control of this map. And I think you were talking about the composition, and you're absolutely right. I think that the composition goes against the play style that they've cultivated, which is they play the triple duelist, so they play aggressive, they burst onto sites, they get a few picks. That's kind of how they plan to win out rounds. Now they're playing a massively defensive composition here. Like when the tides turn, I mean, this is already a defender favored map. They have a defender heavy composition and they're still losing rounds. When this swaps over to the offensive side, I don't see how they're going to be able to leverage themselves some points here. The composition that they've decided to run is a very difficult one, particularly against the composition that TSM have.
6 rounds up is where TSM find themselves. So sitting pretty even at the half. Like you said, on this attacking side, that's a pretty solid number to put up as Emily. Maybe sniffing something out here, as it's both Sentinels pushing on up. The shoulder peak is just a bit too much for Clefairy, but Lynn trades it back. This one on to Zoe. That's a lot of utility now taken off the board in the neural theft. There's the information on top. Inside the cage, Lynn will play, and that actually, somehow, someway, it sparks a rotation for that spike to come over towards B. So it's still looking to be B hit for TSM as Emily plays inside the smoke. Maybe not long for this world as the guiding, or the Seekers rather, come on through. Emily's able to take him down. The paint shell's not going to buy enough time or find enough damage to take somebody down just yet. There's that first kill coming on through. Emily stalwart on the defense on this attacking side. B Heaven belongs to Emily. Arianarchist is able to get on the board for one, and DNOS has to go huge, but TSM in full control here.
TSM was so good at restabilizing, because I'll be honest, at the start of that round, it was looking so good for FWOGS, and I thought that TSM were really on a back foot there. But it wasn't that they were being driven back. They pulled back, gave themselves a moment to breathe, gave themselves a moment waiting for FWOGS to push in, and then they pushed back. And Emily really pushed back. That was a super impressive display up on the rafters there, using those satchels, being able to take down 2 or 3 up in heaven just on her own. Really, really solid play here. And I want to see more of that from FWOGS, in fact. I want to see that ability to, okay, you've lost one. How do you turn that around? How do you convert that into a round win? Because again, they have all the tools available to them. So I want to see them actually start to do that.
Benico this time around, but getting the better half of that trade is Ellie with the Sheriff in hand. Unfortunately traded right back, so TSM playing together right on each other's heels. Double satchel charge. You can tell Emily's feeling it in this one. Picked up 4 kills in the last. The rest of the team starting to get it done in round number 8. Now a Spectre in hand. Enos peeks away. No, able to find it. That spike down on the ground as Clefairy Ferrari swings with the stinger and finds one. Now Emily having a pretty good game for herself. 1 kill away from that showstopper as well. Bot in hand. As a utility, this is a very tall ask now that she's been stunned up and spotted out by the Trailblazer.
Ask and you shall receive. I was hoping that FWOGS would find a way to start to stabilize a little bit better, and now they found themselves in a... Oh, they're not looking. Okay, no, she is. Whew. That was super unfortunate for Emily. You know, she had kind of a superhero moment in the previous round up in heaven, but this time around, she wasn't able to get that. It was fantastic play here from Frogs. Now, that's the Frogs I want to see. A solid defense where they deny rotations and they deny the aggression. That was the big one. TSM were pushing in hard and fast, and Frogs did really well to slow it down. They started off with the Sage Orb to stop the push from going all the way onto site, and then they just continued following that up. That's what I want to keep seeing from them, and maybe a little bit more of that mid control, because 7 of the 8 rounds that they lost have been because they gave up mid.
And this time they kind of do the same, but the fight taken right to him at A as Emily. She's not done just yet. Sure, she flubbed in the last round, couldn't grab the 1v3. Gonna pick up 2 nice and early, completely open up the A site for a 5v3 retake.
Okay, so this is the opposite of what I was saying. And again, that aggression from TSM is so massive. Oh my goodness. Hitting those shots from... I mean, she may as well have been on Haven at that point. Okay, it was on a turret, so, but still, like, I could barely see the turrets. That's pretty impressive to me. And I don't know what more you can do here. You got 3 people. Oh my goodness. And Emily just up in heaven mowing people down.
Yeah, it really doesn't feel like there's anything you can do, as the lockdown was available for Clefairy, chooses not to use it in this round. So another one to fall by the wayside. And with 2 HP, even these exit frags aren't necessarily looking the best. Goes good for 1, so not too bad there, as it's all down to Ari Anarchist to stay alive and bring that weapon into the next round. And mid control is kind of where we were leaning on that one. They opt out of it. And even when we say, hey, play mid, and TSM don't play mid, Frogs don't play mid, and they just die, right? If you see Emily, you have to run no matter what. The raise is so explosive. If you see it, you just have to go try and link up with the rest of the team and play retake, because it really feels like she's doing whatever she wants.
The thing about that mid control as well is, like, even if the enemy team doesn't play for mid, if you're already in mid, then you are able to rotate more quickly. Frogs were not able to rotate quickly enough on the back of that. And I mean, let's face it, Emily just kind of blasted her way onto site without really thinking about anything. So without having that time, that ability to get onto site, the ability to rotate, of course they were going to lose out on that round. And now, starting this round out, already 1 player down, as again, we're just seeing, like, crazy aggression.
Insane aggression. The showstopper was popped, and Ari Anarchist just ran at it, even being tagged by the cyber cam, the spy cam. So at TSM, Valorant is such a momentum-based game, and you can see just how much they gained from that last round. Now, granted, I believe this was an eco, or the economy was pretty shattered across the board for the Frogs. But just to run at the showstopper rather than trying to sneak away, to find the kill, to get healed up, and then a flawless round to top it all off. I mean, TSM, again, just on all cylinders right now. And what it feels like is Frogs are lacking the confidence that they had on Icebox. They're not looking to take the fights. They're playing back and allowing TSM to take the fights, and everything's going their way.
And the problem now is that the momentum shift that needs to happen is urgent. It needs to happen right now, because if they don't win the next 2 rounds, they're going into the next half with 1 point, which means TSM only need to win like 2 or 3 rounds in order to win out the entire series. So that momentum shift needs to happen right now. Whatever switch needs to be flicked in the minds of the Frogs players, it has to happen now. They've still got the lockdown, and they've got the From the Shadows available. Not sure how they're going to be able to utilize the From the Shadows, but the lockdown can be super, super helpful at trying to deny a plant or trying to deny TSM from stopping them from defusing. So hopefully they can start to use that utility a little bit better. Again, they've got the most defensive team that I could possibly think of, and they're struggling under the weight of this pressure.
You should run.
There has been so much space gained. So all the way up through mid, which we kind of know that's happening. Frogs have just been giving that up. But Ari Anarchist on the opposite side of the map just pushed up to B for free by just smoking off that turret. Now the kills are starting to come on through. And Lynn may be thinking, hey, I've got the lurker here. There's somewhere else on the site. Is quickly forced off A, back towards screen, now playing for the retake. Arianarchist on the flank, not able to find anything. So this is one of very few times we've seen TSM on the back foot, but they have so much available to them in Emily alone and the Rolling Thunder to try and stomp a push onto the site.
Frogs are so grouped up at the moment, up in heaven, knowing the Rolling Thunder's gonna come through and that's gonna shut them down. Oh man, I like saw that in slow motion in my head. They were so grouped up. The Rolling Thunder rolls out and you're just like, oh no, it's all over.
The red carpet laid there and it hit, like you said, all grouped up. All 4 members were hit and 2 kills taken almost immediately between Emily and Zoe. And then the rest of the team obviously followed. That was the round. That was where I thought Frogs was going to get some of that momentum. And unfortunately, they just fall short. Now, coming into this one, you talked about the lockdown in the last. It was used. It didn't get too much. In this round, it's even worse, right? You have that other Sentinel ult in the Neural Theft, but they've been playing so far back. I don't know how Lynn finds a body for that ultimate.
Yeah. And again, you know, the shrouded step from the shadows isn't really going to be too useful. I mean, maybe for a quick rotation, but at this point, TSM are playing so fast and hard that there isn't really time for Frogs to make any sort of a rotation. And now again, Emily's got the showstopper online. I think we've got, okay, no, it wasn't a pause. I thought the game had paused for a second there. But it is going to be an anti-eco. So again, this is, wait, no, they're forcing? Are they forcing this?
But yeah, I mean, last round of the half, you have to...
Yeah, I suppose.
Everything you got here.
It's a little unfortunate that they'd bought in the previous round, so now they have literally nothing coming into this round.
It is sticks and stones here, whereas for TSM, it's all Gucci everything. They're able to buy really whatever they wanted, all the util online, and we're getting to see that showstopper popped. Emily, usually good for a couple with this ultimate online. Up close and personal. Clefairy takes her out, but the rest of the squad behind it trades it. Now, Clefairy did manage to get away here, but the numbers in favor of TSM. A resurrection available coming into this last round as well, so the Frogs, once more, backs against the wall here, now working against the clock. You've only got one place to go unless you choose to straight on that wall. Force defender spawn, you know, fall down towards heaven. Nice paint shells. Again, the utility. I cannot stop saying Emily's name. She's been so huge for this TSM squad in this game. And still alive. Now that Neural Theft comes online, they get the body on Athena. All 4 playing on site. And in the last round of the half, it's all up to Clefairy with 9 HP. Arianarchist going to sit her down. 11-1 we go at the half. But Sam, I'm not comparing the 4 teams. In the VCT, Challengers 3, I believe, it was version 1 and Rise. Rise was up 11-1 at the half, and version 1 won 12 in a row. Now, I know that's a tall task, but that is documentation. That's information that we have that it is possible at the highest level, so we could quite possibly see that. Now, once is a fluke, twice is data. So I'm looking for some data here from the Frogs.
Well, it is a Herculean task, to say the least, especially because of, we kind of touched on this a little bit, the specific composition that Frogs are running right now. It's a very, very defensive-heavy composition. I'd like to see how they're able to leverage that, maybe use the Killjoy turrets a little bit more to try to slow down rotations, you know, try to cut off avenues and maybe try and use the cipher cams and the tripwires to give you like an early heads up of those rotations, because you know there's going to be flanks. Like, Kath has been amazing. When she was on the Jet, she was so good on that flank. And the Sage flank is actually pretty good as well. And we can't discredit Arianarchist either on that Omen. So there's going to be a lot of flanking action as well. So I think in that regard, the Killjoy and the Cypher can really start to get a little bit more value than what we'd seen on the defensive side. They can start to shut down those flanks a little bit earlier on. But if TSM go hard, fast, and aggressive like they have been, if they choose to play a hyper-aggressive defense instead of waiting for the Frogs to push in on them, then they're going to have a massive advantage anyway, because like there's not going to be enough time to shut anything down. They're just going to run at you. And given that TSM only need to win 2 rounds, this is not like their brother team. This team can win pistols. So, so if they win these 2 pistol rounds, it's game over.
I'm glad you said that because I was looking for a way to swing it in there, and I've seen the beef on Twitter as well between the two teams in the organization, kind of just talking about how they can they're winning pistol rounds. But yeah, like you said, I mean, and with 2 rounds, this is the most important. And TSM, they look like they're having fun. That's what they look like they're doing on the attacking side. Now on defense, I'm expecting the same exact thing, and you have 12 rounds to work with. Ideally, you wouldn't give up 12 rounds. But, I mean, Split is their oyster right now.
Oh, that's a lot of utility very, very early on just to push themselves onto site. And I like this. So now we're seeing that aggressive play that FWOGS is so akin to with even this defensive composition. Okay, we're playing pass to parcel with the spike. Somebody's got to put that bad boy down.
And it is going to be Lynn to finally get that one down. Looking to get that ultimate online nice and early. As Ellie and this, I mean, we talked about how much aggression and how much space you need to take. Well, they've taken so much all the way back towards the spawn as Ellie goes huge, but Emily again, a double kill with the utility. Leferi, the last one standing, and unfortunately, the FWOGS have since fainted. They're sent back to the Poke Center to heal on up for another round, but backs against the wall in the, like, possibly the worst way. Their last buy in the first half was bad. This one, it doesn't get much better.
And remember, guys, abilities in Valorant don't kill. All right, so now we're on that match point, and oh man, this is dire straits for the FWOGS. It looks like they're going to go for a hard B rush. Oh no, they're actually angling towards mid, so they do know mid exists. This is good. Let's see if they can take control of that mid, start getting those rotations in. However, unfortunately for them, TSM also seem to know that mid exists, and they have a pretty strong defense already set up here.
Right there.
Trailblazer for the information. Only spots out one. It was Emily who shot that one out, but now they know that they're all queued up out towards mid as a couple of kills go back and forth, but the spike has fallen, and since has been picked up. All 4 members from the FWOGS, they're going down together if they're going to go down at all as they try and hop away. Kath cuts down one. Zoe with the Bucky looks to find another. There's 3 remaining, but low HP. No heals on the board as that Sky has since fallen. Now 6 feet under, and they're corralled. The spike has options, but for some reason, they think they just need to have to keep hammering it home at mid.
I mean, somebody's got to... Oh no, the spike goes down, his DNOS goes down, and the whole of FWOGS are on the other side. They need to cross the no man's land in order to pick up that spike. The 2 swing out, but it's not going to be good, and there it is. TSM will win out. I'm sorry, I stole your moment of the last kill, but it had to happen.
No, I'm glad you got that one in. Everybody needs one, and yes. I said I'm gonna try and get you your licks in. I might just throw you right into the wolves as a whole. As TSM 2-0, this is what we saw from them in the open qualifying. They went down early in open quals and they just battle their way back in this lower bracket. And I expect to see this all the way through. And I'm sure they are incredibly hungry for a rematch against that C9 White team or that Dignitas team, right? Those 2 teams that in this Game Changers alone have sent them to that lower bracket.
And what I loved about that previous round was the breach play. And I was really sad that we only really got to see 1 round of it, because I loved the way that TSM were playing that. Using the breach flashes, everyone swings out. They did it twice, and on both occasions, they were able to get a kill off the back of it. And that's why breach is so powerful on Split. So it is a little unfortunate that we only got to see like 2 rounds of it. I would have liked to have seen a bit more of that, but the weekend is still young. This has only been day 1, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have a lot more TSM over the coming days. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely looking forward to it. Like you said, day 1, we've got a whole weekend for it, and a face that you need to get familiar seeing. Yinsu, we're going to welcome her back on in to break this one down, watching from the sidelines.
Oh,
welcome back, Yinsu.
Yeah, I had to get in on there. You know, I never get to talk about those last kills, so I just want to throw in that not like this. That wasn't the way I kind of wanted it for it to end, but we have to address the Cypher and Killjoy combo. We might have an interview coming up later because I really would like to know what the decision is behind that. Tanner, were you a fan of this? Because I have, very, very rarely seen a team play Cypher and Killjoy at the same time, let alone on Split.
Yeah, not a huge fan. I do enjoy now. I guess outside looking in and just overall for the Frogs, I like that they mixed it up here. I do think, contrary to that, you know, until you feel more comfortable, that's the first time that we have split any information for them. It's the first time we've seen it. And play to your strengths a little bit. I wouldn't be upset if you lose that game and you're going with your hard fragging, you know, 3 duelist ways without an initiate or something of the sort. You know, I think at the end of the day, composition aside, it just came down to confidence for the Frogs. I think they lost a lot of confidence going to that one. And I mean, how could you not on a map that you really don't have a whole lot of data on?
Honestly, I'm not a big fan of the duo of the Cypher and the Killjoy, but I can see the thought process that went behind it. You know, Icebox was fairly close, but like you said, you kind of start to lose a little bit of confidence there. You realize you're up against a very strong team. You've just come off the back of losing to C9 White as well, so you're already in a little bit of a slump, and you're like, all right, how do we deal with this aggression? Let's just throw every defensive hero that we can plus a Raze, because you got to have some kind of firepower. And I mean, the Raze did some work there, but it takes more than just being defensive, right? That's why balanced team compositions are a thing. You need to have a little bit of everything. You need a little bit of that firepower, a little bit of that information gathering, a little bit of that support from the rest of your team, you know, utility in terms of smokes and flashes and so on. You don't want to be too heavy-handed on either one of those. And whether it's triple duelist or whether it's just every defensive hero in the game, I want to see Frogs come with a middle ground. And I think if they can find a composition that works for them and start to hone that new approach, then they'll start to soar.
I do feel like if you're going to go, you know, onto a composition like Killjoy and Cypher, I was expecting some kind of setup that they had a very specific game plan and they wanted to execute. You know, they started on defense, so in theory, if you're going to go for that kind of comp, you are probably going to go straight in with a advantage of some sort. But I just didn't see that. I didn't really understand it personally. Again, maybe this is like coming from like an EU perspective, because that's not something that we ever see, especially with the Killjoy. I thought, you know, some of the setups on defense wasn't very disciplined, just putting it, you know, nicely. I agree with Tana. I would like to see them kind of like play with that confidence, stick to what they are good at, because they can do it. Icebox was very, very close. I think they nearly cracked the code, but I definitely like to see this team back, because Sam, you know, we have to say goodbye to them today. It was an elimination match. Someone had to go, but I really hope they don't feel disheartened by this. They haven't been together for that long, and I really, really hope that they kind of stay together and see what they can do at VCT. What do you think?
Oh yeah, I mean, I remember watching, they did an interview with Run It Back, and so the ladies were talking about how they've played in a couple of the VALORANT leagues, and they always change their names to like funny, silly things. I can't remember them offhand. If you guys haven't gone and seen that interview, I would recommend checking it out. It's really fun. The ladies are a lot of fun to listen to. But they've been in the scene for a little while. They kind of change up their name every now and then. They're fun, they're lighthearted, but they're also good at the game, or they wouldn't have made it this far. So I think if you take that fun and lighthearted, you just kind of rein it in a little bit and focus it up. You know, get yourself a focusing crystal or whatever it is you need. Pinpoint whatever that strategy is that you're trying to do. Because again, like you were saying, Yinsu, you know, the triple duelist worked for them to a certain extent. And if you want to stick with that, if that's what you want to hone, if you don't want to go for the middle ground, then by all means do it. But make sure that you have a plan. You know, you got to have that confidence in yourself. When you've made that plan, when you've made that decision as a team, stick to your guns. Don't start doing weird things because you're not sure that it's going to work. Keep practicing, keep at it, because I want to see these ladies in the future. This is not going to be the last Game Changers. I guarantee you that, and I want to see them in the next one.
Yeah, Tana, before I let you interject, Sam, what the hell is a focusing crystal? What is this?
It's a Dungeons and Dragons thing. I'm a big nerd. Certain classes need crystals in order to cast their spells. Please don't make me explain this on broadcast.
But Tana, again, I'm gonna talk to you a little bit later about FWOGS because we do have an interview right now with TSM's Athena. Hi, Athena. Welcome to the show. Congratulations on your victory just now against FWOGS. Before we dive into that game, I just really quickly wanted to get your thoughts on the Dignitas series because it did seem really, really close. So what happened there?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously we are playing with a sub, so we only had a very limited amount of time to practice. I feel like when we were playing against Dig, we were getting the ball rolling and we actually got a lot more rounds than we actually were planning on. I think we definitely really wanted to beat them for sure. So I'm actually really glad it got really, really close. But the thing is, obviously, at the end of the day, they had a lot better teamwork than we were having at the time. And it's really rough because we kind of just had to incorporate Ari within, like, I think we had maybe 8 days to incorporate her. So it was really rough. I think for sure, though, it's definitely a matchup that we're looking forward to rematch them on. For sure, if they do end up going to lower bracket, it's definitely something we're looking forward to. Just a lot of small little mistakes from us, I think, actually cost us that game, or those last 2 games at least, because they were really, really close.
Well, you know, you guys, like you said, have had to play with Ari, kind of a last-minute sub. Was the Viper planned then? So did you specifically work on this Viper over the last 8 days? Because none of us saw that coming.
You know what's funny is that Viper is all Ari. She was like, guys, listen, I have a plan. I'm going to play Viper and it's going to work. And we were just like, you know what, you do you, we'll work around it. And sure enough, you know, like a lot of the strats that we came up with, especially on Icebox, with that Viper, it actually worked out really, really well. And, you know, I'm glad that she brought that out to us. Definitely an Ari pick though. Definitely Ari doing Ari things on Viper.
Yeah, no, I'm all for that. I feel like we do need more Vipers in North America especially. And I guess in extension of that, how has preparation been in general? Because like you said, you've only had 8 days to sort of get everything down. Has that affected you guys in terms of your map pool at all?
I think our map pool has been okay. I think we definitely wanted to work a lot more in Icebox. I feel like we did drop a lot of rounds today, and it kind of shows that that was our weaker map. But I mean, going forward, we've learned from our mistakes already from Icebox. We've already talked about them, which I think is something really great about this team, is we can talk about everything as it happens and try to adapt as it's happening. So yeah, I think it did mess with us a little bit. We wanted to go over a certain amount of maps before, obviously, Game Changers, but we could barely go over Icebox, so it did affect us. But at the end of the day, I still think we outperformed ourselves. I still think we did a really, really good job. And I think we have a solid foundation on Icebox moving forward.
I mean, you guys definitely did a good job if you feel like that is one of your weaker maps.
Yeah.
We kind of were theorizing about this, and I wanted to get your opinion on it as well, because between the three of us, we weren't like 100% sure when it came to the composition of your opponent tonight, FWOGS. Obviously, they ran the Cypher and Killjoy on split. Is this something that you guys expected or have played against before? And what do you make of that decision?
It's definitely a wild card. We definitely did not expect it. When we saw it, we were like, oh, okay, these guys are going to be playing really heavy, you know, defense setups. Sounds good. And I mean, they did. They had really good setups, so they were interchanging their sentinels all the time. So I think it kind of worked out for them. It's just, I think we just worked on split a lot more, and we had those strats down that kind of countered their plays. And I think it was just unfortunate that the composition was just countered by pretty much most of our strats. But I think it's kind of a viable setup. I think 2 sentinels is pretty much only viable on split, and I think it can work for sure.
Well, we've got one more question for you. I'm going to open this up to Tanner and Sam and see if you guys have anything you want to ask Athena. Don't all go at once, guys.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you did such a good job. I guess my biggest thing is now looking forward. Obviously, you have quite possibly a rematch at Dignitas, a rematch at Cloud9 from the Opens, who sent you down to the lowers. You've got this lowers run in front of you. I guess what's the mentality behind that? Obviously, you guys are, you know, not down in the dumps because you just won this one. But now looking forward at those 2 strong teams that have put you down, I guess what's the prep and the mentality for going into those rematches?
Yeah, I think, like I said earlier, like the team is really good at adapting mid-game and kind of like realizing our mistakes as we make them. So I think mentally we're definitely prepared, because looking back on the Dignitas game already, like we've already had our talk about it, and it was mainly what we feel like a lot of our smaller mistakes that cost us the game. So I feel like going back into it, we obviously are going to be working on those mistakes. We actually used this previous VO3 to work on them, and we're all already feeling like a lot more confident, in my opinion. About C9, they've been a team for a lot longer. Obviously, they've been a team for around a year now. I think we just have a couple of tricks up our sleeve that we can bring, and hopefully we can get those rounds. I mean, we did play against them, and we got 8 rounds on them on I'm not sure, I can't remember, I think Split, it was Split. We did manage to get 8 rounds, so we're really confident that we can just keep grinding and keep trying to outplay ourselves, basically, and try not to make the small little mistakes that we're making.
Ooh, I'm very, very excited. Thank you for that question, Tana. And of course, thank you for your time, Athena. Always great to speak to you, and best of luck with your lower bracket semi-finals game even tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
Perfect. Well, that was the post-match interview presented to you guys by Verizon, and I'm glad we got to speak to her and broke down some of the things they were talking about. Now, Sam, of course, they have to sort of go through this lower bracket. They're going to have to go through elimination every single time they play from now on. No more second chances. Do you feel like, given the way they performed today, you see them perhaps making it all the way to that lowest finals?
I think that winning games is a combination, obviously, of a lot of different factors. One of those factors is your skill, how well you play, and they've got that. I think they definitely do. The other factor is, of course, your mental game. And just hearing from Athena, hearing how, the team, they've already, broken down their Dignitas game. They're already on top of that. They're already thinking ahead to what's coming up. Who do we play next? How are we going to deal with that? How are we going to tackle that? They've got the mental. I think they have every tool that they need. And we saw them do it before. Tana was mentioning it a little bit earlier on, where they got knocked down into the lower bracket in the qualifier. They still managed to fight their way through to get in to the main event here. So I do actually see them making their way through the lower bracket fairly easily. What happens when we get to the semifinals, however, or the quarters and the semis, that remains to be seen. But I definitely see them making it through, most of tomorrow at the very least.
I agree with that sentiment that this team seems to get that lower bracket buff and should have, I guess, not an easy time, but I'm expecting them, just based off of that interview, being able to make adjustments on the fly, I think, is absolutely huge, especially when you're playing against these teams that are really strong teams. And so losing is learning, or lose is improve, as I like to say. There's winning and there's learning. And it seems like TSM are sponges when it comes to that. And then coming into these matches, just the what they've done before versus what they're going to do, and then having a mix of both of that when you're making those mid-round calls, I think is going to be kind of their X factor, or that extra tool in the bag that they'll need.
Also, can we just talk about the fact that Ari just rocks up and goes, yeah, let's play Viper. I got the lineups. I got the strats. I know what we're doing. Like, what? That's an IGL's job, That's a coach's job. That is something that you craft as a team, that you spend hours on. So the fact that she's done her server time and turned up with that is excellent. And I feel like she is going to be that secret weapon. Then maybe that would take TSM a lot further than we're expecting. But for now, we have seen a lot of great games today, and we do have a flick of the day presented by AimLab to present to you guys. I believe this is going to be a highlight, kind of a play of the day, flick of the day. I don't know what this is, so I'm kind of excited to watch this. Tanner and Sam want to cast over this? Feel free.
Yeah,
I remember this.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of Ellie doing Ellie things on Icebox, which is one of the players that I had said, high average combat score, does the duelist thing incredibly well, and you see it on low HP, finds that shot out of the sky some way, somehow. That was a lot of what I thought we'd see on Icebox, or Split, is the confidence in Ellie. So I'm hoping to see a whole lot more of that player and that team as a whole, because, you see it. They put up a really solid fight against a really strong team in Game Changers.
I think that there's been like a pattern of, so we spoke about Yinsu, you were saying Ari doing Ari, Athena saying Ari doing Ari things, but there's a couple of players that I've seen that, Ellie doing Ellie things, Emily doing Emily things. Like, there's so much firepower with all of these ladies, and I've so enjoyed watching it. I mean, Ellie had some really, really standout moments. Again, you know, we had that flick of the day? That really showcased one of her better moments, but she had so many of them, some amazing showstoppers, some amazing clutch moments. I think she had a 4K in a couple of rounds as well, so she's been a stellar performer for her team. But again, there've been so many of those throughout these series, not just the series we just casted, but throughout the entire day. I'm loving seeing how powerful these ladies are in and outside of the server.
And my pedantic personality is loving the fact that the flick of the day was actually a flick. And it wasn't some kind of like utility kill or anything like that, so I'm very happy about that. But I think that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much, Tanner and Sam, for joining me and casting and giving us a great best of 3. Of course, a thank you to AimLab and Verizon as well for the flick of the day and also the post-match interviews. Congratulations to all of our teams that made it through to tomorrow, and thank you to Jess and Vansili for joining me earlier, and most of all, thank you to you guys for watching at home. We will be back here tomorrow, I believe at 3 p.m. Eastern time with the semi-finals. We'll see you then.
One enemy remaining.
Verizon believes everyone deserves the best. That's why we start with 5G from America's most reliable network.
Verizon 5G is next level.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need starting at $35.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
And offer the best in entertainment on select unlimited plans, like Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, as well as Discovery Plus, with a Galaxy S21 plus 5G when you buy one. There's no reason to settle for less than the best. Only from Verizon.
Show me what you got. Back down, back up, back down, back up. Back down, back up, back down, back up. Back down, back up, back down, back up.